Wuying Qi is truly out of his mind. Li Yao also mumbled, today is different from the past. The crust of the capital planet changed drastically 10,000 years ago. It is now in an artificially induced unstable state. If he makes things worse, it is possible that the whole continent will sink into the ocean, with the ocean floor rising by several hundred meters, turning into a new continent. When such massive changes occur on the planet's surface, it remains to be seen whether the residents living in the cities can survive. But the 10 billion residents living underground, including the people of the great iron plants, will surely die in the accident. Will Wuying Qi really be cold-hearted enough to do that? Of course, he is. Li Jiaoling gnashed his teeth and said, considering Lei Chenghu's coldness and brutality as an immortal cultivator, the casualties of a few hundred million will definitely be seen as an acceptable price or even a necessary sacrifice. It's not a big deal. However, since Wuying Qi doesn't dare to tell Lei Chenghu the truth, it is clear that the victims to be sacrificed in his plan will far exceed 300 to 500 million. The likelihood is that 10 billion people will die. Such a terrible number silenced all three of them. The quakes and the underground gaps that happened once in a while also instilled them with intense fear, but the rocks would soon close in and bury them. Thankfully, whenever the intense quakes happened, there would be no need to worry that Wuying Qi's alarm magical equipment would detect them, and Li Yao could take out his drill of mystic rays to press forward boldly. Their speed was significantly increased. In just a couple of hours, they already reached the large, spacious, and flat tunnel they had stopped at last time. The tunnel was already ahead. Judging from the sounds, heavy tractors were rumbling by every once in a while. Hiding in a corner among the rocks, Li Yao released a few crystal cameras the size of flies to explore the environment. The crystal cameras flew out of the gap without a sound and happened to catch an overwhelming team of tractors that extended from one end of the tunnel to the other. It was impossible to see the start or the end of the tractors. The team was mostly made of super heavy tractors with a capacity of more than 100 tons. They were like moving hills, and the tractors were covered in cloth. Based on the traces of the tracks, they were all fully loaded, and they had been driving for a long time. Holding his breath, Li Yao released his telepathic thoughts and controlled a few crystal cameras to dig into the gaps of the cloth. Crystals? So many ultimate crystals of high purity? Li Yao was slightly stunned by the dazzling pictures sent back by the crystal cameras. Beneath the seemingly plain cloth were loads of colorful, high-purity crystals, which had been repeatedly purified and were readily absorbable for the trainers. Li Yao even discovered quite a few marrow crystals. They were all rare treasures. It was obvious that the crystals came from a myriad of sources and were wrapped very hastily. Many of them were not stored in standard boxes but exposed to the air randomly. In doing so, not only would the quality of the crystals be affected, but they might also cause inflammations or explosions. The excessive radiations they unleashed would hurt the shippers too. Also, Li Yao felt that some of the crystals were processed in a very strange way. They had all been built into an octagonal shape, with 100 attack rune arrays carved on the surface. Li Yao thought for a long time. For what purposes might a crystal be wedded in such a way, and why were so many attack rune arrays carved on them? 3 minutes later, it finally occurred to him that those high-purity crystals were likely intended to power the massive anti-air positions. They were the ammunition for the crystal cannons. The capital, being the capital, naturally possessed a perfect defense network with comprehensive anti-air facilities. The whole planet was brimming with anti-air cannons that protruded into space. It was like a supermassive iron hedgehog. The crystals and all sorts of ammunition stored in the capital were also astronomically numerous. However, Wuying Qi had removed the crystals and even the marrow crystals that powered the anti-air positions, shipping them to the underground world. Controlling the crystal cannons, Li Yao selected a few random tractors and checked their carriage. The result was the same. Tremendous crystals for anti-air positions and even for star ships had been detached and moved to the underground world. What does this mean? Li Yao blinked quickly. The four families' ace fleets have arrived and will launch a general attack on the capital planet soon. Such a critical moment is precisely when the anti-air positions are needed most. However, Wuying destroys his own defenses by transporting the crystals for anti-air purposes to the underground world. Has he given up on the atmospheric defense? Li Yao shared the pictures he saw and his questions with Yang Min and Li Jialing. The three of them discussed for a moment and reached two conclusions. Firstly, Wuying truly trusted the secret weapon deeply buried below the ground. He believed that the other defensive measures were unnecessary as long as the secret weapon existed. Not even a single anti-air crystal cannon was needed on the capital planet. He would win the war the moment the secret weapon was activated. Secondly, the activation of the secret weapon required astronomical energy. That was why Wuying was sparing no effort in gathering crystals. Over the past few months, he must have drained the entire capital planet. All the crystals in the arsenals, warehouses, and among civilians had been confiscated by him. This is why the crystals came from various sources and were not properly preserved before being shipped. In the end, he did not even spare the anti-air positions, moving all the crystals away. Of course, not all the crystals were meant for the secret weapon. A portion must have been used to blow up the most vulnerable parts of the tectonic structure, tearing apart the land so the secret weapon could be raised. What kind of magical equipment requires the crystals of an entire planet? Li Yao found it hard to imagine. Is it a piece of the legendary stellar magical equipment? After checking the assets loaded onto the tractors, Li Yao paid special attention to the soldiers carrying out the secret mission to transport the crystals. This was because Li Yao was haunted by one question: the identity of Wuying accomplices who helped him with the insane, appalling crime. Yes, Wuying core supporters were the imperial guards and militarists who craved to restore the glory of the Imperium, like Lei Chenghu. As long as Wuying proved he was Blackstar the Great, most of the imperial guards would certainly follow their ancestor without hesitation. However, there should be a limit to their inhumanity. The capital planet was home to most of the imperial guards, who had lived there for dozens of generations. Their wives, children, and parents still lived there. This planet was their home and their everything. If Wuying asked them to fight the four families, Li Yao believed that most of the imperial guards would not hesitate. However, if Wuying asked them to detonate the capital planet, their home for 1,000 years, and blow up their family members along the way, they couldn't have obeyed such a command even if something were wrong with their heads. Li Yao did not believe that Wuying could have fooled so many imperial guards into working for him to the point of destroying their own hometown and families, only through deception. It was highly unreasonable that so many crystals were shipped to the underground world while the anti-air positions on the ground were all abandoned. Most of the imperial guards were immortal cultivators. Which of them would charge forward relentlessly without figuring out what was behind it first? Therefore, Li Yao paid close attention to the imperial guards escorting the tractor team, particularly the officers with flowers on their epaulets who exuded powerful vibes. As he scanned the officers more carefully, Li Yao had a very uncanny feeling. How should he put it? While soldiers are supposed to be grave and serious, the imperial guards in their pure black, first-generation uniforms appeared lifeless. They looked so determined, and their movements were so synchronized that they were almost indistinguishable from machines, save for their breaths. Li Yao wouldn't say that they were devoid of human feelings, but 90% of their emotions seemed to be filled with zealotry and piety. Come and take a look. What are those people? Li Yao shared the images his crystal cameras captured with Long Yangjun and Li Jialing. They look like, after watching for a long time, Li Jialing said, they look a lot like the Nepenthe believers in the great iron plants. Exactly. The magnetic fields from their brains are very strange. Interference has been imposed on them to some extent, adjusting their brainwaves to the same frequency. They are in a sort of reverberation, Long Yangjun said. You could say they have been collectively hypnotized, or that they are in a state of collective unconsciousness or mass hysteria. Of course, it wouldn't be incorrect to say they have been brainwashed. So, this is the method Wuying has used to make the Imperial Guards work for him. Li Yao recalled the riot of the captives of the Covenant Alliance as he saw it in the Godly Might prison. The minds of those people of the Covenant Alliance were, indeed, similar to those of the Imperial Guards he had seen with his own eyes. Wuying attempted to brainwash him in the Seven Seas Grand Market. Although it didn't work out, it suggested the man was adept at some form of terrifying brainwashing technology. He was almost a replica of the Covenant Alliance. It wasn't easy to brainwash Li Yao, but it was certainly not a problem to hypnotize and control a few Imperial Guards who had a deep-seated trust in him from the start. However, we cannot jump to any conclusions based solely on remote observations, Long Yangjun stated. It would be best if we could secretly capture a few Imperial Guards and scan their brains from all angles. That way, we will know what is wrong with them. Li Yao was contemplating how to capture a few prisoners when noises reverberated ahead in the tunnel. Ah! Creepy howls echoed from the end of the tunnel. It sounded like a ferocious beast on a rampage, as if it had been skinned alive. Very soon, a daunting shadow rushed into Li Yao and his companion's sight after a few leaps. It was another officer of the Imperial Guards. Judging from his epaulet, he held a rather high military rank. His face, however, was appalling. His head had swollen to twice its normal size, with several lumps rising high on his forehead and temples, fluctuating like beating hearts. His eyes were so red they were almost purple, and so purple they were nearly black. From his festering eyes, a tremendous amount of colorful, suspicious fluid flowed out, as if his brain had turned entirely into mucus being squeezed out. Despite this, he still possessed unparalleled strength. With a wave of his hands, he tore two Imperial Guards who tried to stop him into pieces, their guts spilling all over the ground. While the vitality fields of the other Imperial Guards were like lifeless rivers flowing at a fixed speed, the mad officer's vitality field was as violent as a colorful, surging vortex. After killing several soldiers in quick succession, he threw his head at a heavy tractor, attempting to lift the massive machine that weighed hundreds of tons. His arms squeaked, his legs sank deep into the ground, and even his arm bones protruded from his elbows, but he paid no heed. The officer had gone completely mad. The normal, Imperial Guards around him were utterly fearless. They charged forward, and after paying the price of more than 10 casualties, they finally dealt a fatal blow to the mad officer. However, the mad officer was incredibly resilient. His internal organs were almost burned up by the heating guns and crystal guns. A devastating hole appeared in his torso. However, his wails didn't die down for more than half a minute. By then, his head had expanded to 3 times its normal size. The lumps on his temples and the center of his eyebrows were swollen like grapes, ready to explode at any moment. A team of soldiers, wearing special helmets that made them look like anti-epidemic personnel, immediately moved forward and dragged the corpses of the officers and dead soldiers into an inconspicuous branch next to the tunnel. The rest of the Imperial Guards seemed too familiar with such a scene to be surprised. It took them only half a minute to restore order and continue shipping the crystals mechanically. Li Yao and Long Yangjun looked at each other and said in unison, "Follow them." Li Yao split a few crystal cameras and followed the team of anti-epidemic soldiers from a short distance behind. Meanwhile, he scanned the tunnel and the branch, simulating the structure in his crystal processor. When another quake occurred, he powered the drill of mystic rays and crawled toward the branch. In the end, together with Long Yangjun and Li Jialing, he put on his crystal suit and activated the stealth mode. The 3 of them merged into the environment like chameleons. The branch was zigzagging, now high, now low. It took the anti-epidemic soldiers more than 20 minutes to cover 1,000 meters and reach their destination while carrying a massive amount of bodies on floating discs. At the end of the branch was a hole from which fire and smoke were continuously jetting out. There seemed to be a magma pool somewhere deep below. Voila! The anti-epidemic soldiers threw the corpses of a few soldiers in first. The dead bodies were immediately taken away by the fire and disappeared into the smoke, melted by the magma, leaving not a single cell remaining. Let's do it. The anti-epidemic soldiers were about to throw the mad officer's body into the magma when Li Yao and Long Yangjun dashed down. Flashed into almost 10 clones, they controlled the 4 anti-epidemic soldiers at once and made them fall to the ground without any sound. For safety, Li Yao set up an alarm rune array and a sound-blocking rune array on the branch, in case the sounds here spread out. Do you want me to do it, or do you want to do it yourself? Li Yao asked Long Yangjun. Let me. I have a deeper understanding of the so-called brainwashing than you. Long Yangjun took out a few scalpels as thin as paper from her cosmos ring. They danced nimbly among her fingertips. Li Yao and Li Jialing helped her move the rest of the bodies, but they only kept the mad officer's body on the floating disc. Then, adjusting the anti-gravity rune array, Li Yao set the altitude of the floating disc to Long Yangjun's chest, making it a simple, stable operation. Long Yangjun's fingers turned into 10 streaks of brilliance and operated on the officer's uneven head precisely. Soon, the shattered skull was removed, and all the broken bones were picked out, though the brain tissues inside were not damaged at all. However, although Long Yangjun did not injure the brain tissues of the mad officer, they were already as messy as churned tofu. If Long Yangjun had not encapsulated and supported it with spiritual energy, it would have spurted all over the ground. Thankfully, Li Yao and Li Jialing were both ruthless men, or they would have thrown up. Focusing her attention, Long Yangjun separated the muddled brain tissues. 3 minutes later, she found what she was looking for. Do you see it? The brain tissues here have gone out of control. The brain cells have proliferated thousands of times faster than the normal metabolic rate, releasing abundant heat and causing severe internal bleeding. Pointing at the abnormally swollen brain tissues with forceps, Long Yangjun said, "That's why his head doubled in size and why he went mad." Li Yao nodded to show he understood. This symptom was not rare among the trainers. Many classic mental disorders could cause such issues. The cells in the human body, both the body cells and the brain cells, die and grow every day. Every 7 to 10 days, cells throughout the body are renewed. This process is known as metabolism. Metabolism is an essential function that ensures the vitality and vigor of human beings. One of the most important training methods for both cultivators and immortal cultivators is to absorb abundant spiritual energy and accelerate the metabolic rate of a specific region or the entire body through special techniques. The renewal of all the cells in the body is known as one cycle. Given sufficient resources, an expert could undergo dozens of cycles during hours of meditation, renewing their cells dozens of times. This is why they possess abilities far beyond those of ordinary people. However, an excessively fast metabolic rate is not always beneficial. Cell renewal consumes abundant resources and spiritual energy and generates and discharges significant waste, including dead cells, the blood covering dead cells, mucus, and even excess heat. These wastes must be absorbed by the capillary vessels and transported to the skin, where they are expelled through the pores. That was why one would be spurting out hot steam and secreting stinky, black fluids when training hard. If the rate of discharge could not match the rate at which the wastes were produced, the poisonous wastes would accumulate inside the body, blocking veins and nerves and disrupting the usual flow of spiritual energy and body fluids. This could cause significant damage, including severe consequences such as mental derangement. This was precisely what happened to the officer. His brain went through too many cycles too quickly. Brain cells in a specific area were repeatedly updated, but the dead brain cells and blood were not expelled in time. Also, the heat generated during metabolism strained and damaged normal brain tissues and cerebral vessels. Even the skull swelled due to the force. Consequently, he became mentally deranged and went mad. How did this happen? Li Jialing couldn't help but touch his own head. Such abnormal expansion of the head usually occurs only when one is practicing powerful techniques or advancing to a new level, right? This officer was on a mission. How on earth did he become mentally deranged for no apparent reason? It's not precisely for no apparent reason. Long Yangjun gently opened the abnormal brain cells with force and said, "Consider this cluster of brain tissues that showed abnormalities." Many brain specialists and meditation healers believe this area is responsible for memories and is known as memory cells. Long Yangjun focused his spiritual energy on his eyes and set the resolution of his eyes to the highest possible. "What can you see from here?" Li Yao took a pair of hazel glasses from his cosmos ring and handed them to Li Jialing. With the glasses, Li Jialing narrowed his eyes and observed for a prolonged period before he remarked in surprise, "Bleeding points. So many bleeding points." Indeed. Those bleeding points were not formed recently. They were formed because someone repeatedly stimulated the area of memory cells over the past few days, if not months, Long Yangjun said. The memory cells of this officer had already been ravaged and riddled with holes. They were essentially a mess, even more vulnerable than the memory cells of ordinary people. When something went wrong, it was possible that the repair genes of the memory cells would be triggered, leading to abnormal expansion and internal bleeding. Eventually, this caused mental derangement. Humans have a rather powerful self-recovery system. The recovery functions of trainers are even more impressive, Li Yao explained. The memory cells of the officer have been repeatedly stimulated and traumatized. So, his brain sent a special order to the cells, asking them to repair the damaged cells and proliferate more cells. However, when this order was carried out too many times, things went out of control. The crazy repair and proliferation became unrestrained, leading to his current state. Actually, the proliferation of body tissues is commonly seen in ordinary people, as can be seen by the scars after wounds heal. However, for immortal cultivators, their speed of metabolism and cell recovery is dozens of times higher than that of ordinary people. Once the cells lose control, the consequences are much more severe. Not just the memory cells, there's also this spot. Long Yangjun began to dissect the brain tissues on the other side. Similar phenomena of swelling and proliferation can be found here too. Some of the brain cells have been expanded more than 10 times their normal size. How could he not go mad? "I know that," Li Jialing said. "This is the right hemisphere of the human brain, which controls feelings. The left and right hemispheres of the human brain have different functions. The left hemisphere is responsible for memory, logical thinking, and analysis, while the right hemisphere is responsible for feelings, music, painting, and other functions. Since both the left and right hemispheres have abundant bleeding points and abnormal swelling, it means the man's memories and feelings are controlled, or at least under the effect of high-intensity stimulation. It's basically correct, but I need to slightly rectify something," Long Yangjun nodded and said. "I know many brain experts and meditation healers have proposed the asymmetric functionality of the left and right hemispheres in their works, dividing the brain into many different modules like memory zone and emotion zone. However, in reality, human memory, feelings, and self-awareness are very mysterious and unpredictable. Control doesn't even begin to describe their purpose. It must be noted that even if the brain is completely destroyed and the person turns into a ghost, as long as more than 50% of the soul is retained and accommodated by an anti-radiation shell and a high-precision crystal processor, most of the memories and feelings before death will be preserved. Therefore, the theory that brain tissues have complete control over the soul is not necessarily true. In my opinion, the brain is to the soul what the soil is to a tree, or even to the fruits on the tree. The quality of the soil will certainly determine the quality of the tree and whether the fruits are sweet or sour. However, once the tree grows and yields abundant fruits, even if the soil is removed, it will be possible to transplant the tree to a certain, soilless, environment or to pick the fruits and preserve them in a vacuum environment with cooling rune arrays. They will not go bad in decades. That is to say, the brain is the soil to gather the soul as well as the consciousness. However, once the soul and the consciousness take shape, their demands on the brain tissues will not be as strong. We can only say that stimulating this area on the left hemisphere can interfere with the memories to some extent, and stimulating that area on the right hemisphere can briefly alter one's personality. If the two areas are completely wiped out through surgeries, human beings will lose their memories and feelings, turning into numb, empty-headed machines. Li Jialing thought for a moment and asked, like the people of the Covenant Alliance? Judging from the density of the bleeding points and the qualitative changes of the brain, he hadn't reached the point where his feelings were entirely excised. The two areas in the brains of the people of the Covenant Alliance are shrunk, but not swollen. This officer must have rather intense feelings. However, about to whom his feelings are aimed at, I have no idea. Long Yangjun thought for a moment and said, the changes are similar to the Nepenthe believers who practiced serenity arts. The degree is more or less the same, although the directions are different. Li Jialing was stunned. Will the serenity arts cause quantitative changes to the brains? Even if they hadn't practiced the serenity arts, their brains would still go through qualitative changes given the fact that they lived in extreme fear every second. Long Yangjuan glanced at Li Jialing and said, respect the brain, but don't imagine it a brain to be too enigmatic. Getting to the bottom of it, the brain is just a regular organ in one's body. Consider this example. If a person grows up in famines and feeds on grass and rinds 8 out of 10 days, will his body suffer qualitative changes? Will he be emaciated, skinny, and have all kinds of diseases? Li Jialing blurted out, of course. Therefore, if it's perfectly normal for your stomach to shrink when there's not enough food, should it be surprising that some areas inside the brain also shrink and mutate? Long Yangjun said, the so-called serenity arts merely guided and helped them to adapt to these changes peacefully and safely. Alright, you are both the god and the devil. You've left nothing for me to say. Li Yao said, there's no need to embellish yourself. We'll talk about your problem later. For now, let's focus on Wuying Qi. The cause of this officer's madness has been found. It seems he was brainwashed, and he went mad due to the side effects and the aftermath of the brainwashing. I wonder about the situation with the others. Let's take a look at the healthy soldiers. Li Jialing was rather shocked. Brother Yao, you're not cutting the heads off the 4 living soldiers, are you? What are you thinking? Li Yao flicked Li Jialing's forehead. Aren't there quite a few bodies? Here, this body's skull has already been broken. Not much extra work is needed. The two of them carried the second body to the floating disc. Long Yangjun dissected it and accurately found the target areas. He's the same. There are dense bleeding points on both sides of the brain. Also, the brain tissues had slightly expanded, similar to the proliferation of body tissues when the same spot is wounded 100 times. Li Jialing observed carefully and drew the conclusion. However, it seems the soldier's condition was not as severe as the mad officer's. He was still controllable. This means all of the officers and soldiers in Wuying Qi's secret weapon base have been brainwashed to different degrees by him, Li Yao summarized. The damaged areas in the soldiers' brains are the same as those Wuying Qi attacked me back in the 7 Seas Grand Market. It is exactly the technology of the Covenant Alliance. A short time, high-intensity hard brainwashing causes massive damage to the brain. However, whether or not one is mentally derailed depends on his body quality, his level, and his luck. This officer must have had a lot of injuries in his brain during the high-intensity training beforehand. He had been suppressing the injuries by force, but after he was repeatedly brainwashed, his cerebral vessels exploded, and his brain cells proliferated, resulting in his death. Such a terrifying brainwashing method. Li Jialing was quite shocked. This is quite unbelievable. Nothing is unbelievable here. Brainwashing is not something bizarre or mysterious. It is a real thing that can be studied, analyzed, and duplicated. Li Yao pointed at Li Jialing's head and said, since Wuying Qi's ultimate weapon base is becoming more and more related to brainwashing technologies, we must figure out what the so-called brainwashing really is first. In my opinion, there are two kinds of brainwashing, namely, soft brainwashing and hard brainwashing. Can you give me the simplest example of soft brainwashing? We have been in each other's company for a long time. During this time, I preached to you every day and hummed like a fly, trying to imprint the beliefs of the cultivators into your head. I also set a role model for you by frequently saving people from disasters. The mighty and glorious image of the cultivators is deeply etched in your heart. As a result, a few years later, you truly transformed into a cultivator. Can I say that I performed a certain kind of brainwashing on you? In my opinion, that is certainly true. However, this is a type of soft brainwashing whose influence is very minimal. It's like the ads you occasionally see on the spiritual nexus, telling you how interesting an item is or how intriguing a game is. They are all the softest brainwashing methods. I get it now, Brother Yao. Li Jialing clapped his hands. Soft brainwashing is the gentlest and least effective method, like the bite of a mosquito. You've been trying to brainwash me for so long, but you still can't set up a glorious image in my head. You can say what you want, but I often find you hilarious. Li Yao. Alright, let's not dwell on the details. Let's consider another example, when children learn the mainstream values and worldviews of society in school. They are taught the beliefs of the cultivators or the immortal cultivators over decades. Is this a form of brainwashing too? I think it is, if we are being strict. It depends on whether everything is told truthfully and nothing is hidden during the education, and whether children are forbidden from accessing different opinions through other channels. If the advantages and disadvantages of all beliefs, as well as their past serious mistakes and glorious achievements, are openly shared with the children, then such brainwashing will be soft. If the facts are twisted or hidden, and education is accompanied by physical abuse or material incentives, then such brainwashing will be more intense and difficult to reverse. Think about it. For hundreds of years, the notion that Wuying Qi is supreme and invincible has been ingrained in the minds of multiple generations of the Imperium. This, too, qualifies as brainwashing. However, we are not overly concerned about it, are we? The brainwashing methods mentioned have two things in common. First, the time cost is enormous. It can take decades to completely fool someone. Secondly, these methods do not result in significant changes in the brain. Rather, the changes are slow and gradual. During the prolonged brainwashing process, even if the brain is damaged, it can recover on its own. Therefore, the brainwashing methods I have listed can be categorized as soft brainwashing. In many cases, it is difficult to distinguish soft brainwashing from education. On the other hand, the Imperial Guards who have been killed before us are clearly not victims of soft brainwashing, but have undergone high-intensity, hard brainwashing. Within a few days or weeks at most, certain areas of their brains were exposed to excessive radiation or powerful magnetic fields, leading to significant qualitative changes within those areas. Their memories and emotions were affected, and their self-awareness was distorted. This is the most narrow definition of brainwashing, and it could even be called true brainwashing. Chapter 2604, The Impossible Truth. Li Yao asked Long Yangjun and Li Jialing to step aside. Taking a deep breath, his eyes immediately turned into crimson pools of blood. Focusing his spiritual energy on the tip of his finger, he used it like a needle to softly stab one of the unconscious soldiers, waking the man up. Look at my eyes, Li Yao whispered gently, his voice soft as a feather. Then, he repeated it in a high-pitched cry, look at my eyes. The soldier shuddered, and his eyes, just beginning to clear, fell into confusion again, as if his entire soul had been absorbed into Li Yao's gaze. Now, you are lying on a soft, fragrant land. The sky is blue, the clouds are white, and the sun is shining warmly. You feel extremely comfortable. A strange brilliance radiated from Li Yao's eyes, and his hands drew intricate patterns, like unpredictable flowers. The soldier was completely hypnotized by Li Yao. As Li Yao spoke, corresponding emotions appeared on his face. When he spoke of the blue sky and white clouds, his face was full of relief and ease. When he described beautiful girls, greed was evident. When he talked about carrions and skeletons, disgust and fear replaced the previous expressions. What is Brother Yao doing? Li Jialing asked Long Yangjun in a low voice. He has deeply hypnotized the target to test if the target still has the normal ability to feel and think logically, Long Yangjun explained. If his feelings had been completely wiped out, like the people of the Covenant Alliance, he would not react so obviously to the illusions that Li Yao has constructed. At the very least, his face would show a blank expression. Also, Li Yao is now asking him questions that can only be answered with a strong sense of logic, and he can answer them without any hesitation. It's evident that his feelings, thinking ability, and memories are not entirely destroyed. Wuying Qi only disrupted and modified a tiny area inside his brain. It does make sense. Those Imperial Guards are loyal to Wuying Qi and ready to die for him anyway. Therefore, there's no need to brainwash them deeply. Li Jialing pondered for a moment. But there's still no telling what tricks Wuying Qi has played on their brains. Long Yangjun smiled softly. You will know soon enough. At this moment, Li Yao had finished the basic test on the anti-epidemic soldier. Thinking for a moment, he snapped his fingers next to the soldier's ear to let him regain consciousness. The light in the soldier's eyes was clear and bright again. Based on his companions and the dead bodies lying next to him, he immediately realized what was going on. He struggled to lunge at Li Yao. Although he was blocked, he still cursed relentlessly and fearlessly, declaring that Li Yao and his group must be the false immortal cultivators from the four families, traitors, garbage, and worms of the Imperium of true human beings and even the civilization of mankind. Judging from his quick deduction and fluent profanities, he undoubtedly possessed complete thinking abilities and abundant feelings. You traitors and worms! The anti-epidemic soldier cursed aloud. I will not say a word. Just kill me. But even if you do, you will not stop the arrival of the new Imperium and the most glorious future of mankind. The future is already here. Mankind will reach the unreachable lands and achieve an eternal enterprise under the command of His Majesty. Nothing can stop us. No one can stop us. Li Yao wiped the saliva that the man had spurted out and said coldly, the most glorious future of mankind, well said. Do you know that the future must be traded with the sacrifice of the entire capital planet? 100 billion people live on the capital planet and the space towns around it. Do you realize that your actions will push those people into the abyss of death? The anti-epidemic soldier was stunned for a moment, but then he howled like a rabid dog, his eyes wild with frenzy. Even the sacrifice of 100 billion people is just a price that must be paid. They are the fuel to propel human civilization, the sacrificial offerings for the future before humanity embarks on a brand new quest. Judging from your accent, you are a native of the capital planet, aren't you? Li Yao continued. Your family, your parents, your wives, and your children, all live on the capital planet, don't they? The four families' elite fleets have blocked the entire Imperial Terminus sector, so your family has no chance to escape. Therefore, the destruction of the capital planet means your family will die. You will be murdering your own family, your parents, your wife, and your beloved children. Have you realized that? Do you not care about your family at all? The anti-epidemic soldier's curses came to an abrupt halt. His eyes, frozen like glass balls, began to tremble again a moment later. Think about your family whom you love deeply. Do you still remember how they look? Li Yao went on. Do you realize that what you are doing is directly and strongly linked to your family's death? Are you really determined to murder your family in person, or have you never considered the question, or is it that you have considered the question but a recurring voice in your head has told you to drop it? The anti-epidemic soldier stammered, I won't. That's not His Majesty's plan. They will be fine. My head. My head hurts. My head. 100 tiny bleeding points immediately appeared in the eyes of the anti-epidemic soldier. He rolled on the ground holding his head, crying. Very soon, he was foaming and convulsing, with dozens of veins as thick as earthworms appearing on his head. Even his helmet was squeaking when it was struck by the abnormal skull. Not good. Long Yangjuan's face changed greatly. The temperature of his head is rising. All the cerebral vessels are bordering on an explosion. It seems your question hit the tricks Wuying Qi placed inside his head precisely. He is now in a predicament. Do something. Or his brain will explode. Li Yao took action quickly and knocked the soldier's carotid artery and pneumogastric nerve, temporarily cutting off the blood supply to the brain and the brain nerve's control over the body. The soldier was cast into a coma again, and his situation did not worsen anymore. While the lack of blood and oxygen for a long time would result in brain necrosis, there would not be a problem if it was only half a minute. Using the half minute, Li Yao took out an ice ring he used to cool his own brain and put it on the target. He then smeared certain stimulants that could repair damaged brain cells on the Gaia's temple. After that, Hu massaged the soldier's neck and re-established the brain and oxygen supply for the soldier, allowing him to fall back into a peaceful sleep. It seems Wuying Qi hasn't interfered with the thinking, feelings, and memories of the imperial soldiers on a large scale. Li Yao said, he only implanted an unwavering idea in their heads, which was that what they were doing was for the future of the Imperium and mankind, and that it was absolutely justified. Whoever dies for the cause will be sacrifices that have to be made. Li Jialing frowned deeply. Is the implantation of ideas really possible? Of course, it is. Not just the simple and violent hard brainwashing. Even education can implant certain ideas in the heads of the recipients after decades. Almost everybody believes that their cause is justified. Ito, you do, and so do the cats of the four families. Is it really something to be surprised at? Li Yao said, what Wuying did was merely to focus the essence of decades of education into special WAVE sand brand them on certain tissues inside the brains of the Imperial Guards, resulting in the qualitative, pathological changes in the tissues. That's about how it works. Materials affect the mind, but the mind can affect materials too. When the meditation healers and the brain surgeons studied the mysteries of the brains and the soul, they began by studying the depressed patients. Most of the patients suffered the disease because of certain mutations inside their brains. However, after they suffered the disease, their mental conditions got worse and worse, which further expanded the pathological region. It was a classic vicious cycle. In the end, even though the pathological area was completely removed through minimally invasive procedures, it was still impossible to cure the disease. Once the patients were triggered by something, new pathological tissues may show up. It's exactly the case for the Imperial Guards. In only several days or weeks, they accepted the education that should have been imposed over a period of decades. It's like a searing stamp pressed deep into their brains and souls, turning them into the heartless people they are right now. Li Jialing was silent for a long time. Looking at the Imperial Guard, who was still clenching slightly, even though he was deeply asleep, all three of them felt more or less pitiful. A very bold idea just occurred to me, Li Jialing said, since Wuying Qi is in possession of such advanced brainwashing technologies that he could brainwash his imperial guards completely, is that the so-called secret weapon he spoke of? That is to say, he is planning to do the same brainwash to the four families' ace fleets, so the most elite warriors of the Imperium of true human beings will all surrender to him. In this way, the sharpest blades of the four families will change their sides on the battlefield and be grasped by Wuying Qi's hands. If Lei Chenghu also vanquishes the Seven Seas Space Zone and the local warlords there, he will win the war. Yes, yes, yes. If that is the case, Wuying Qi's strange arrangements all the time and his seemingly unreasonable plan, including the inexplicable confidence of his victory, will all make sense. Is going to win the war in one battle by transforming the four families' ace fleets into his accomplices. Li Yao and Long Yangjun looked at each other, both noticing the horror in their eyes. The more they thought about it, the more they found Li Jialing's speculation sensible. However, it was extremely difficult to implement a massive brainwashing to the extent that it was only theoretically possible. How could it be carried out in reality? Certainly, I will provide a cleaned and more grammatically correct version of the text. Chapter 2605, 2 Indispensable Prerequisites. In fact, we considered the possibility you mentioned before. After I discovered that Wuying Qi controlled remarkable brainwashing technologies similar to what the Covenant Alliance had, I speculated on whether or not he would commit any insane, heinous crimes with the evil technologies. However, it is terribly difficult. Li Yao pointed at his head and said, the critical factor is energy. As the saying goes, it is easy to change the commander of an army, but it is not as easy to change someone's mind. It means that the souls, feelings, and self-awareness of human beings are too hard to be easily corrupted and twisted. As a matter of fact, changing someone's idea and making him accept the opposite of what he used to believe is 100 times more difficult than killing him directly. You don't understand? Let me give you an example. An immortal cultivator can kill an ordinary person easily. All he needs to do is to wave his weapon or even to snap his finger. It is not troublesome. However, how much spiritual energy do you think it will take for him to change the mind of this ordinary person, say, directing the ordinary person to kill the people that he loves most? Let's say that the energy cost for the immortal cultivator to kill the ordinary person is 1, the energy cost for him to make the ordinary person kill their loved ones will be at least 100, right? Furthermore, what if he is not asking the ordinary person to kill their loved ones, but instead, he's trying to convince the ordinary person that he is a rabbit? This should be more readable and grammatically correct while maintaining the original content and intent. How many illusions does he need to build, how many ideas does he need to implant, and how is he going to settle the conflict between the ordinary person's existing memories and the imported ideas so that the notion that he is a rabbit can be permanently etched in the person's mind, even if the ordinary person returns to society and interacts with other people? The energy cost for this will be at least 10,000, right? Hypnotization, psychological hints, and brutal brainwashing all involve the deepest mysteries of the soul. The brain and the soul are the most mysterious and dangerous places of all. Even the unparalleled experts in the divinity transformation stage cannot say that they have grasped 1% of the secrets. Every deep hypnotization will establish a mental bridge between the hypnotizer and the hypnotized, similar to a weaker version of possession. One moment of carelessness, and a counterattack may be raised, even affecting the strongest meditation healer to the point where they cannot distinguish reality from illusion, their own brain from others, turning into lunatics that wander among thousands of dreams. Let's just consider the memory cell removal, which seems simplest of all. But think about it, from doctors to nurses, from the operating room to the drugs, if all the resources are exchanged into energy, how much will it cost for someone to lose their memories? However, if the purpose is to kill him, 1 bullet would be enough. After being stunned for a long time, Li Jialing said, it does make sense. Compared with direct killing, brainwashing does consume hundreds of times more energy. It certainly does. Souls are unpredictable in the first place. Even the seemingly weak ordinary people may have the toughest minds. Not only are such people highly resistant to brainwashing, but they may also unleash a brainstorm that will swallow the practitioner. Li Yao continued, I know that brainwashing is a cliché in many fictions and games. It's like the brainwasher only needs to wave his hands or whisper something unnoticed while holding his fingers on his temples to brainwash countless people and transform them into his puppets. However, games are just games. It is not nearly as convenient in real life. Anything comes with a cost. It's like Wuying Qi's brainwashing attack on me in the Seven Seas Grand Market required the cost of the brain of a senior meditation healer. The meditation healers of Wuying Qi's level are hard to come by, and it's impossible to use them as ammunitions. What about those Imperial Guards? Li Jialing asked, not entirely convinced. Haven't those Imperial Guards been brainwashed by Wuying Qi? That's only on one condition, Li Yao explained patiently. The Imperial Guards worshipped Wuying Qi in the first place and were willing to die for him. They probably voluntarily entered the, let's call it a brainwashing factory, if such a facility did exist. They were implanted with a certain idea willingly. In the meantime, the idea that Wuying Qi implanted in them is actually not in complete violation with their original thoughts. People tend to believe what they want to believe. The Imperial Guards craved for Wuying Qi's victory in the first place, and Wuying Qi merely gave their minds a nudge. However, you suggested just now that Wuying Qi is trying to brainwash the ace fleets of the four families. That won't be so simple. The soldiers of the ace fleets are 99% the central and direct descendants of the four families. Absolute dedication to their families has been taught to them since childhood. They can't bear the thought of Black Star the Great anymore. To implant the idea of serving Black Star the Great and destroying the four families, Wuying Qi will have to twist their decades of belief by brute force and completely change their mindsets and worldviews. He will make their interests in real-life enemies of their minds. How is it possible? How much energy will it consume to conquer those solid ramparts inside their heads? Can you understand it? Let's say I implant the idea into your head that you are a tall, strong, and handsome man, and that all the women in the world will kneel before your boots and enjoy your conquest. While Longyang Jun also implants an idea into your head, except that the idea is that you are a woman, a masochistic woman, no less. Which idea will you find easier to accept? Li Jialing hesitated. Huh? Are you serious? You actually need to hesitate about your choice? Li Yao was stunned. Is there a certain tendency in your heart that you would rather not talk about? Of course not. I certainly prefer the first idea. Li Jialing blushed and said, I understand what you mean now, Brother Yao. People tend to believe what they want to believe. It's easy for Wuying Qi to brainwash the Imperial Guards, but it will be 10 times more difficult for him to brainwash the elite warriors of the four families. He cannot gain the astronomical energy to brainwash the minds that are highly wary of and hostile against him. But wait, what about the Covenant Alliance and their brainwashing? The Covenant Alliance's brainwashing mostly starts from infancy or even embryos. Newborns are blank paper. It's easy for them to accept the most ridiculous ideas. Longyang Jun replied, besides, the Covenant Alliance does not only perform the hard brainwashing through qualitative changes in the brain, they also have all kinds of educational and religious agencies, so people will impose psychological hints on themselves every day, strengthening their belief that feelings must be abandoned and they must remain loyal to the Panga clan. Even so, the facility for the Covenant Alliance to perform brainwashing still requires a massive energy supply. Li Yao added, at the edge of the cosmos, we once discovered a military base of the Pangu clan known as Kunlun. There was a factory responsible for manufacturing human beings in it. Naturally, it was responsible for brainwashing the newborns too. The energy that supported the whole Kunlun came from a pulsar nearby. Only an enormous and special celestial body like a pulsar could provide the energy that the manufacturing and brainwashing factory needed incessantly. There doesn't seem to be any celestial body like a pulsar in the Imperial Terminus sector, right? Therefore, although I can't give an estimation on the specific figure, I'm certain that, even if Wuying Qi drains the whole capital planet, turning the shoring core of the planet into silent ice, the energy will still be far from enough for him to brainwash the enemies in space. Even though he finds a way to gather enough energy, the other irresolvable problem is the distance. Long Yangjun followed, assuming Wuying Qi does have a brainwashing factory below the ground. It's easy for him to jet the Imperial Guards who are loyal to him there. Brain surgeries, magnetic references, and radiation procedures will be simple. However, how is he going to deceive the enemies who are all over the space to enter his brainwashing factory efficiently? If he is capable of that, no brainwashing will be needed at all. All in all, both hypnotization and brainwashing have a radius of attack. It is naturally unrealistic to brainwash hundreds of thousands of enemies through brain surgeries. Then, the only way is to resort to certain intense magnetic waves, say, enhancing the brain waves by thousands of times, right? However, the brain waves, the spiritual energy, and all the other radiations and high-energy particles have high attritions during transmission. Chances are that Wuying Qi's efforts will decay and perish before they pass the atmosphere when he carries out his arts below the ground. How can he attack so many enemies all over the space at once? Normally speaking, a large area of mental attack on the battlefield can be conducted through the magical equipment that is some sort of a magnifier or enhancer. It's like the riot of the Nepenthe believers in the Great Iron Plants half a year ago. At that time, they found a brain wave magnifier that dated back to the Primeval War, and they planned to power it with the abundant geothermal energy deep inside the Great Iron Plant so that they could carry out a large area of mental attack. However, even such an awesome magnifier could only expand the range of the mental attack to 100 square kilometers, right? On the ground, it is reasonably large, but Ina.space battlefield, 100 square kilometers will be no larger than the tip of a needle. Right, the riot of the Nepenthe believers was a classic massive mental warfare. Li Yao counted his fingers. Two conditions were necessary. One was abundant geothermal energy, and the other was the brainwave magnifier. Neither of them could be been counted out. What Wuying Qi is going to do is 10,000 times more difficult than what the Nepenthe believers intended to achieve. The range of his brainwashing will encompass the entire space zone, and he will control hundreds of thousands of determined, loyal experts devoted to their families. So, where could he possibly find the energy source or such an awesome magnifier? It's impossible. Ha ha ha. Rest assured, it's absolutely impossible. Chapter 2606, Absolute Mental Defense. Li Jialing had considered all the procedures but still found it hard to determine how Wuying Qi intended to play his trick. He said, somewhat embarrassed, that explains a lot. It seems I severely underestimated the difficulty of massive brainwashing. Sorry for the waste of your time. Not at all, Li Yao responded, your idea is very valuable. After careful consideration, Li Yao tapped his knees and said, although I find it hard to imagine in what appalling ways Wuying Qi can possibly output the brainwashing rays to the entire space zone, the whole scheme is indeed inclined toward the direction of brainwashing. Therefore, I am highly suspicious that Wuying Qi does have a secret base of some sort brainwashing factory not far away ahead of us. The brainwashing methods in the secret base may not be enough to cover the entire space zone, but they can at least launch very powerful mental attacks at the enemy near at hand. That explains why the defense was not very meticulous on our way down here. On one hand, it's because Wuying Qi did not expect someone else knew the secrets of the underground base. But more importantly, it is because Wuying Qi believed any unauthorized visitor would be automatically brainwashed into his puppet once they approached his secret. I agree with that, Long Yangjun also said, whether or not Wuying Qi's methods work in space, he is free to launch mental attacks below the ground. Last time, he launched a mental attack at Li Yao in the Seven Seas Grand Market from hundreds of sectors away and almost succeeded. In a face-to-face attack this time, with his massive mental power in the divinity branching stage, we may not be enough to resist him even if we join hands. Then, what do we do? Li Jialing suddenly grew nervous, feeling that Wuying Qi's soul-captivating eyes were everywhere. If we press forward, will we be brainwashed by Wuying Qi without us knowing it? Or, have we already been affected, and we just don't know it yet? About that. Li Yao thought for a moment. Think carefully. Do you want Wuying Qi to eat shit badly right now? Li Jialing frowned and said, of course I do. But first, he needs to be kicked out of my mother's body. Of course. Li Yao said, I think so too. What about you, Long Yangjun? I don't have a problem with it either. It seems we are not affected for now, but I'm not sure what will happen next, Long Yangjun said. If we are about to unravel Wuying Qi's greatest secret at the center of the brainwashing factory, only to be controlled by him, our sneak-in and sabotage will be the greatest joke, feeding ourselves to him. Therefore, regarding Wuying Qi's invisible and pervasive mental attacks, we must be prepared in advance and build solid protective shells in our heads. Brilliant sparks danced in Li Yao's eyes as he put on an excited smile. Your brother Yao is something of an expert in mental attacks. In fact, preventing Wuying Qi's brainwashing is not as hard as you think. As long as we brainwash ourselves or each other first, imprinting certain unchangeable ideas in our heads, it will be enough. Of course, our hypnotization of ourselves should not be so deep as to cause qualitative changes in the brain. As long as the effect lasts a couple of days, it will be enough for us to handle the battle. Brother Yao, are you suggesting? Li Jialing asked hesitantly, that we will not be brainwashed by Wuying Qi if we implement the ideas such as Wuying Qi is atrocious, unpardonable, and absolutely not to be trusted into our heads? No, no, no. You are oversimplifying it. Pacing back and forth, Li Yao scratched his chin and said, such ideas exist in our heads in the first place without any hypnotization. Does either of you not feel that Wuying Qi is evil, and will you ever believe him? If his brainwashing can be prevented so simply, it is not brainwashing at all. The most important thing is that such ideas are too superficial and cannot pose a distinctive and intense stimulation that can wake one up from a trance. Also, Wuying Qi must have seen it coming that his enemies loathe and are vigilant of him. Long Yangjun further explained, then, Wuying Qi must be constructed all kinds of attack methods pertaining to such defense, in order to dissect or circumvent it. Exactly. Did I not hate and take precautions against Wuying Qi in the Seven Seas Grand Market? Li Yao was still not entirely recovered from fear when he thought of what happened in the Seven Seas Grand Market a month ago. Even so, I was almost hit without mess knowing it, to the point that an irreparable gap has been left on my mind. The leaky makes it impossible for me to build a flawless shield in my mind. Considering Wuying Qi's high cultivation, he will likely detect the weakness of my mind the moment we meet. If he takes advantage of it, there will be no way I can resist him. Then, what do we? Li Jialing was dumbfounded. Are you implying that Wuying Qi's mental attacks are invincible, and there is no way to defend ourselves? No, no, no. The battles in the mental world are different from those in reality. In many cases, it is not the strength but the creative ideas that matter. Li Yao paced faster and faster, and his glittering eyes grew brighter. As long as we can find a way to build a simple, self-explanatory scene that can deconstruct Wuying Qi's image as the lamp that illuminates the future of mankind, the commander of the cosmos, the sacred and inviolate dominator, and transform him into some sort of a clown, it will work. The key is that the scene must be beyond Wuying Qi's imagination, so that he couldn't have prepared attacks regarding such a scene in his mental arsenal. What are you talking about? Li Jialing asked in confusion. I can't follow. Except for the idea that Wuying Qi is vicious and not to be trusted, is there any way to dissect his image instantly? I'm thinking. Li Yao's head was covered in sweat, and his eyes grew deeply. It seemed that he burned up half of his brain cells in only 10 seconds. You'd better hurry. It shouldn't take long for the few anti-epidemic soldiers to process the corpses. Somebody will grow suspicious and send investigators if they do not return after a long time. Long Yang Jun said, also, it is possible that new lunatics will show up, which means that more bodies will need processing. In that case, this place will be even livelier. I know. Don't rush me. It's not easy to come up with such a scene, alright? This is an invisible battlefield where I fight Blackstar the Great. Li Yao grabbed his hair and bent over in pain. After a moment, he suddenly shouted, wait, there's a way that might work. Jialing, did you bring your portable crystal processor with you? Give it to me. My crystal processor? Li Jialing immediately removed the crystal processor from his wrist. No. I'm not talking about the tactical crystal processor prepared for this battle. I mean the one you use for everything and don't take off even when you sleep. Li Yao extended his hands anxiously. Hurry up. Every second counts. Give it to me, along with the power on and search passwords. Well, Li Jialing hesitated for a moment. Seeing Li Yao's demanding eyes and Long Yangjuan's solemn face, he retrieved the portable crystal processor he had been using and gave Li Yao his passwords. Li Yao put Li Jialing's portable crystal processor on his wrist and operated the virtual light beam fluently. He turned it on, unlocked it, opened the search interface, and searched for all the high-quality video files that were played most frequently. Schwa. Thousands of video files immediately appeared in a list. They were all kinds of battle videos. Half of them were real battles with guns and blades, and the other half were equally intense but took place in bed, revealing the great harmony of life and the grand mystery of the universe. Hey. Dumbfounded, Li Jialing's face turned so red that it seemed blood was spurting out of his golden hair. Brother Yao, what are you doing? Li Yao didn't hear any of it. He ignored the first half of the videos and kept only the second half. After clicking on a random video, the tunnel echoed with infinite moans and other suspicious noises of flesh bumping against flesh. You have quite strong tastes. Li Yao appreciated the video and scanned the astonishing names on the playlist. You've collected such decadent and twisted videos and played them 472 times? Do you realize you're treading on the edge of the law? What kind of pervert are you? In anger and embarrassment, Li Jialing cursed and tried to take back his portable crystal processor. We have a formidable enemy ahead, and you're peeking at videos on my crystal processor? What is wrong with you? He. Naive young man, don't assume Brother Yao is as depraved as you. With my level and imagination, I have no need for the help of actors. Li Yao pushed Li Jialing and focused on extracting the most stimulating, shameless, and unbelievable materials from the young man's collection, transferring them to his own crystal processor. Then, he found many standard photos of Wuying Qi on his processor. As the founding emperor of the Imperium of True Human Beings, Wuying Qi had statues and photos everywhere, providing ample material. In the end, Li Yao activated the advanced image modification and rectification modules in his crystal processor, allowing him to copy Wuying Qi's head from the standard photos and paste it onto the necks of the female actors in Li Jialing's battle videos. After micro-adjustments and beautification, flawless new videos appeared. It seemed as if Blackstar the Great were having the most intense battles with a bunch of delinquent students, jobless workers, plumbers in the house, anesthesiologists, etc. Li Jialing's eyes were popping out as he watched, and he felt they would explode soon enough. What? What are you doing exactly? The young man hooted in disbelief. Impressive. This is truly the most remarkable mental defense. Long Yongjun, who had been leaning against the wall and holding her arms in silence, glowed with sincere admiration for Li Yao. All different roads lead to the same destination. No matter how Wuying Qi carries out his mental attacks, his ultimate purpose is to implant the idea that he is sacred, great, righteous, and invincible in our heads so that we will worship him with infinite loyalty. However, if our brains are filled with the pictures where Wuying Qi is savaged by 18 men on the bed and groaning hard, how can we possibly admire or worship him? Constructing an indestructible mental defense with despicable pictures, Li Yao, you are truly shameless to the point that nobody in the entire universe can compare to you. Chapter 2607, For the People and Peace of the Universe. Li Yao replied solemnly, I couldn't have thought of such a despicable method if it weren't for my determination to stop Wuying Qi's evil scheme. It's all his fault. Li Jialing looked at Li Yao and Long Yongjun. Hearing the female moans in the video gradually replaced by the deep, profound, awe-inspiring voice of an emperor, but still with the same content, mixed with please don't and everything else, Li Jialing seemed to have been hit by a flying spaceship in the front. His worldview and values had been completely shattered. Are you kidding me? Covering his chest, Li Jialing held back the urge to vomit blood. With his face pale, he asked weakly, Is this going to work? I don't know. We can only take our chances. After all, I cannot think of a better way to deconstruct the image of an invincible expert, Li Yao responded. As a super refiner, he had always needed to fix his problems with all kinds of image modules. He was quite familiar with the methodology of combining parts from different types of magical equipment to create a new device. Such a simple task of head replacement could have been done with his eyes closed, and he had already finished dozens of videos while explaining the mechanism to Li Jialing and Long Yongjun. Li Yao took a deep breath and wiped the sweat from his forehead. The dozens of videos, whose main characters had been changed, activated and played around the three of them simultaneously in holographic form. Immediately, images of Blackstar the Great flirting in short skirts, crying in ragged clothes, or being insulted by various demon beasts despite his furious expression, spread out. Li Yao did not simply change the heads of the actors, with his massive computational ability, he also melded Wuying Qi's standard facial expression with those of the female actors. As a result, vivid expressions such as confusion, excitement, humiliation, pain, desire, and others appeared on Wuying Qi's face as the plot progressed. Finally nailed it. Li Yao smiled delightedly, looking at the dozens of holograms with satisfaction. What are you waiting for? Hurry and sit down to watch. He took a deep breath, sat cross-legged, and summoned his spiritual energy while he watched the primitive, tantalizing scenes. His face was as solemn as that of a meditating monk, filled with profundity and mystery, as he transformed the images into shocking soul marks, imprinting them into his mind. After a moment, he noticed the trance of the young man next to him and frowned. What are you doing? Don't you know we are facing the most arduous battle in history and need to try our best? Don't stand there like an idiot. Watch closely and don't miss any detail. I can't do it. Li Jialing's face was almost on fire. He complained, how can I watch such things with you two perverts? Young man, don't keep so many filthy thoughts in your head, Li Yao said in an enlightened manner. We are not doing anything clandestine. This is a very brilliant strategy for mental defense. Note that the outcome of this battle could change the destiny of the Imperium of true human beings, the human civilization, and even the entire Panga universe. On our shoulders lie the people of the universe, world peace, and the future of mankind. The outcome of this battle, on the other hand, is highly dependent on whether or not you can stamp those images in your eyes, your brain, and your soul. For the people and peace of the universe, for the most beautiful and brilliant future of mankind, can you not overcome such a tiny mental obstacle? Can't you just stop yelling and sit down to appreciate the great movies with Brother Yao? Li Jialing was rendered speechless by Li Yao's righteous and determined face. He accidentally saw Long Yangjun, who was next to him, and discovered that she was enjoying it. Li Jialing was dumbfounded. Sister Long, you are actually watching this? They are well shot. Why can't I watch them? Long Yangjun combed her hair and gave Li Jialing a meaningful smile. Did you know that Sister Long used to be a powerful eunuch for decades? Do you know what the most important job for such powerful eunuchs is? It is to distract the emperor, make the emperor have fun every day, and ignore national affairs so that they can take over the power. Therefore, Sister Long has learned a lot about the tricks of ultimate euphoria. I even know a thing or two about how to train those soul-stirring girls. Li Yao is not wrong. With Wuying Qi's wisdom, he must have blocked all possible loopholes, making it impossible to resolve his scheme. If we are going to crack his brainwashing technique, this decadent way may be the only solution. Come on, don't be shy. Those videos were found in your portable magical equipment in the first place. There's no need to pretend to be innocent, right? Li Yao and Long Yangjun, each from one side, dragged Li Jialing to the ground. They all sat down in their most comfortable postures. The top experts of their level mostly possessed self-hypnotization and self-purification techniques. Li Yao had the aid of the mental devil, and Long Yangjun had the primeval heritages. They were already skilled at mental attacks. Although Li Jialing was not as proficient as them, he could still benefit from the guidance of these two seasoned experts, allowing him to transform morally unacceptable images into seeds implanted deep within his mind. Initially, Li Jialing was somewhat resistant. However, as Li Yao and Long Yangjun's brainwaves and vitality fields continued to spread, he could no longer resist and stepped into the new world guided by the two seniors. His face was in a trance, but his eyes became focused. The dozens of holograms seemed to turn into streams of light flowing into their brains. As he watched, Li Jialing suddenly grunted, and a trickle of blood flowed from the corners of his mouth. However, he felt nothing, still captivated by the holographic images of Blackstar the Great playing in the water in a swimsuit. The kid can't handle it anymore. He's on the verge of mental derangement, Long Yangjun said through gritted teeth, her eyes narrowing. Li Yao, don't go too far, or the images might be permanently etched into his brain, causing irreversible changes. Those images will haunt him for the rest of his life. He won't be able to forget them. I know, Li Yao's facial muscles twitched violently. Sweat, nearly crimson, trickled down his forehead, and his eyes were bloodshot, as if they might burst at any second. He managed to say, to be honest, not just him, even a tough, iron-made man like me can't handle it anymore. This mission is truly troublesome. Even if Wuying Qi is taken down, I'm afraid we won't recover without a few years of rest. However, the mental shield we've forged at such a cost should be solid enough. Cancel. Let's cancel them. Focusing his determination, Li Yao turned off the dozens of pictures, allowing the three of them to regain their consciousness. They looked at each other in bewilderment. All of them were drenched in sweat and exhausted. Their brains, however, seemed to be heavily armored, with certain additional elements. Li Jialing touched his head and said, my head is rather dizzy. I don't feel very comfortable. Those holographic pictures seem to enter the deepest part of my soul. Is it necessary to bury the scenes so deeply? It certainly is. Just now, Long Yangjun and I intentionally hypnotized each other and gave you a hint. Those scenes were compressed and encapsulated into a secret weapon and buried deeply, Li Yao explained. We can't think about it all the time, or it will affect our combat ability. Also, those pictures are too absurd and contradict reality. If you think about them constantly, you'll subconsciously realize they are false. Yes, this is a secret weapon that can only be used once. We can't stimulate our brains with it all the time. Can only be used at the most critical moment to catch Wuying Qi unprepared, Long Yangjun added. To cover the secret weapon, we have implanted another scene on the external level of the brain. This scene suggests that Wuying Qi is vicious and unpardonable, as you mentioned earlier. It's a fake defense designed to be discovered and cracked by Wuying Qi. We hope he will think we are completely hypnotized and controlled by him after he cracks the defense, making him less vigilant. Unless it is absolutely necessary, we must not let Wuying Qi know that we have used his standard image for this, Li Yao said solemnly. Otherwise, I'm pretty sure he will be so infuriated that his combat ability will soar by 20 times, allowing him to burn each and every one of our brain cells into ashes. In that case, we will be the victims of our own scheme. Overall, I have set up a psychological hint for myself. Whenever I sincerely adore and submit to Wuying Qi, shouting "Long live Wuying Qi, long live Blackstar the Great, and long live the Imperium of true human beings," a certain area in the deepest part of my brain will be automatically activated, replaying the images from earlier to my entire brain. I hope such intense stimulation can disrupt Wuying Qi's brainwashing. Alright, you must be getting back to yourselves now. Are you all cool now? Especially you, Jialing, considering your rigor, is everything alright? Chapter 2608, The Real Power of the Gold Crystal Pyramid. No. Li Jialing's eyes bulged as he asked in fury, "Why were you so sure that there were such things in my portal crystal processor?" Jialing, you are a passionate, hot-blooded young man in your 20s, and unlike Hante, you don't have so many girls around you all the time. Isn't it perfectly normal that you have such things in your crystal processor? Li Yao patted the young man's shoulder considerately. There's no need to feel embarrassed. Your sister Long and I both went through the phase before. We understand you. Cut the crap. Li Jialing blew Li Yao's hand away. I am a passionate, hot-blooded young man, but you are a middle-aged uncle who is somewhere far away from your wife. Don't you have any of those things in your own portal.crystal processor? Like I said just now, with the level I am at right now, I don't need such vivid things anymore. Li Yao said casually, nothing is everything, and everything is nothing. I know it is too sophisticated for you to understand right now, so let me translate that in a way that you can understand. I prefer to delete them after I watch them. Do you understand? Li Jialing massaged his neck and mumbled, are the three of us really qualified to save the civilization of mankind and even the Panga universe? Let's cut the crap and concentrate. Li Yao suddenly changed his face expression and hinted to Li Jialing and Long Yangjuan to be quiet. The few remote crystal cameras that I sent in Tathi heavy tractor Shavintered underground along with the tractors. We'll see what Yung Qi is up to bias Wuying Qi is up to in a minute. Li Jialing and Long Yangjun immediately dropped the minor episode a moment ago. Fine. It was perhaps not a minor episode, and it could not be completely dismissed. All in all, they managed to focus 90% of their attention on the hologram that Li Yao displayed just now. This time, however, the hologram was mottled and blurry. The details were obscure. So unclear? Li Jialing asked, is it possible to make it clearer? No. Wuying Qi must have deployed certain defense rune arrays that can disrupt and block unusual waves in his secret base. Our signals have been terribly affected, Li Yao said. If I were to forcefully increase the power output to increase clarity, we would likely be discovered by the defense rune arrays. So, let's deal with it. The three of them calmed down and observed, all shocked at the scale of the underground hole and the boundless darkness. Even though they had foreseen that Wuying Qi would dig the underground base regardless of the cost, they did not see it coming that he would almost dig through the entire shell of the planet in only a couple of months. When the crystal cameras were adjusted to the new environment and sent back clearer pictures, a vague, magnificent building was gradually revealed. It could be seen that Wuying Qi had instructed the Imperial Guards to dig quite a few spiral channels on the cliff. Each channel was wide enough for 2 heavy tractors to pass at the same time. They extended all the way to the top of the cave. Many heavy tractors unloaded the crystals on the top of the gigantic cave. Wuying Qi must have dug countless holes in the rocks above this gigantic cave and planted tremendous crystal bombs into them, Liao analyzed. When the time is ripe, the rocks between the cave and the ground will be blown up. Together with the carefully calculated tectonic movements, it will indeed be possible to lift the secret base up to the surface of the planet. The few crystal cameras that arrived at the top of the cave with the tractors observed the general picture of the gigantic cave from a high vantage point. They soon discovered an oval building with various floors, which looked like an enormous, abnormal iron heart. Countless tubes, as thick as boas, extended out of the heart. Smoke was also rising from the joints of the tubes and the building. Many heavy tractors slowly entered the building. This seems to be a massive energy center, Li Yao mused for a moment before snapping his fingers. Got it. The crystals Wuying Qi has gathered by draining the entire capital planet are of different sources and qualities. They can't be used directly. Therefore, they must be shipped to this energy center to be purified and melted before being supplied to his brainwashing factory. Given the size of this energy center and the number of tractors entering it every minute, the energy it can steadily output is almost astronomical. Is Wuying Qi out of his mind to wager all his chances on a brainwashing factory underground? In the next moment, the crystal cameras scanned the platforms and caves deployed on the cliff. When the 3 of them saw the cubic defense system and the garrisons in place, they all clicked their tongues. The defense here is almost flawless and impenetrable, Li Yao said, feeling a vague sense of toothache. How many soldiers did Wuying Qi summon to defend the underground base? It's as if an Imperial Guard is squatting on every stalagmite. Not to mention the dense crystal cannons. Even if we activate our colossi and march over at the same time, we will only be blown back by the overwhelming firepower. The firepower density here is higher than that of an adamantine super arsenal warship. Wuying Qi has seemingly given up on the defense on the ground and in orbit, betting his future on this secret weapon. Long Yangjun glanced at Li Yao and smiled. Has Wuying Qi established any massive ventilation system that supports the oxygen for the Imperial Guards living here? Forget it. There's no chance, Li Yao sighed, saying helplessly, the plan to attack the Godly Might prison was made by me and Li Linghai together. Li Linghai knew very well that there was nothing I could do about the ventilation tubes of the Godly Might prison, so Wuying Qi must know it too. Do you think he will not adopt the same design? It does make sense. It seems we have to find a different way, Long Yangjun said. However, let's locate the brainwashing factory by the tubes that extend from the energy center first. Huh. As the few crystal cameras were turned to the deepest part of the cave, the glittering pyramid with Hidarurunskir surface was displayed in front of them. It was glowing so splendidly that even the space around was illuminated clearly. What's this? Li Yao couldn't help but get hooked by the mysterious, vintage building that was filled with power. For some reason, Thurunskir reminded him of Billionsov P-Soft Sun. Is that the brainwashing factory? It seems entirely different from the human manufacturer center that we discovered in Kunlun. Judging from the structure, it looks like some sort of massive cannon, Li Jialing also said. The kind of cannon designed to penetrate through the atmosphere and deal with starships. Long Yangjuan, however, fell silent and was in a trance. The runes on the pyramid seemed to have been etched onto her retina and then seeped into her soul. I remember the building. Her pupils and irises had merged, turning her eyes into 2 glittering swirls. She said gloomily, or rather, my previous self saw similar magical equipment elsewhere and was tasked with destroying it. Huh? Li Yao and Li Jialing exchanged glances and hurriedly asked, what is it? A mind control device for massive psychological attacks? No, it doesn't seem to be that. Let me think. Let me think carefully. Long Yongjun clutched her forehead in pain, breathing heavily. It seemed as though hundreds of lights had traveled through hundreds of thousands of years, glowing in her eyes and causing her to utter broken moans. The Hui clan, the sun, the song of the stars, fire, the eternal flame that consumes an entire space sector. Gold. Gold crystal pyramid. Yes, I remember it now. This is a gold crystal pyramid, a super magical device that can amplify a star's energy for combat. Its power can sweep across an entire space sector. It's a stellar-level weapon. A stellar-level magical device? Li Yao and Li Jialing were both alarmed. However, they were also puzzled, as the magical device seemed unrelated to mind control but was instead connected to the stars, or more specifically, the sun. The gold crystal pyramid was an invention of the Hui clan, a member of the Pangu Civilization's alliance. It can create minor disturbances in a star's magnetic field, increasing the star's activity and allowing ultra-intense radiation, spiritual waves, particles, and heat to spread throughout the space sector. All magical devices within range will be paralyzed. The spiritual nexus and the spiritual roots of the trainers will be affected. Carbon-based lives may even be wiped out directly. It is a rather dominating weapon. The gate deep within Long Yangjuan's memories opened, spewing out infinite information, but her face was filled with fear. However, while the superweapon is very powerful, it has obvious shortcomings. First, the attack it launches targets everyone within its range indiscriminately. It is nearly impossible for allies to defend against it. In other words, once the gold crystal pyramid ignites a star's fury, it usually leads to a lose-lose outcome. After a solar storm, it is possible that half of the troops on both sides, as well as civilians living in the stellar system, will be killed instantly. It will be a war with no winners. What is even more dreadful is that such a superweapon has terrible controllability. It is easy to start a fire but not as easy to extinguish one. While infuriating a star is not difficult, restoring its calmness is beyond the technological limits of the Pangu civilization. Once a star enters an intensely active period due to the gold crystal pyramid, it may last for decades, if not centuries. During those centuries, the star will continuously spew powerful radiation and high-energy particles, turning a once vibrant sector into a burning inferno where no intelligent life can survive. Even the sun-worshipping Hui clan and Kwafu clan couldn't endure such a harsh environment. Do you understand now? Using the gold crystal pyramid once may be enough to destroy an entire sector. For at least several hundred years, the sector will not be usable by any civilization again. Li Yao had never seen such an expression on Long Yangjuan's face before. It was hard for him to imagine that Long Yangjun, reborn from the primeval age with the legacies of Pangu and Nuwa, could look so dreadfully concerned. Is it really so horrible? Influenced by Long Yangjun, Li Yao grew anxious too. Is the superweapon truly that intimidating? It's not the gold crystal pyramid that is intimidating, but the star. Neither human civilization or the Pangu civilization has understood even 1% of the mysteries of stars. Provoking a sun recklessly under such circumstances is like playing with fire. You will only get burned. Taking a deep breath, Long Yangjun said in a trembling voice, when a 3-year-old throws a pebble into a pond, it easily creates a few ripples. But can the child control the number of ripples, their spreading speed, or the distance they travel? Absolutely not, right? Now, we're not talking about a pond, but the most violent pool of magma. The mechanism of the gold crystal pyramid is like tossing a pebble into the sun to create ripples. Once a chain reaction is triggered, the destructive waves will spread endlessly. There will be no stopping it. Don't think that a few hundred years is a long period. Remember, every star has a lifespan of tens of billions of years. From a star's perspective, extending its active period from a few months to a few hundred years and increasing its power output by 1% are minor, almost imperceptible changes. But for a civilization that relies on the star for life and prosperity, such minor changes will be a catastrophe. When the radiation of a star is increased by even 1,000th, the oceans on habitable planets will vaporize, the atmosphere will vanish, the percentages of oxygen and carbon dioxide will change drastically, the magnetic fields will be disrupted, the ecological systems will be destroyed, and billions of creatures will die in the most miserable ways. Li Yao was disturbed, not by what Long Yangjun said, but by her cold tone. After a long pause, he asked a meaningless question. You said the gold crystal pyramid was built by the Hui clan? Why would they build something so terrifying that could destroy themselves? Don't humans have a lot of super advanced equipment that can destroy themselves too? Long Yangjun smiled. It seems to be a common trait among all carbon-based intelligent life forms. They all have self-destructive tendencies. Do you know how the Pangu Civilizations Alliance defined civilization and accepted new members? In the eyes of the Pangu clan, only when a carbon-based intelligent life form created a weapon that could destroy itself could it be called a civilization. Li Yao was silent. He was about to argue that such a definition was absurd, but then he realized it made sense. Weapons were the pinnacle of a life form's capabilities, beyond wisdom, physical strength, logical thinking, and social organization. If an intelligent species created a weapon that could destroy itself but managed to avoid destruction for hundreds of years, it suggested they had controlled their self-destructive tendencies and were a mature, powerful civilization. At first, the Hui clan did not expect the gold crystal pyramid to be so powerful. Or rather, the specialists of the Hui clan were so arrogant that they believed they had completely grasped a simple and clear energy model, which allowed them to control every sun with 100% precision. Long Yangjun sighed and said, therefore, when the Primeval War began, the Hui clan built numerous gold crystal pyramids across the 3,000 sectors. Of course, it remains a mystery whether the Hui clan aimed to expand their influence in the alliance with the super weapon of the gold crystal pyramid, or even to replace the Pangu clan as the leaders of the alliance. The Hui clan was best known for their craziness, toughness, fearlessness, and recklessness within the Pangu Civilizations Alliance. Their origin was a life form similar to moths but with a shell that could absorb solar energy. Moth starting at the fire was an idea embedded in their genes. It was said that a long, long time ago, before the Pangu Civilizations Alliance was established, the Hui clan and the Kwafu clan nearly wiped each other out competing for several stable stars. The Hui clan would rather destroy these extremely precious stars than give them to the Kwafu clan, a clear indication of their bloodthirst and madness. Later, the Pangu clan arrived. With a civilization thousands of years more advanced, they forced the Hui clan to surrender and accept mediation, however reluctantly. The Hui clan was effectively tamed and diminished by the Pangu clan. Therefore, the Hui clan harbored strong resentment towards the Kwafu clan and dissatisfaction with the Pangu clan. They occasionally challenged the authority of the Pangu clan after the alliance was established. Of course, these are just tales. All in all, when the gold crystal pyramids were activated on the space battlefield, the destructive fire from the stars ravaged countless sectors, leaving both parties deeply awed by the horror of the superweapon. The purpose of war is to loot resources and subdue the enemy. However, the gold crystal pyramid destroyed all resources in a sector and obliterated friends and foes alike, wasting the sector's value for the next 100 years. Could such a weapon, however super it was, truly help anything? This was still the early stage of the Primeval War. Compared to the solitary Nuwa clan, the other 12 clans in the Pangu Civilizations Alliance had obvious advantages, making it unnecessary to resort to such a horrifying weapon. Moreover, the superweapon's destructiveness went against the ideology of the Pangu Civilizations Alliance. As is well known, the Alliance's purpose was to utilize every drop of resources reasonably and ensure that carbon-based intelligent life could survive as long as possible in this tiny universe. However, the gold crystal pyramid could destroy an entire sector upon activation, obliterating astronomical resources. Wouldn't this be antithetical to the Pangu civilization's purpose? Therefore, by the middle phase of the Primeval War, most of the gold crystal pyramids were either destroyed by the Nuwa clan or dismantled by the Pangu civilization's alliance. A significant purge targeting the zealots of the Hui clan was also carried out, eliminating those who created the gold crystal pyramids and sought to increase the Hui clan's influence. There was no other choice. For the Pangu clan, such a superweapon was as great a threat as the feelings or tenebrum energy brought by the Nuwa clan. How could they tolerate it? All in all, by the end of the Primeval War, when my previous self lived and fought, few gold crystal pyramids remained in the 3,000 sectors. My previous self once received a mission to destroy a gold crystal pyramid. According to the intelligence, it was one of the few remaining gold crystal pyramids in the Pangu civilization's alliance. However, after we reached the battlefield, we discovered that the gold crystal pyramid was just an empty shell. All the internal facilities had been removed by the Pangu clan. I did not expect that a gold crystal pyramid would be buried so deeply beneath the capital planet. Additionally, it seems rather intact and is running at full power. Did it slowly sink during the hundreds of thousands of years of tectonic movements? That's not right. Judging from the structure of the cave, this gold crystal pyramid does not seem to have sunk naturally. It appears more like it was intentionally buried here. What exactly happened? The gold crystal pyramid can only be activated when it receives the rays of the sun directly. Frowning, Long Yangjun considered the reason. Although there is no evidence, allow me to take a wild guess based on what you just said, Li Yao remarked. You mentioned that the Hui clan was a tough and even insane people in the Pangu civilization's alliance, who often tried to replace the Pangu clan's leadership. This is why some zealots of the Hui clan created the gold crystal pyramids. These weapons were meant to deal with the Nuwa clan on the surface, but they could undoubtedly have been used against the Pangu clan as well. Upon realizing this, the Pangu clan, fearing the power of the gold crystal pyramids or wary of the ambitions of the Hui clan, destroyed most of the gold crystal pyramids and the ambitions of the Hui zealots. It's very easy to understand what happened next. The zealots of the Hui clan, in order to protect their secret weapon, had to bury their last few gold crystal pyramids carefully, so they could hide them from the Pangu clan. Those weapons were the greatest leverage for them to rise again and deal with the Pangu clan and the Nuwa clan. The Imperial Terminus sector is an intersection in the cosmos that is brimming with wormholes. It was of great military and political significance, even in the Primordial War. It was not strange that the zealots of the Hui clan built and buried a gold crystal pyramid in this place. If I were one of them, I would have chosen this place too. If that is the case, greatly alarmed, Long Yangjun said, there must be some sort of self-lifting system below the gold crystal pyramid to ensure that it can rip apart the shell, rise on the surface of the planet, and infuriate the sun when it is necessary. That's right. If this gold crystal pyramid was truly the last leverage for the zealots of Thuhuiclan's wild gamble, it must be inestimably powerful. Li Yao said gloomily, then, it is obvious why the Supreme Emperor and the Blood God. Fought below the capital planet over the gold crystal pyramid 10,000 years ago. Perhaps the Supreme Emperor intended to destroy the gold crystal pyramid, whereas the Blood God trying to destroy the Star Ocean Imperium with the gold crystal. Pyramid. However, where exactly did Wuying Qi learn the information about the gold crystal pyramid, allowing him to excavate it so accurately? What is on his mind? Does he really? After a quick translation and cleaning up the text, it should read as follows: the last sentence has not been properly translated and cleaned up, so here is a proper version of the corrected text. However, where exactly did Wuying Qi learn the information about the gold crystal pyramid, allowing him to excavate it so accurately? What is on his mind? Does he really know the kind of terrible destruction the gold crystal pyramid could bring? Or does he simply not care even if he knows? Chapter 26:10 Approaching the Truth. Sister Long, Li Jialing, who had been listening quietly all this time, suddenly interjected and asked, "The types of damage you just described were too abstract. Can you describe it in detail, the influence the gold crystal pyramid will cause on the Imperial Terminus sector after it is activated?" About that, thinking for a moment, Long Yangjun said, "The gold crystal pyramid's interferences on the star have different levels. Depending on the power output, the consequences may be vastly different. Then, assuming that the power output is the highest." Li Jialing opened his arms and made a gesture of hugging. "Assuming Wuying Qi collects all the crystals in the entire Imperial Terminus sector and compresses the crystals into purest energy to power the gold crystal pyramid to shoot at the sun. If the level of this gold crystal pyramid is high enough and it has not been destroyed by the passage of time, if Wuying Qi grasps all the ways to control it, and if he has accurately calculated the cycle of activity and the energy model of the main star of the Imperial Terminus sector. All in all, if all the conditions are met," Long Yangjun swallowed hard and said, one word after another, "it will be possible for him to raise the energy, radiations, and high-energy particles the sun releasing by 1% to 5%. An overwhelming solar storm sweeping across the whole space zone will be caused. Nothing, not the spiritual shield of starships, the alloy shells, or the atmosphere of the capital planet, can fully resist the scourge of the solar storm. People who are exposed to the powerful sun will suffer radiation thousands of times more than what a human body could accept. Their blood will be boiled, and their viscera will be withered. They will be as dead as can be. Not the slightest of their souls will remain after the storm. However, this is almost the most merciful way of death. If the radiation is slightly lower and only tears apart the gene strands deep inside the soul, the victims will not be killed immediately. Instead, their cells will wither, and their flesh will rot in the next few months. It's as though their physical bodies have died, but their souls are still trapped in a fiery cage. They will watch their bodies turn into bloody mud but can do nothing about it. Trust me, it will be the worst way to die in the entire universe." After a brief silence, Li Jialing asked, "How many people will suffer the disaster?" "All of them. Did you not hear what I said just now? The shell of starships, the atmosphere, or even hiding on the back of a planet, nothing can resist the solar storm completely. Some people will be killed by the solar storm on the spot, and others will suffer from the radiation in the next few weeks and months, and rot because their cells lose the function of self-renewal. The few lucky dogs will bear insufferable pain for the rest of their lives." Long Yangjun sounded extremely cruel as she said, "Among them, the immortal cultivators whose bodies are tough and whose cells can recover quickly have a better chance of survival. However, for the ordinary people, who take up more than 95% of the population, there is no escape for them. None at all. Besides, mankind is highly dependent on a social system today, which can be quite vulnerable. The solar storm will destroy everything that a modern civilization lives on. How are the 100 billion people on the capital planet going to survive in the doomsday when there is no energy, order, or resources? Even in its heyday, the Imperium of true human beings couldn't evacuate 100 billion people from one sector to another in just a few weeks, not to mention the Imperium is currently in the middle of a civil war. Who cares about the lives of those people, except for you two fools? Right. What I talked about was only the imminent influence. Nobody knows the consequences of the gold crystal pyramid stimulation on the star. Perhaps the active period of the star will be extended to decades. In that case, the whole Imperial Terminus sector will be completely obliterated." Li Yao and Li Jialing were silent again. No words could describe their shock and fury at this moment. "What about the lower boundary?" Li Jialing asked in a hoarse voice. "Sister Long just said that it was the maximal damage." I want to know what the minimal damage will be like. I'm very suspicious that Wuying could control the damage of the gold crystal pyramid accurately, considering that he is just an amateur. He is like a 3-year-old wielding a chainsaw that he does not understand at all. God knows what he will chop apart. Long Yangjun said, common military theories hold that a troop will collapse after 10% of the soldiers are lost. If it is a battle-tested elite troop, the threshold can be improved to 30%. Assuming that Wuying Qi's purpose is to raise a solar storm with the gold crystal pyramid and apprise the four families' ace fleets of 30% of their combat abilities, the collateral damage that the solar storm will cause to the capital planet will be no lower than the number 0.30% of the population, or specifically, 30 billion people, will die. That does not include the population that would sharply decline due to natural disasters, social chaos, famines, and plagues following the battle. It means at least 30 billion people will die. Li Jialing asked, her tone dark. And most of the 70 billion survivors will suffer from radiation diseases for the rest of their lives? Yes. That is the least powerful outcome. Otherwise, it would be meaningless for Wuying Qi to go through all the trouble to activate the gold crystal pyramid. After a moment of thought, Long Yangjuan's expression suddenly changed. Right, there might be another collateral loss, but I'm not sure if it will happen. It concerns the person who controls the gold crystal pyramid. Li Jialing was slightly taken aback. What do you mean? The gold crystal pyramid is a stellar-level magical device, with power that almost reaches the limits of the Pangu Civilization's alliance. Naturally, activating such a device comes with a high cost, Long Yangjun explained. Moreover, these superweapons were designed by and for the Hui clan, one of the races that were most different from humans in the Pangu Civilization's alliance. Despite the integration of many Hui genetic fragments into humans, the differences between them are still vast. If a human intends to activate a super magical device built by the Hui clan, don't you think they would have to pay a steep price? Li Jialing and Li Yao exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. There are no techniques in the universe that can be activated without a cost. To enrage the sun, it would be normal for the user to sacrifice themselves. What's next? Do you think Wuying Qi would ask someone else to control such a critical magical device? He will definitely do it himself. Long Yangjun said coldly, but don't forget that he is now residing inside your mother's body. If there are indeed severe consequences, such as excessive exposure to radiation, it will be Li Linghai who actually shoulders it, right? I seem to realize why Wuying Qi needed to develop you as a perfect carrier. He had seen it coming that his old shell would be broken and shriveled during the activation of the gold crystal pyramid. Therefore, he carefully selected and developed a life seed decades ago, planning to use it as his new body. Of course, Li Linghai's love for you, Li Lingfeng's ambitions, and Li Yao's arrival might have been beyond Wuying's expectations, but he failed to capture you. However, it is not important. As long as his plan works, Li Linghai's body will not necessarily decay in a couple of days. He will still have plenty of time to catch you, or to change to a not-so-perfect carrier if he can't find you. Shoal, the young lion's eyes were redder than the infuriated sun. He clenched his fists so hard that his bones were almost broken. I'm going to stop you. I'm going to crush your soul bit by bit, Wuying Qi. I still don't think it's as simple as you say. Li Yao said cautiously, after thinking for a long time. Your speculation only takes into account the four families' ace fleets that come to the capital, but the price is that Wuying Qi's nest will be almost entirely ruined. How is he going to deal with the remaining forces of the four families? Therefore, Wuying Qi must have deeper plans. We have to get closer. Wait, look. Another tractor approached the gold crystal pyramid. It seems to be unloading people. They look very familiar. I must have the files of those people in my memories. They should be celebrities of the Imperium. What is happening? They are meditation healers. Long Yongjun found their files in her memory. The one in the lead is Illusionary I Wu Tian, a famous expert in the meditation healers circle. He is almost as famous as Wuying Qinshin. Exactly. Now that you mention it, I remember them. Many of them have the tattoos of a brain made of vipers on the back of their hands. It's a symbol of the Super Brain Association, a famous organization comprising meditation healers. Those people are all members of the Super Brain Association and top experts in mental warfare. So many meditation healers, cerebral specialists, and mental warfare experts have been captured by Wuying Qi and secretly shipped to the Gold Crystal Pyramid. Why? Does the activation of the Gold Crystal Pyramid require the sacrifice of meditation healers? I don't think so, Long Yongjun replied suspiciously. The Gold Crystal Pyramid is supposed to emit a powerful wave to interfere with the star. It has nothing to do with meditation healers. However, it seems they must be connected in some way, Li Yao said, holding his breath and narrowing his eyes. The glittering pieces scattered in his head began to fit together. The most advanced brainwashing technology, the enhancement and amplification of brainwaves, the gathering of meditation healers, the brainwashing attack Wuying Qi launched by blowing up Wuying Qinshin's head, the Gold Crystal Pyramid that could disrupt the star by releasing waves, Wuying Qi's trump card, a superweapon that could win the war in a single battle. What was it exactly? I suddenly have an extremely ominous feeling, Li Yao shuddered and spoke in a chilling voice. Long Yongjun, you mentioned earlier that the mechanism of the Gold Crystal Pyramid is to send a stream of ultra-powerful energy to interfere with the sun. The sun will act as a sort of magnifier and energy source, amplifying the waves by hundreds or thousands of times before spreading them out, right? Yes, Long Yongjun said. Why do you ask? Nothing. Li Yao's face was gloomy as he spoke, word by word. I only want to know one thing. Is brainwave also a type of wave? Chapter 26:11, Die to Live. Hearing Li Yao's chilling voice, Long Yongjun and Li Jialing both looked as if they had just woken from a nightmare, only to fall into an even more terrifying one. The three of them exchanged uneasy glances. Are you saying, Long Yongjun struggled to ask, what I'm thinking? To carry out massive brainwashing on billions of people across an entire space zone, an extremely powerful energy source and a high-performance magnifier or enhancer are required, Li Jialing said, her voice trembling. We thought it impossible for Wuying Qi to obtain such things, but from what we've just seen, he is far more insane and capable than we imagined. He can use the sun as an energy source and magnifier. No expert can possibly compete with an enraged sun. Is it technologically possible? Long Yongjun was somewhat overwhelmed. I don't know. I don't know. Neither does anyone else. That's why I have to get in, Li Yao said, pointing at the Gold Crystal Pyramid. With eyes as sharp as an eagle's, he added, I need to enter this pyramid to observe its mechanisms, gather more concrete evidence, send it to more people, and find a way to resolve this. Are you out of your mind? There are so many people around the Gold Crystal Pyramid, along with numerous brainwashed, fearless, and heavily armed Imperial guards. Long Yongjun bellowed. Open your eyes and look. This is a narrow underground cave. The Colossi' speed and agility are highly limited. In the boundless space, you are free to divide and conquer through guerrilla warfare as fast as lightning. However, in this place, when the iron tide of 1,000 soldiers floods forward, you will have nowhere to run. It goes without saying that Wuying Qi may show up at any moment. You don't actually think you can challenge Wuying Qi just because Xiaoming and Wenwen's modifications have pushed you to the ceiling of the divinity transformation stage, do you? I'm not out of my mind. On the contrary, I've never been more clear-headed. Taking a deep breath, Li Yao pressed his forehead, stimulating his brain cells to jump wildly. Listen, the most dangerous place is the safest place. One can only live if they are ready for death. We are already besieged by Wuying Qi's army after sneaking into the capital planet in secret. It's difficult to escape now. Our only chance is to break in and hijack the Gold Crystal Pyramid. The Gold Crystal Pyramid will be our best hostage and our greatest bargaining chip against Wuying Qi. Considering its stellar-level magical equipment and its impenetrable shell, it's impossible to destroy it from the outside. Even with Colossi, we can't breach the shell. The only way to stop Wuying Qi's plan is to dig into the pyramid, find the most critical core, and destroy its heart. Long Yangjun and Li Jialing exchanged glances. They were about to persuade Li Yao to consider other options when his portable crystal processor suddenly shuddered. Li Yao raised his wrist, looking even more grim. Many people just came from the teleportation array at the end of the tunnel. No, not the heavy tractors that ship crystals, but the abundant exos, fully armed crystal tanks, and battle puppets. Judging from their emblems and epaulets, they are the elite troops of the Imperial Guards. It's possible that Wuying Qi is leading them in person. It seems he has learned that we sneaked into the base and is about to activate his crazy plan of brainwashing with the sun in advance. There's no time for hesitation. Just listen to me. Trust me, no matter how idiotic I usually seem, I've never let you down in critical moments, have I? So, trust me. We will succeed. We will. Looking at Li Yao's eyes, which seemed to be spouting magma, Long Yangjun sighed and said helplessly, "How are you going in?" There's no time for a cautious sneak-in. Li Yao's chest moved rapidly. Let's resort to the emergency plan. Long Yangjun's eyelids twitched rapidly. She bit her lip hard and said, "I swear this is the last time I will ever team up with you." The last time. If we fail, there won't be a next time, Li Yao chuckled, turning to Li Jialing. He hesitated for a moment but still asked, "Jialing, you are the target Wuying Qi is determined to capture. Regarding the plan we discussed last time, are you ready?" Li Jialing nodded silently and declared resolutely, "I will figure out the Queen's real stance. If she had understandable reasons, or if she was completely controlled by Wuying Qi, I will return my life to her by dying together with Wuying Qi. You are my only brother, so I will not let you die today." Li Yao grimaced, baring his pure and sharp teeth. "Someone is going to die today, but not us. Let's move." Meanwhile, at the massive teleportation array at the end of the tunnel, rows of Imperial Guards, resembling ironwoods, appeared and gathered into aggressive battle formations. Soon, Li Linghai materialized at the center of the teleportation array, drifting midair. The transparent hair behind her head darkened to a deep hue. "I can smell rats." She sniffed, as if she could directly sense the faint spiritual waves spreading in the air. She suddenly extended her hand, and a tide of waves spread out, emitting ear-splitting sounds, as she snatched a few crystal cameras from stealth mode. Li Yao had deployed those crystal cameras earlier to monitor troop movements. The crystal cameras turned to ashes in Li Linghai, or Wuying Qi's, hands. In infinite fury, she hurled the broken pieces of the crystal cameras to the ground and rushed into the tunnel. In the space battlefield, on the fifth planet not far from the capital planet, the ace warriors from the four major families' fleets had completed their final refilling and loading. The warriors had inspected their crystal suits, space shuttles, and colossi once more and filled their stomachs with all kinds of heavenly materials and earth treasures. Like sweating, excited horses, they hurriedly boarded their starships. Soon, the starships spat out brilliant torrents of fire and soared into the sky. In terms of numbers, the four families' ace fleets were slightly less impressive than the Grand Alliance of million starships that marched to the Seven Seas space zone earlier. However, unlike the untrained mobsters in that coalition fleet, all the warriors here were the sharpest blades of the nobles. This was evident in how the starships maintained a safe distance from each other as thousands launched simultaneously, as if countless scalpels were slicing through the cosmos at the same time. It was sunrise on the fifth planet. The sun's magnificent brilliance transformed into a colorful, dreamy halo when reflected on the spiritual shields and mirrored armor of the main force warriors. The emblems of the four families looked even more splendid and invincible. The warriors of the four families were deeply drawn to the sunrise, leaning against the virtual windows to observe without blinking. Was the glory in space a symbol that the four families were rising unstoppable, like the sun at dawn? For the glory of the family. Victory! Victory! Take the capital planet. Capture Li Linghai. The noble warriors opened their arms and howled desperately under the glorious sunlight. Halt! Halt! All starships of the Deep Sea Fleet and the Imperial Guards, turn off the main power units and only keep the anti-gravity rune arrays running at minimum efficiency to offset the gravity of the capital planet. Dongfang Sheng, the reformists' commander on the frontier and the highest commander of the Deep Sea Fleet, ordered all the soldiers who had retreated to the capital planet's orbit to retreat further. All starships capable of atmospheric flight, retreat into the atmosphere. Yes, all of them. The massive motherships, unable to fly in the high-gravity environment, will return to the back of space fortresses and space towns to avoid the sunlight. This is an order. Move according to the latest defense map now. After the latest deployment, all starships will adjust their spiritual shields to a specific frequency, as follows. In the meantime, all starships will open their public communication channels and interfaces to accept external messages. Lord Regent will address the devoted soldiers of the Imperium who have fought to the last moment. Trust me, no matter how aggressive and unstoppable the enemy might be, the final victory will be ours. It will belong to the strongest experts who truly believe in the civilization of mankind. Inside the underground chamber, Neltharion had entered stealth mode and sneaked into the purification and activation factory that powered the adjacent gold crystal pyramid. Due to the lack of knowledge about the internal structure of the energy center, it could only move forward slowly, following the heavy tractor. Under the delicate control of the mental devil, it tossed one cosmos ring after another into the tractor's bucket. The tactic was similar to the remote explosion method Li Yao used in the Seven Seas Grand Market. However, with the resource support of the Business Alliance of 10,000 sectors, Li Yao now had more cosmos rings to spare. The energy center, meanwhile, was clearly 10 times better defended than the Seven Seas Grand Market. Sentry posts were set up every few steps, and anti-stealth scanning rays were activated intermittently. Despite the mental devil's agile movements and dodges, it was still caught by the mystic rays after tossing almost 10 cosmos rings. Devastating alarms immediately echoed deep within the energy center. Chapter 26:12, Inside the Gold Crystal Tower. Boom! 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 Almost simultaneously with the alarms, the mental devil activated the crystal bombs released from the cosmos rings without hesitation. A series of massive fireballs erupted at the edge of the energy center. The fireballs expanded endlessly, resembling colorful, abnormal tumors that continuously spread tentacles, consuming the oxygen, the most precious resource in the underground space, and releasing abundant smoke as dark as ink. Enemy incoming! Enemy incoming! The positions of the Imperial Guard stationed below immediately fell into chaos. Officers shouted desperately in every direction. Countless battle puppets and crystal suits rose into the air simultaneously. Mystic rays, sharp enough to pierce through the black smoke, scanned back and forth like golden daggers. 7 colossi even leaped to the central area of the energy center. However, the mischievous mental devil and Neltharion were nowhere to be found. While the Imperial Guards were in disarray, an overwhelming presence descended from the sky and abruptly appeared before them. It was Li Linghai. Li Linghai still had a head full of white hair that looked like a waterfall, surrounded by the most dominant purple fire, and with a thick layer of ice frozen on her face. She roared hysterically, "It's Li Yao! It's Li Yao, that shameless thief, who has sneaked in. Were you all blind to allow him to cause such massive damage? Capture him! Capture him now!" The Imperial guards looked at each other in confusion, vaguely sensing something was amiss. But in the chaos, they could not pinpoint the exact problem. This is the moment that will decide the fate of the Imperium and even the civilization of mankind. His Majesty's enterprise depends on each of us. Li Linghai bugled her eyes and gnashed her teeth as she spoke. His Majesty is resting and preparing for the final strike. Do you really need His Majesty to attack in person to finish that thief Li Yao? Hurry and disperse. Find him, even if you have to dig into the ground. I will mince and burn him up myself. There, I can sense he's up there. What is he trying to do? Is he going to blow up the rock stratum above our heads? Li Linghai pointed at the rocks above everyone and shouted. The Imperial guards couldn't help but follow her finger, and they did sense a weak wave flashing in the direction she pointed at. Immediately, countless battle puppets and crystal suits flew toward the rocks. The three colossi also rose into the air, and all the honeycomb launchers around were aimed at the rocks above. While everyone was distracted by the exasperated Li Linghai in the air and the strange scent lurking in the darkness among the high rocks, Li Yao had changed into a regular suit of the Imperial Guards and concealed most of his aura to be similar to most guards. He quietly approached the gold crystal pyramid under the cover of the dark fog. Chaos reigned everywhere. Many people were shooting at the sky, and many others were in a hurry to extinguish the fire in the energy center to prevent the central area, especially the warehouse storing abundant crystals, from being affected. Many weak soldiers were already blushing and feeling dizzy due to the lack of oxygen. None of them noticed Li Yao. Li Yao easily sneaked into the back of the tractor that shipped the meditation healers. The team of Imperial guards escorting the meditation healers faced a dilemma. They wondered whether they should enter the gold crystal pyramid immediately or wait for further instructions where they were. Their commander stared at Li Linghai in the air, as if waiting for a clearer order. Sparks spurted from Li Yao's eyes, and cracks echoed from his skull. He instantly analyzed the positions, visions, and biophysical parameters of the few soldiers and devised 12 plans. 3, 2, 1. Li Yao counted silently in his heart. As the countdown reached 0, the mental devil emerged from the fog with Neltharion, tossing the last cosmos ring not far from the soldiers, detonating the dozens of crystal bombs that spurted from the cosmos ring. The explosion toppled the Imperial guards, and even though the team of soldiers was outside the range of the explosion, they were affected by the fire and shockwave, causing them to retreat for cover. The moment the flames rose, Li Yao lunged out like a stealthy leopard, snatching the soldier at the end of the row and dragging him to the bottom of the tractor. He knocked out the soldier, removed his suit, put the suit on, and adhered the soldier to the chassis of the tractor using a special type of natural glue. The whole process took Li Yao only a second. By the time the rest of the soldiers looked back, they saw Li Yao shivering next to the tractor in the soldier's suit, with his head lowered. When Li Yao stood up again, holding on to the tractor, he already resembled the unfortunate soldier. Though not entirely identical, no one would scrutinize the details in such a chaotic moment. What are you waiting for? At this moment, Li Linghai lowered her head and roared at the soldiers escorting the meditation healers, "Hurry and send them in. Don't delay His Majesty's moment of victory." The officer responsible for escorting the meditation healers trembled in cold sweat at Li Linghai's roar and hurriedly instructed his subordinates to drag the unconscious meditation healers into the gold crystal pyramid. Just like that, Li Yao passed through a massive bronze gate at the base of the gold crystal pyramid, entering the stellar-level magical equipment. They traveled through a cold, deep pathway with walls as smooth as mirrors and no joints. However, a mist that absorbed outside sounds and spiritual waves spread from nowhere. Soon, the noises outside could no longer be heard, and the intense battle was out of reach. They seemed to have entered an independent world. Most species in the Pangu Civilization's alliance were several times larger than humans, so the pathways and rooms were as vast as empty palaces. The density and hardness of the building materials were also far superior to the reinforced armor used by humans. Li Yao had once seen similar materials in the Kunlun relics and conducted extensive experiments on them. They were extremely difficult to break. While they were incredibly tough, they also had the ability to absorb energy, similar to super bendable steel, making them hard to burn or explode. In other words, even if he summoned his Colossus and bombarded the gold crystal pyramid from the inside, the best he could achieve would be to leave a few minor holes. It would be difficult to trigger a chain reaction that could completely destroy the gold crystal pyramid. The part of the gold crystal pyramid above the rocks was already hundreds of meters high. Like an iceberg floating on the ocean, 9/10 of the structure were buried below. Judging from the length of this pathway, its size was beyond estimation. Li Yao was not confident he could destroy the core of the gold crystal pyramid with a single attack. He did not even know where the core was. If this gold crystal pyramid is truly the last trump card of the Hui clan zealots, they must have imposed unprecedented defenses to prevent sabotage by the Pangu and Nuwa clans. Even a colossus might not be able to destroy it easily, Li Yao thought to himself calmly. Therefore, I have to get closer to its heart. Neltharion and the mental devil, both in stealth mode, floated above his head, scanning everything around. Suddenly, Li Yao heard faint squeaks in both ears. It was the sound of some pervasive magnetic field attempting to invade his mind. His suspicions were correct. Wuying had indeed deployed very powerful mental attack weapons at the center of the gold crystal pyramid, considering brainwashing the most brilliant defense. No wonder Wuying had not set up any other traps in this place but simply allowed the soldiers to walk in. If they were common warriors, they would have been captivated by illusions by the time they reached this point, wouldn't they? Li Yao's soul was unique, and he had generated a powerful mental devil. Moreover, he had resisted Wuying's mental attack once in the Seven Seas Grand Market, granting him a form of immunity. Such petty tricks could not affect him. The soldiers ahead, however, began to walk more slowly and heavily. Their movements grew increasingly rigid, as if pulled by some mysterious force. Li Yao followed and dragged the unconscious meditation healers forward mechanically. When the mist ahead cleared, he was astonished by the bizarre scene before his eyes. It was a black temple. On the vast floor, intricate patterns had been carved, extending beyond his line of sight. At the center was a star with thousands of tentacles, surrounded by countless tiny spots that also had flagella or tentacles. It was unclear whether these represented planets or the beetles, the fiery darting ancestors of the Hui clan. Amid the patterns, countless black pillars rose to the domed ceiling, which was also filled with mysterious designs. The pillars were connected by horizontal beams, making the place resemble a vast, intricate city. Li Yao recognized the black, cubic city as an array of super-crystal processors from the primeval age. He had seen similar structures in the cockpit of the Nuwa warship. Long Yongjun had once taught him some methods to activate and use them. Xiaoming and Wenwen had also analyzed and studied parts of the secrets of these primeval crystal processors. Although the Pangu civilization was thousands of years more advanced than human civilization, the gap in crystal processor technology was not as significant. This was because the Pangu civilization feared that advanced crystal processors and cyber technologies would give rise to virtual information entities like Xiaoming and Wenwen. As a result, they restricted, neutered, and even destroyed much of their crystal processor and spiritual nexus technology, leaving them only a few hundred years more advanced than humanity. However, what surprised Li Yao was not the Pangu civilization's super-crystal processors, but the things surrounding them. Chapter 26:13, The Next Sun Plan. Beneath the array of super-crystal processors from the primeval age, countless thick crystal wires, resembling parasitic vines, extended to a dense area of crystal processors, all the latest models of the Imperium. It seemed that Wuying Qi had connected a substantial number of human crystal processors to those of the primeval age, attempting to activate artifacts from hundreds of thousands of years ago using the operational patterns of human crystal processors. There was no telling how he would accomplish this. However, it wasn't the key focus for Li Yao. What caught his attention were the peculiar devices that looked like blood pools next to the human crystal processors. Each blood pool resembled the largest medical cabin, but instead of green medical fluid, they were filled with a mysterious, blood-red liquid. Inside, films as thin as paper floated. Enveloped within these films were objects shaped like human beings. The reason they were referred to as objects in the shape of human beings was that they had been so drained their original features were unrecognizable, like highly rotten yet living skeletons. Their heads were also full of lumps that pulsed like hearts, emitting intense brain waves non-stop. All the brain waves were absorbed by the red, suspicious fluids. After being purified and transformed by the super-crystal processors, they were incessantly sent to the depths of the array crystal processors of the Pangu civilization. The people, enveloped and swallowed by the films, had not entirely perished. Even though he stood dozens of meters away, Li Yao could sense the intense remorse and misery through the mist. Perhaps those who came here first were not forced. They worshipped Wuying Qi from the bottom of their hearts and were tricked by his fancy words, thinking they would be the operators of the stellar-level magical equipment. They couldn't have seen it coming that they would operate it in such a way. Hurry and pour the new fuel in. The officer commanded the soldiers to throw the ignorant meditation healers into the empty blood pools. Immediately, many workers in white suits stuck certain thick and sharp tubes into the back of the meditation healers' heads, connecting the sacrifices to the gigantic, stellar-level magical equipment. So, all the meditation healers were regarded as fuel. It seems that, just like he had to detonate Wuying Qinshin's brain when he performed a mental attack on us in the Seven Seas Grand Market, Wuying Qi has to drain the brains of hundreds of meditation healers to enhance his own brainwaves in order to carry out the brainwashing that involves the entire space zone. The mental devil said, modifying the stellar-level magical equipment of the primeval age with the crystal processors of human beings, allowing it to shoot out the brainwaves of human beings without any attrition, even using the sun as the power and the magnifier. What an amazing technology. Try to guess. Did Black Star the Great come up with such a marvelous technique on his own, or did he? Li Yao was still dwelling in fury and had clenched his fists before he knew it. Even though it was the unpardonable immortal cultivators being tortured in the blood pools, such an evil crime still crossed the boundaries of humanity. Li Yao felt that 10,000 needles were stinging his eyeballs, making him too furious to think. The Imperial Guards, who had been collectively hypnotized, were highly sensitive about the deviants. Immediately sensing that something was wrong with Li Yao, the officer in the lead looked at him suspiciously, scanning every detail of his face. What happened to you? There was no need and no time to wait. The real Wuying Qi might arrive at any moment. Long Yangjun, who was pretending to be Li Linghai, and Li Jialing, who was pretending to be Li Yao, couldn't resist him for long. Even though he sensed a few dominant vibes in the darkness around, so what? Few people in the entire Imperium could block Li Yao's attack in an unexpected ambush. Li Yao raised his head and smiled at the officer. His original face and sharp, fiery saber-like eyes appeared as his smile spread. Li Yao attacked. Before the components of his crystal suit had even flown out of his cosmos ring, his fingertips had already unleashed 100 supersonic air blades that cut through the throats of the dozens of soldiers and crystal processor operators. Then, they took a weird turn in midair and attacked the darkness. All the defenders were greatly shocked. Nobody expected that such a tough expert at the peak of the divinity transformation stage would be bold enough to invade the gold crystal pyramid at the risk of his life, or that Li Yao's soul was so weird it remained unaffected by the mental attack. Very soon, Li Yao's crystal suit, as deep and dark as the night sky, had been dyed deep red by the blood. Broken limbs and bones were scattered everywhere on the ground. Not a single defender could utter the weakest voice. The only survivors were the few unconscious meditation healers that hadn't been thrown into the blood pools and the fuel that had been drained inside the blood pools. Li Yao looked at the fuel in the blood pools thoughtfully. They are beyond saving. Their brains and souls are already exhausted, and their vitality is being extracted incessantly. Even if you don't kill them now, their lives will still dry up very soon in agony. The mental devil suggested, "Give them a hand?" Li Yao lowered his head and snapped his fingers. 10 streaks of brilliance pierced through the blood pools, extracting the wretched fuel from their misery. Then, Li Yao stepped back to the entrance of the gate and deployed a row of highly oriented crystal bombs before returning to examine the supercrystal processors in front of him. "Do you think that if I summon the arsonist and blow up all the supercrystal processors in this place, whether it's mankind's or Pangu's, it will stop the gold crystal pyramid from functioning?" Li Yao consulted the mental devil. Having swallowed Professor Mo Xian's heritage, the mental devil could almost be called a new generation of internet devil. The work related to crystal processors and the spirit nexus was its specialty. "Don't do that. It's certainly not that simple," the mental devil said. "Look, most of the crystal processor operators were killed just now, but the data and information in the light beam are still rolling, and the gold crystal pyramid shows no sign that it has stopped. According to my estimation, the array of supercrystal processors we have discovered is just the tip of the iceberg for the control system, or even the display interface at the front end. Even if you completely tear a virtual light beam apart, it doesn't mean that you can shut down the crystal processor that projects the light beam, right? Also, I'm highly suspicious that there's some sort of self-defense and self-acceleration in the control system of the gold crystal pyramid. It means that you will only accelerate its activation if you attack it brutally." Li Yao bulged his eyes. "Why? It's just common sense," the mental devil said calmly. "In our internet industry, we have to consider user scenarios when working on a project. So, assuming the gold crystal pyramid was constructed by the zealots of the Hui clan as their ultimate trump card, they would definitely have considered the possibility of sabotage by the Pangu clan or the Nuwa clan. In such a user scenario, wouldn't it be normal and necessary to deploy a defense mechanism for attack-induced accelerated activation?" Li Yao asked anxiously. "Then, what do we do? How can we destroy it completely?" "For that, I need to hack the internal network and study its structure before I can give you an answer." The mental devil, controlling Neltharion, flew towards the control crystal processor. "I suggest either summoning a powerful fleet to launch a blanket, saturated bombardment on the pyramid or waiting until I can locate its core for a critical strike. Anyway, let me take a look first." Neltharion found the control crystal, and the drill of mystic rays spun quickly, digging in soon. Unusual, blood-red stripes spread across the information flashing on the light beam. Li Yao sensed a high-speed channel of data transmission had been established between him and the mental devil. The information previously stored in the gold crystal pyramid's control crystal processor flooded into his brain. As expected, Wuying Qi has set up a very brilliant control system. This is just the front-end manifestation. Not many commands are needed. All procedures requiring control have been completed. It's safe to say the gold crystal pyramid has already been activated. Here is the cleaned and grammatically edited version of the text. "Everything is automatic now," the mental devil said. "Thankfully, we did not recklessly blow up the place just now, or we would have lost the ports to hack the internal network of the gold crystal pyramid. As for the meditators, you killed them in time, but that did not help much either. Their mental power had been extracted and stored in a place we haven't discovered yet. Killing them only means that Wuying Qi's power output will be lowered by 1,000th. Huh. Look at what I've found. Next Sun Plan. This is Wuying Qi's real scheme. What does Next Sun mean? Is he going to create a more powerful imperial civilization tomorrow, or does it mean he will increase the sun's luminosity by 10,000 times, thereby creating the brightest new sun? Wow. Our guess just now was correct. Wuying Qi does not mean to destroy the sun, he only wants to trigger the sun with minimal power and transform the sun into an energy source and a magnifier so that his mental attack will sweep across the whole space zone. The four families' ace fleets will all become his puppets. However, look at this place. He is fully prepared for the side effect of the gold crystal pyramid. He estimates that 30 to 50 billion ordinary people will be killed in the battle. It's not because of the radiations and the high-energy particles, but because the ordinary people cannot bear the intense mental blast. It's very likely that they will be deranged into lunatics who only know killing and sabotaging, if not animals with nothing but primitive instincts. Think about it. A violent sun, insufficient resources, volcano eruption, earthquake, and most people turning into beasts. A death estimation of 30 billion is too optimistic. Tisk, TSK, TSK. Our black star the Great's game is getting bigger and bigger. 1,000 years ago, he only blew up a tiny resource planet, but 1,000 years later, he is going to immolate billions of people on the capital planet to get a strong, loyal fleet for himself. Chapter 26:14, A Second Competition and a Final Battle. Exchanging the lives of billions for the most loyal and strongest fleet. Considering Wuying Qi's madness, if his plan in the Imperial Terminus sector succeeded, he might very well do the same in other space zones. As worlds were purged one by one, the Imperium would become a second, larger Covenant alliance, occupying more resources. However, all the puppets in this larger Covenant alliance would worship not the Pangu clan but Wuying Qi alone. Was Great Black Star planning to deal with the four families and even the Covenant alliance in such a manner? If everyone were equally brainwashed, equally loyal to their leader, and equally fearless and zealous, with minimal social friction, the Imperium, being larger and possessing more resources, would naturally outmatch the Covenant alliance. The war that had lasted 1,000 years would end with the Imperium's victory. But would such a victory be truly a victory for humanity? Or would it be the real downfall of the noble human beings who possess free will? He must be stopped. Li Yao clenched his teeth and asked, "How long will it take you to locate the core components of the gold crystal pyramid, or at least determine their direction, so that I can destroy them with my most powerful ultragalactic cannon?" Don't rush. Having inherited all of Professor Mo Xian's knowledge on crystal processors and the spiritual nexus, I know what I'm doing, the mental devil said confidently. Even if Wuying Qi has employed the most advanced super crystal processors of the Imperium and set up multiple defense measures to protect his secrets, so what? I'll definitely dig out all of his secrets if I have 24 hours. Li Yao bulged his eyes. 24 hours? You've got to be kidding me. We don't even have 24 minutes. Then, there's nothing I can do, the mental devil replied helplessly. The Next Sun plan has been activated and isn't a big secret itself. That's why I found it easily. However, the secrets about how to stop the gold crystal pyramid have naturally been locked in the deepest part of the crystal processors by Wuying Qi and protected by the strongest, state-of-the-art encryption measures. The monsters like Xiaoming, Wenwen, and the Fist King, who are adept at the spiritual nexus and the crystal processors, aren't around. Even if I'm optimistic, it will still take a couple of hours. Soaked in cold sweat, Li Yao was about to speak when heavy footsteps echoed from a distance behind him. But then, they approached from only a few meters behind, or even stomped on his heart directly, almost blowing it apart. Despite the sturdiness of Li Yao's soul and body, he grunted as blood surged up his throat. His head spun, and the world swirled before him. The strangest thing happened. Under his feet, on the floor of the enormous place, in the midst of the esoteric ravines of runes, dark streams began to flow from everywhere. The thick liquids that formed the streams were not water but more like a living oil or gel. When all the ravines of runes were filled with this black oil or gel, the runes on the ground turned black. Hum. 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 Massive, profound noises echoed through the palace, like the groan of the universe, making one feel the vastness of the cosmos and the insignificance of human beings. They would inevitably feel that, as individuals, humans were no different from germs on a scale of billions of years. How meaningless their lives seemed. Tick. 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 In the moan of the universe, the sound of water dripping echoed, dripping directly inside Li Yao's brain. However, there were no actual water drops. Instead, from the black, thick fluids, black beads the size of fingernails separated and ascended into the air, slowly defying gravity. Soon, hundreds of black droplets floated around Li Yao inside the empty palace, some high and some low. The droplets were attracted to each other, extending tentacles that looked like spider threads to connect with one another. From this perspective, they were not droplets but the cells and nerves of some strange life form, proliferating into brilliant clusters. Li Yao was stunned by the nightmare and did not know how to react for a moment. He dared not touch the black droplets that were growing nerves. He was surrounded by the thousands of black droplets and their nerves. False. False. They're all illusions. You are already trapped in Wuying Qi's mental attack. The voice of the mental devil came from the deepest part of Li Yao's brain, more anxious than ever. He's here. Wuying Qi is here. We don't have 24 hours or 24 minutes. Blackstar the Great is right behind us. Yet, he hasn't launched an attack yet. That's odd. What does he want? Let me see. Got it. Listen, we still have a chance. Although Wuying Qi has arrived, he must be very careful. First of all, a battle here could damage all the super crystal processors. Although I estimate that the crystal processors are not the real core, their loss will certainly cause some interference with Wuying Qi's plans. For example, the activation of the gold crystal pyramid could be delayed, and the best opportunity when the four families' ace fleets are gathered may be missed. Secondly, after Xiaoming and Wenwen's treatments, we are several times stronger than when we fought him last time, as evidenced by our ability to crush 3 experts in the divinity transformation stage, including Yu Wuxuang. The remote confrontation in the Seven Seas Grand Market last time also taught Wuying Qi a lesson about our new strength. Even though we are still no match for him, he will have to pay a heavy price if he is determined to kill us. Since he is going to launch brainwaves crazily in the next Sun plan, it will definitely consume his spiritual energy and even his soul power tremendously. Therefore, unless it is absolutely necessary, he wouldn't want to suffer heavy damage at such a crucial moment. Do you understand? Right now, we are both deeply wary of each other. Therefore, unless it is absolutely necessary, he wouldn't want to destroy us violently but would try to brainwash us through mental attacks and eliminate the threat without a fight. If possible, he can even turn us into his allies. This is an opportunity. This is the only chance we have to defeat him. We have to do this, and that, in order to kill this 1,000-year-old monster, but first and foremost, you must delay him long enough. Enough talking. I can sense that his mental power is surging over like a tide. He is unaware of my existence for now. I have to cut the connection between us in case he discovers anything. All in all, try to buy me enough time to crack the secrets of the gold crystal pyramid. Before the thousands of black water drops and neural threads completely enveloped Li Yao, the mental devil's voice abruptly ended. Li Yao looked around. The crystal processors, the blood pools, and the broken limbs on the ground all turned into translucent entities, while the water drops and nerve clusters grew more and more prominent and real. He wasn't sure if he was on the boundary of reality and illusion, inside the realm that Blackstar the Great constructed with his immense mental power, or if his soul had been absorbed into Blackstar the Great's head. When he turned around, Queen Li Linghai, with her long hair half black and half white, and her eyes the same, stood in the depths of the mist, staring at him with a mysterious expression. The nerves extending from the black water drops were all connected to her long hair. No, they were simply part of her hair. Her long hair swayed like water plants, and Li Linghai strode toward him unhurriedly. With each step she took, the black water drops floating in the air were stimulated, growing more nerves. On her pale skin, interconnected black cracks began to show, her skin fracturing like a broken vase, the pieces scattering everywhere. Enveloped in dark flames, she underwent such drastic changes that it was like a rebirth. After walking 30 meters, the shell of Li Linghai was entirely shattered, revealing a towering, imposing man. The man, with his long black hair wildly waving, had a deeply hollowed face, giving the impression that his entire mouth was a ravenous void that could consume the entire cosmos and all its living creatures. When an ordinary person stood before him, it was like standing before a cliff that was inclined toward them, ready to collapse and smash them into pieces. Li Yao had seen the unique, soul-stirring face countless times, such as the overwhelming statue in the Emperor's mausoleum in the capital. It was Blackstar the Great. Li Yao confirmed that he had unknowingly suffered Wuying Qi's attack and entered an illusionary realm controlled by Wuying Qi. This was because Wuying Qi's soul was still trapped inside Li Linghai's body in the real world, making it impossible for him to reveal his true appearance. However, for experts at Li Yao's level, when their lives were threatened, their cells and souls reacted intuitively, leading to intense stimulation that could break the illusion. This was one of the reasons why Wuying Qi dared not attack him in the real world. The other reason was perhaps Wuying Qi's confidence in his brainwashing abilities. Now, with a chance for mental communication with Li Yao face to face, he believed he could transform Li Yao into a subordinate, and therefore, was unwilling to waste such a talent. "Don't come any closer." Recalling what the mental devil had said, Li Yao's frown deepened, his eyes almost bulging. The muscles on his face tensed like coiled snakes, and the flames of spiritual energy around his body surged to their maximum. He shouted, "If you get any closer, I'll cry for help." Wuying Qi smiled. The smile of the ancestor of the immortal cultivators was like a narrow gap in a sky of clouds, but what was revealed in the gap was not the light of stars, but the darkness that was even deeper. "You are about to die, and yet you still have such a good sense of humor. I really don't know whether I should hate you or admire you, Vulture Li Yao." Wuying Qi paused. Although there was no real difference whether he stopped or not in the illusory realm, it was at least a gesture of kindness. He opened his arms to Li Yao and complimented him in a seemingly sincere manner. "From my personal perspective, you are like a cockroach that simply cannot be killed. You've stood in my way again and almost disrupted my entire plan. I truly hate you. But I am not just the supreme sovereign of the Imperium of true human beings, I am also the leader of humankind for the next 10,000 years. From the perspective of the Imperium and the civilization, you are a one-of-a-kind genius. Since you know something about the secrets of the grand universe, you will be very helpful for the grand plan to propel human civilization toward the infinite universe. Therefore, I really can't bear to kill you, Li Yao. Ever since our meeting at the Seven Seas Grand Market the other day, I've been thinking about how we became enemies. Weren't we very close when I cooperated with you under the name of Li Linghai? How did we become so hostile and incompatible later? We have more in common than we do with the false immortal cultivators of the four families, who are short-sighted, selfish, and corrupt. Neither of us cares about personal gains. We both want to dedicate all our wisdom and courage to our country and even to the civilization of mankind. We both understand, more or less, the vastness of the universe and the narrowness of the world we inhabit. We both yearn to break free from the cage, whatever the cost, like the fish reaching for the continent and the monkeys walking out of the forest at the beginning. We want to escape from this dark dungeon and silent graveyard. Why can't we collaborate and vanquish our common enemies, the false immortal cultivators in the four Kurfürst families, the puppets of the Covenant Alliance who worship the false gods, and the infinite alien civilizations lurking in the depths of this boundless universe, when we share so many qualities? Our enemies should be them, not each other. The Black Star the Great, has been highly twisted and slandered by the propaganda controlled by the four Kurfürst families. You don't know the real me, my ambitions, and my dreams, yet you are recklessly betting everything to destroy my efforts, the hope of the Imperium, and the future of all human beings, including your fellow cultivators. As Wuying Qi spoke, more and more black water drops floated upward, and more thread-like nerves emerged from the water drops. Interconnecting with one another, they formed a delicate net and even attempted to attack Li Yao, trying to crawl into his pores. Cut the crap! Li Yao scorned. Flames of spiritual energy burst all over his body, forming a solid wall that prevented the black nerves from attacking. It's true that I don't know what the real Wuying Qi looks like, or whether you are the real Wuying Qi instead of something more evil and horrible than the original Wuying Qi, contaminated by who knows what during your 1,000 years of hiding. I don't care what you say or think, I am only interested in what you do. You are planning to perform a supermassive brainwashing on the entire Imperial Terminus sector to transform everyone in the four families' ace fleets into your puppets. Is that any different from what the Covenant Alliance does? Isn't free will the most precious thing that makes humans human, the boundary that all cultivators and immortal cultivators fight for, and even the cover for immortal cultivators to exploit the ordinary people blatantly? The only immortal cultivators I've respected are those who wielded their weapons against the revived members of the Pangu clan for free will. However, as the leader of the immortal cultivators, you are erasing the free will of humanity. You don't deserve to be an immortal cultivator. You are even more false than the four Kurfürsten. Are you even qualified to discuss the future of humanity? I didn't realize you had learned everything about the Next Sun plan. I underestimated you once again. Or rather, your appearance and behavior are too misleading and tend to make people underestimate you. After a gloomy and brief silence, Wuying Qi said, however, you have misunderstood the true significance of the Next Sun plan. The term brainwashing is highly biased. I am not brainwashing anyone. I am merely awakening the citizens. I'm going to awaken those who have forgotten their honor and responsibility and make them realize the importance of loyalty, patriotism, and selfless devotion once more. I will transform them from rusty fire sticks into the sharpest sabers of mankind. But you are depriving them of their free will and their right to choose. Li Yao roared. You are stamping your beliefs, your will, and your authority onto their minds. So what? For 99.9% of people, free will has never truly existed, Wuying Qi replied coldly. Look at the selfish, false immortal cultivators of the four Kurfürst families. Driven by their genes and lust, they waste abundant resources on meaningless pursuits, money, power, position, women, hatred, jealousy, vanity. In the end, they either rot in trivial pleasures or die in miserable conflicts. Even the seemingly powerful elders or the Kurfürsten themselves are merely slaves to their families, descendants, and desires. As for the ignorant, illiterate common folk who live like ants, they never have the right to choose. They are already exhausted just trying to survive. Their greatest joy and purpose is to find a suitable mate and have a child too. Their simple minds cannot grasp the complexities of higher significance. They are just flesh and blood machines, fully wound from the start. What choice or freedom do they have? Even if they believe they have free will, it's just an illusion instilled in them from a young age, a way to deceive themselves. Every civilization teaches certain illusory truths to the next generation and demands that individuals adhere to specific social doctrines. Generally speaking, such inculcation is conducted through decades of education. However, due to the emergency, I do not have enough time. Therefore, I have compressed decades of education into a one-time brainwashing session. What's wrong with that? Vulture Li Yao, in the country of cultivators, are the ignorant children taught how advanced the ideas of the cultivators are and how evil the true path of immortality is? Have you not built a social atmosphere where children believe that the ideas of the cultivators are a matter of fact from a young age? Are hypotenuzation procedures, similar to brainwashing, not used in your prisons to cleanse the crimes of stubborn criminals? I know that such approaches have been adopted since the Star Ocean Imperium, where parts of the brains of certain heinous sex criminals are removed to reduce their criminal tendencies. These methods have proven useful for both the criminals themselves and society. By doing so, their free will to commit crimes is eliminated, but is there anything wrong with that? They are unpardonable criminals. Li Yao couldn't help but shout. In the country of cultivators, minimally invasive and hypnotic procedures are used very cautiously, only on highly violent, unpardonable felons. They are rarely adopted. Exactly. What we are facing now is a group of unpardonable and dangerous criminals, Wuying said casually. According to the law of the Imperium and my will, all soldiers in the Four Families Coalition fleet have committed the most severe treason by rebelling and attacking the capital planet. Vulture Li Yao, you wouldn't deny that, would you? It is only reasonable to punish such treasonous rebels by mincing them into pieces or even executing their entire families. However, for the sake of the Imperium and the civilization of mankind, I am lenient enough to give those people an opportunity to be reborn. As long as they submit to my will, they will be able to make up for their mistakes by continuing to contribute to the civilization of mankind. In doing so, the meaningless bloodshed will be minimized. It is the most humanitarian approach possible. I truly don't know what you are thinking. Will you be happy and satisfied as you watch me kill the best soldiers of the civilization or mankind, or when those people kill me and everyone else on the capital planet because free will has been defended? Think about it, Li Yao. You and I both agree that the false immortal cultivators of the Four Families have strayed too far down the wrong path and are too sick to be saved. Their beliefs have been tarnished and twisted. It is impossible to awaken them through regular means. Am I to watch them continue down this path, eventually hurting others as well as themselves? Should I turn a blind eye to them when I have a way to cure them, the Imperium, and all of humanity? Do you understand now? I am going to treat them, awaken them, and purge them. I will completely erase the selfish, immoral thoughts in their heads and implant the correct ideas of devotion, purity, and sacrifice for the civilization of mankind. Isn't this the right thing to do? Together with Wuying Qi's tutelage, the neural network that resembled black spider threads infiltrated Li Yao's flames of spiritual energy and crawled into his body through his pores. No matter how he intensified his flames or waved his arms, it was impossible to shake off the clinging parasites. Instead, he felt Wuying Qi's words echoing inside his own brain, prompting him to think from a completely different perspective. You are completely out of your mind. Li Yao struggled to resist the black neural strands that had invaded his brain and managed to say, the catastrophe that will result in the death of so many people and even the destruction of an entire sector is nothing more than a treatment, in your eyes? That's exactly how a treatment works. You can't perform a surgery without bloodshed or prescribe a medicine that has no side effects. In fact, when a patient is too seriously ill to be saved, it can be a helpful choice to excise most of the organs and replace them with artificial ones, Wuying Qi said with an even more sincere voice. A gentle glow emanated from his body. If not for the peculiar black water droplets and neural networks surrounding him, he would have truly looked like a caring doctor. The only reason you find it unacceptable is the gap in your knowledge. It's like an ancient person living tens of thousands of years ago watching a modern doctor cut into a patient with a scalpel, removing diseased tissues, or even sawing through the skull during an operation. They would be so shocked they'd consider the doctor a devil feasting on hearts and brains. However, for modern people with basic medical knowledge, it is natural to understand that a doctor is treating a patient. Even if the patient may bleed, get hurt, or even die during the operation, and even if there may be aftereffects upon recovery, such procedures are still deemed acceptable. Don't refute hastily. Calm down and reflect carefully on everything you've observed since arriving in the Imperium. Consider how you agree with Li Linghai's judgment on the four families. Admit it, Vulture Li Yao. The Imperium of true human beings is at the end of its era. It is corrupt and beset by internal and external problems. Minor reforms will not suffice. Without decisive measures, the vast Imperium will disintegrate, and billions of citizens will be torn apart. The central government is bloated and ineffective. Warlords rise and clash. The powerful control politics but prioritize their own interests. Even the four Kurfürst families are rife with selfish and absurd conflicts. The open, fair, and just method for selecting elites, and the channels for those at the bottom to rise, which I established 1,000 years ago, have been blocked, rotted, and riddled with holes. They don't even bother to maintain the appearance of functionality. The Imperium possesses the most fertile planets, the most abundant resources, and the greatest talents in the universe. Yet, it has been reduced to a pile of loose sand by those pests. They cannot defeat the Covenant Alliance or the Reformists. They barely manage to handle the stinky merchants of the 10,000 Sectors Business Alliance. They can't even eliminate a few insignificant cultivators. What kind of Imperium is this? Shame. This is the greatest shame of the immortal cultivators, the Imperium, and myself. After I returned to the Imperium, I saw that the glorious Imperium I had established with great difficulty 1,000 years ago had been reduced to such a state by my worthless offspring. My fury was so intense that all the water in the universe could not quench it. Since then, I have sworn to the stars that I will do whatever it takes to heal the Imperium, so that it may regain its former vigor and truly represent the great civilization of mankind. As long as every immortal cultivator's sense of responsibility and glory can be awakened, and as long as the Imperium and the civilization of mankind are rejuvenated, I am willing to try any treatment. More and more black nerves crawled into Li Yao's pores and slithered under his skin like worms, causing black air to emerge from all over his body and face. The black air even invaded Li Yao's eyeballs, dancing weirdly around his pupils. Li Yao gradually lost the ability to fight back. His face became trance-like and hesitant as he listened to Wuying Qi's preaching. I spent decades pondering why the Imperium has become so corrupt. Who is to blame? What is the root of the problem? Are the four Kurfürst families to blame? Of course. They are all insatiable, short-sighted, and ravenous individuals who do not deserve to be called immortal cultivators. However, this is only the surface. Everyone is selfish. Selfishness is both the source of disasters and the most powerful force driving a civilization forward. It is the sharpest double-edged sword. The root of the problem is the vastness of space. The distance between sectors, which can easily span hundreds of light-years, and the vastly different terrains on various planets act as a magnifier that amplifies humanity's shortcomings to the extreme. In the age of ancient cultivators, rulers typically occupied a single planet or, at most, a few neighboring worlds. Despite the selfishness and blindness of their subjects, and the power of their officials, it was relatively easy to deploy troops to suppress opposition and control all people and resources. However, in the age of cosmic civilization, 40,000 years later, the inconvenience of communication and transportation has made distant sectors likely to become strongholds in trade, military, and politics. These strongholds can degenerate into selfish interest groups, gradually corrupting the entire structure like incurable cancers. Worse yet, in many sectors, the conditions of habitable planets vary greatly, leading to diverse customs and even appearances among the inhabitants. This makes it difficult for people to recognize and share a common sense of history and honor. Often, they know only their own small world and not the Imperium or the Emperor. Fundamentally, considering human brain capacity, means of communication, technological development, and history, we should not have established an enormous empire encompassing 3,000 sectors. Instead, it should have been divided into hundreds of smaller states, each managing a few sectors. That would be the most natural state. We were a young civilization, perhaps even a sub-civilization created by another. However, our creator died too soon. We ventured into the cold universe before we were fully grown, like orphans who lost both parents. We mimicked what our primeval ancestors did clumsily, hoping to unite the universe as the Pangus civilization's alliance had, without realizing that we were not ready for such a heavy burden at all. The Imperium is not destroyed by the four Kurfürst families, it has collapsed under its own weight and been crushed by this vast universe. Fascinated, Li Yao mumbled. Dongfang Wang, the previous Prime Minister of the Imperium, said similar things. He said that our mutual enemy was the universe. Yes, Dongfang Wang was a true sage. I once discussed these questions with him in secret. Wuying said, "It's a pity that Dongfang could see the problems but couldn't see through them." As the helmsman of the Dongfang family, he had shouldered the burden for so long that it was embedded in his flesh. There were too many things he couldn't bear to cut. So, he couldn't bring himself to treat the issue as brutally as I do. Even if he saw through the problems, considering the brutal nature of mankind, the hundreds of countries would still fight each other, just as in the age of the ancient cultivators 40,000 years ago. Blood would be shed endlessly. If my purpose were only to eliminate the four Kurfürst families, it would actually be very easy. I have 100 ways to completely destroy them. However, that wouldn't resolve the root of the problem. You could destroy the four families and even all the warlords today, but as long as humanity's means of communication and transportation are not improved, as long as the Imperium still has an astronomical population, and as long as those people are still greedy and selfish, another four families will emerge very soon, like viruses that can never be entirely eradicated. Li Yao, do you have the problem of social stratification in your country of cultivators? I suspect your country isn't very large. After just defeating the Black Wind Fleet, you are probably in a thriving phase and haven't deeply considered this issue. But think about it, when your country of cultivators expands to 100 sectors and has a population of hundreds of trillions, how will you ensure the purity of the cultivators? How can you guarantee that the central government's authority is recognized by local strongmen? How can you ensure that your so-called education and advancement channels won't be twisted and corrupted by interest groups? It's impossible, Li Yao. Let me tell you, I've thought of and tried everything, but nothing can stop the decay of a great country. Even if I don't destroy your country of cultivators and allow it to develop and grow freely, it will eventually collapse under its own weight. Wuying wore a strange smile. However, what terrified Li Yao was not the smile but the fact that he had subconsciously believed what Wuying said. The experts of the Federation unanimously agreed that the most appropriate size for the Federation is 8 to 10 sectors. More sectors would bring unexpected problems and cause the Star Glory Federation to collapse under its own weight. However, while the Federation can maintain its current size, can the Imperium do the same? If not, what can be done to preserve the current status of the Imperium and prevent its division, ensuring most people can survive, even if their lives are poor? To completely. Note, I have cleaned and slightly adjusted the grammar while keeping the original meaning and structure as close as possible. The Chinese characters in the text were already correct, but I have made a minor adjustment to the first sentence for clarity. Here is the revised English version for comparison. To completely reverse the wretched fate and ensure the loyalty, selflessness, and solidarity of all people while maintaining the integrity of the Imperium, there is only one way. Wuying lightly touched his temple. That is, a revolutionary method of education, or brainwashing, as you called it. Chapter 26:17, Enlightenment. Li Yao had never seen anyone discuss something as absurd and evil as brainwashing so matter-of-factly. Perhaps it was a necessary skill for every emperor or leader. Even so, a ripple of confusion spread across Li Yao's eyes as he mumbled, "Sounds fair enough, but it is still brainwashing, after all." No, brainwashing is merely the fear of the intellectually limited, those constrained by their experiences and imagination. As I said earlier, when an ancient person sees modern surgery, they would only criticize it as demonic arts. Li Yao, I believe you are not a simple-minded ordinary person. You should be able to view new technologies with the most rational and forward-thinking perspective, recognizing their advantages, disadvantages, and the revolutionary significance they bring to human civilization. Wuying Qi's hollow face showed a glint of delight as Li Yao was somewhat shaken. He continued, in short, in the Demon Beast Empire, the Star Ocean Imperium, the Star Ocean Republic, the Imperium of true human beings, or the future of your cultivators, the root of all problems is that the universe is too vast and people are not united. To address these two issues, one solution is to reduce the distance between sectors through more advanced communication and transportation methods provided by technological development, allowing the central government's power to be quickly projected elsewhere. However, technological development is never easy. No matter how our civilization advances, it remains extremely costly and risky for three-dimensional beings to travel or communicate through the fourth dimension. Since the distances between planets cannot be shortened for the time being, we can only focus on human factors and unite the people through brainwashing. In fact, it is also the foundation and prerequisite for technological advancement. How can you achieve anything if you are not united? However, I do not like the term brainwashing. A more precise way to describe it is enlightenment. Enlightenment? Li Yao echoed subconsciously. Yes, the technology that generates common feelings, memories, and will by stimulating the brain can improve the efficiency of information exchange and knowledge inheritance by hundreds of times. It can make the most selfish traitors regret their actions and the most ignorant mortals become wise. This technology is indispensable for humanity to evolve from a planetary civilization to an interstellar civilization, and from an interstellar civilization to a genuine grand universe civilization. Wuying Qi continued, you may think that I obtained this technology from the Covenant Alliance or that I had clandestine deals with it, but you cannot be more wrong. The origin of the technology has nothing to do with evil brainwashing. Instead, it can be traced back to the early years of the Primeval Age, when the Pangus Civilizations Alliance was first established. The purpose of this technology was not to enslave anyone but to enable the different civilizations within the alliance to empathize with each other and live in harmony. The early years of the Primeval Age? Li Yao was surprised to learn that Wuying Qi possessed such ancient technology. He was deeply shocked. He held his breath and listened intently, seemingly unaware that more and more of his black hair had turned into thread-like nerves and crawled into his body as Wuying Qi spoke. Li Yao's consciousness and Wuying Qi's were connected by thousands of threads. Every word Wuying Qi uttered seemed to contain infinite information, not just sounds but vivid images that bombarded Li Yao's soul like crystal bombs. However, it did not raise any dislike or wariness in Li Yao, as it sounded completely unrelated to the war at hand. With your wisdom and deductive abilities, you should not find it difficult to realize that the most critical way to sustain the continuity of a vast empire, spanning thousands of sectors, is to unite the people's understanding so they can share similar memories, feelings, and glories. Wuying Qi subtly corrupted Li Yao's soul as he continued, if a country's territory only encompasses a planet or a continent, gathering a common understanding is relatively easy. However, if the territory includes two planets, tens of thousands of light-years apart, one frozen and the other covered in deserts, and these planets lose contact with each other from time to time, the inhabitants will have no common memories at all. Conflict and division are inevitable. Two planets are already troublesome, but what about 20,000, or 2 million? Before the Pangu Civilizations Alliance was formed, the situation in the universe was even worse than it is today. No matter how chaotic and disunited the Imperium may be, all its citizens are at least human, sharing essentially the same biophysical structures and cultures. On the other hand, the Pangu Civilizations Alliance comprised 13 vastly different carbon-based life forms, who had just recently been engaged in life-and-death battles. The differences among carbon-based life forms can be unimaginably vast. Let me give you a simple example: the Hui clan and the Kwafu clan, who once fought over a dozen suns. The Hui clan originated from a black-shelled insect-like being, evolving into something akin to advanced bee swarms. Individuals had no consciousness or wisdom. However, during prolonged evolution, certain circuits developed on their solar energy shells. When thousands of bugs gathered and established a swarm, the interconnected circuits would boost sparks of wisdom as they vibrated their shells, generating a collective consciousness. From this perspective, the Hui clan barely had any concept of individual and community. Every member of the Hui clan was essentially a dense swarm of bugs or a living, mobile beehive. When a member was heavily wounded and 90% of the bugs were lost, the remaining 10% could still fly into other swarms, becoming part of another Hui clan member and even passing on some past information to the new community. Therefore, many members of the Hui clan believed they never truly died. This was also why the Hui clan was so ruthless. The Kwafu clan, in contrast, were more like plants than animals. The Kwafu clan were a species of giants, with adults growing to nearly 100 meters, resembling magnificent mountains and skyscrapers. They were the largest of the 13 clans in the Pangu Alliance. However, who could have imagined that the newborns of the Kwafu clan were merely tiny seeds? The Kwafu clan had no concept of gender but reproduced collectively. Each spring, under the influence of the sun, adults would gather fingernail-sized life seeds within their bodies. They would then pierce these seeds deep into the ground with special roots, protecting the vulnerable seeds from the scorching sun's radiation and allowing them to absorb the nutrients of the warm soil. Afterward, any Kwafu clan member passing by could sense the seeds. They would also pierce their tentacles into the ground, irrigating the seeds with their nutrients and genetic information. For the Kwafu clan, this was the most sacred bliss. You can also understand it as a method of reproduction. Generally speaking, a seed would gather sufficient nutrition and genetic information after being blessed by 20 to 30 members of the Kwafu clan, making it ready to germinate. If more than 100 members of the Kwafu clan provided it with nutrition and genetic information, it would certainly grow into a leader of its community and a top expert of the Kwafu clan. It might even grow to over 100 meters, becoming a truly formidable giant. In fact, many researchers have suggested that the so-called Kwafu sphere was actually composed of the bodies of Kwafu clan members. However, regardless of its future, a newly sprouted Kwafu clan member is just a small seedling, unable to move on its own. It can only attract a primeval beast called the yellow snake with its unique scent and magnetic field to serve and protect it from enemies. The Kwafu clan's vitality field is also highly beneficial for the evolution of the yellow snake, creating a remarkable symbiotic relationship. Young members of the Kwafu clan must grow for decades, and sometimes even centuries, under the care of yellow snakes before they can uproot themselves and become adult giants who can move freely, joining their civilization. Of course, once the civilization advanced and aeroponics and rapid growth technologies were developed, the Kwafu clan also devised other peculiar and innovative methods of reproduction. However, the memories of their ancestors, deeply rooted in the soil, remain embedded in their genes, never to be forgotten. Tell me about it. How could the Hui clan and the Kwafu clan, two entirely different carbon-based civilizations that had just been through a life-and-death battle, shake hands, negotiate in peace, and reach a common understanding that both were highly developed intelligent beings rather than evil aliens? Li Yao was silent. It was true. Neither the Hui clan, with their collective wisdom, nor the Kwafu clan, who were plants in their youth and animals in adulthood, and who buried their debris in the Kwafu sphere, were likely to comprehend each other's life forms or acknowledge each other as a civilization. At that time, if the war between the two civilizations had not been stopped, the Hui clan and the Kwafu clan would likely have been extinguished, Wuying said. The Panga clan, as a middleman, used your so-called evil brainwashing technologies to enlighten the two civilizations and make them feel what each other felt. They shared each other's ancestral memories and living environments, perceived each other's feelings and desires, and understood the diversity of civilizations. Ultimately, they reached an agreement and embraced peace, saving both civilizations. Of course, they also understood the existence of the Panga clan, which alleviated their fear of the Panga clan's overly advanced technologies. Chapter 26:18, Climb to the Peak of the Universe. Schwa. 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 As Wuying Chi's topic delved deeper, the gold crystal tower that existed in reality vanished, replaced by brilliant stars and bizarre, incomprehensible alien species, along with the glorious civilizations they had created. The Panga clan, the Nuwa clan, the Kwafu clan, the Hui clan, the Zhurong clan, the Gonggong clan. You may freely loathe and berate the evil brainwashing technologies, but the truth remains that it was precisely these Enlightenment technologies that united the 13 carbon-based races, who were hostile and wary of each other, into a solid alliance with minimal cost in the shortest time possible. Wuying Chi's somber voice rumbled on, unstoppable as thunder. Without Enlightenment technology, the 13 entirely different carbon-based life forms wouldn't have been able to empathize with each other. How, then, could they have established a nation? Without a unified country, the primeval war would have erupted hundreds of thousands of years earlier, with an intensity dozens of times greater. In such a scenario, humans, the new generation of life forms combining the best genetic traits of the 13 carbon-based species, would never have been born at all. Snap out of it, Li Yao. Let me give you the simplest example. Imagine you are the captain of a Panga clan exploration fleet, and you discover that the Hui clan and the Kwafu clan, two relatively underdeveloped but highly potential civilizations, are engaged in a life-and-death war. They are on the brink of destroying their last son, which would result in the extinction of both civilizations. You love peace and crave communication and unity, but you cannot understand their languages, modes of thinking, or civilizational forms. Conversely, they do not understand you and even dread you. Moreover, their cultures have strong tendencies toward self-destruction. At least, they are not afraid of dying with their enemies. In other words, you cannot stop the war through violent threats. Let me ask you, under such cruel and extreme circumstances, what can you do to save the two civilizations, whose minds are blinded by hatred, from the abyss of destruction? If there is a button on the panel in front of you that, when pressed, sends out 10,000 brainwashing waves to make the Kwafu clan and the Hui clan better understand you and accept your wish for peace, will you press the button? To sustain the two civilizations, you would have to deprive them of their free will to commit self-destruction. If you cling to the belief that free will is more important than anything, you will have to watch the Kwafu clan and the Hui clan brutalize each other until no one remains. Their civilizations, which took hundreds of thousands of years to develop, will be destroyed. Tell me the most honest answer in your heart. What will you choose, Cultivator Li Yao? A control panel seemed to have truly appeared before Li Yao, with a tiny, crimson button on it. He was also truly inside a bridge, controlling a massive, advanced interstellar fleet as if he were a god. However, even the power of a god could not stop the Kwafu clan and the Hui clan from their desperate battle. Their entirely different social forms, means of communication, and modes of thinking made it difficult for the Kwafu clan and the Hui clan to accept the existence of the Panga clan, much less the kindness and peace that the Panga clan offered. What other method could bring an end to the war and establish a real, lasting peace, apart from brainwashing? Li Yao's fingers trembled. With each tremor, he seemed to see the soldiers of the Kwafu clan and the Hui clan battling in space and on the rugged planets in his trance. The massive tentacles, resembling vines, blasted apart the black beetles, their entrails splattering out. Meanwhile, the relentless beetles devoured all the vines and juices, even perforating the Kwafu spheres. Those not of my kind will surely think differently. Kill those aliens. It was impossible for humans to live in peace with aliens who looked entirely different. Even the long-standing war between humans and demons, who shared a common origin, only ended when one side was utterly defeated. For the Kwafu clan and the Hui clan, they must have believed themselves to be the only normal and standard people in the world, while all other creatures were hideous, evil, irrational, and incompatible, right? When they were battling the monstrous, wicked aliens, making great sacrifices to secure the final victory, another kind of alien, even more hideous, powerful, and wicked, suddenly appeared and demanded that they cease the war and restore peace. They would not accept it. No intelligent beings would accept such peace. It must be a trap. The war had to continue until one side was destroyed. The only option was brainwashing. Only by erasing the zealots' persistence for war and instilling the will for peace in most people could such a country-obliterating war be stopped. Besides, even if there were other ways, if the Pangu clan brought peace and unity with sharp blades and scorching cannons, how would that be any different from brainwashing? Li Yao's finger touched the brainwashing button, but soon twitched, unable to press it down. However, Li Yao panted heavily. This preset question is too extreme. You have set up too many prerequisites, pushing the answer into a corner. Though the Pangu clan commanders indeed faced a similar choice, the situation would still be vastly different from that in the Imperial Terminus sector today. Ah, so you admit that massive brainwashing can have positive effects and bring precious peace under certain extreme circumstances, do you? You don't think brainwashing is necessarily evil, but believe there's a 1% chance it might be just and positive? Wuying chuckled. Very well. It seems you are teachable after all. We have finally reached a common understanding, which is a good start and worth the time I've spent on you. However, upon further reflection, you will realize that the scenario I proposed is not extreme but a common phenomenon in the universe. In the vast expanse of the cosmos, isn't it perfectly normal for two vastly different carbon-based life forms to be unable to communicate? In fact, it would be miraculous if two carbon-based life forms, born millions of light-years apart, could communicate freely upon meeting, wouldn't it? According to Lu the Star Prior, the genius astronomer of the Star Ocean Imperium 10,000 years ago, and based on the history from the primeval age to the present day, when two highly developed civilizations first meet, they are often wary and hostile toward each other. War is frequently the first and only means of communication. Many civilizations have destroyed their enemies or been destroyed by them before understanding the truth about their enemies or recognizing that their enemies are as alive and intelligent as themselves. Isn't that a shame? Therefore, a massive, high-speed method of information interaction that surpasses languages, species, and civilizations is necessary for an interstellar civilization. This is the Enlightenment I described, or what you might call brainwashing. Without brainwashing, it will be impossible for intelligent life forms scattered throughout the vast universe to communicate efficiently and straightforwardly. The will of the civilization's leader cannot be effectively conveyed to every individual. Such civilizations will remain loosely connected. They will not only fail to conquer the vast multiverse but will also struggle to maintain themselves, eventually collapsing and destroying themselves. Do not fear new technology. Embrace it with open arms. The evolution of civilization is the evolution of methods of information, interaction, and education. When our ancestors were still primitive apes, we began communicating through sound waves and recording events by drawing on trees. The advancement of such a method of interaction was significant. Perhaps that is why our ancestors were chosen by the Pangu Civilization's alliance as the prototype for the new generation of perfect carbon-based life. However, this method of interaction and education has been used for hundreds of thousands of years. Today, in the age of interstellar development and the discovery of the multiverse, we continue to talk, write, and teach the next generation using books that have been around for decades. This is inefficient, absurd, and shameful. It's time for a change, Liao. The civilization of mankind, which communicates solely through speaking and writing, has hit an evolutionary bottleneck. It's impossible to step out of this universe. Only by directly injecting abundant knowledge, shared memories, perfect morals, and the will of the leader into billions of brains can we birth the real and perfect new human beings, golden humans with the wisdom, courage, and strength to march into the grand universe. Only such flawless true human beings can spark a technological boom through unified thoughts and highly efficient interaction. This will allow us to absorb the precious legacies left by ancient civilizations in just a few hundred years, transforming us into a true grand universe civilization. Liao, with your level of cultivation, you stand at the peak of human evolution, second to very few. It would be a crime to cling to obsolete ideas and morals that restrain or even suppress the spread of new technologies. It would be the greatest crime against humanity. We are running out of time. The human civilization has no time to spare. We must seize every second to break free and at least glimpse the outside universe, to decide the direction of our civilization's development for the next million years. To achieve this, we need a powerful, united, loyal, and devoted imperium. Only the technologies of enlightenment can create such a new imperium. So, come on, stand by my side just as you once stood by Li Linghai's. Build a new imperium and create new human beings with me, so that our civilization can reach the summit of the universe. Chapter 26:19, Soar from the Shoulders of Giants. The black hair that spread from the back of Wuying Qi's head, or rather, the nerve clusters that had directly grown from the depths of his soul, expanded abruptly several times over. A dark force was injected into Liao's soul, covering his whole body in black. The darkness proliferated non-stop, enshrouding Liao completely like some sort of glittering gelatin and dragging him into a bottomless abyss. Liao struggled and resisted fiercely. The fire of his soul leaped out from the dark gaps and burnt up the black nerves that connected him to Wuying Qi. Your speech is convincing, and your slogan is motivating, but the dilemma you proposed is too hard for me to answer immediately, Liao said, gritting his teeth and speaking one word at a time. But no matter how fancily you talk, you cannot change the fact that the Pangu civilization, which was able to enlighten another civilization instantly with your so-called most advanced information interaction technologies, ultimately perished. I don't believe the Pangu clan was as peace-loving and kind-hearted as you described, or that it was willing to help other civilizations survive for no reason. Perhaps the Pangu clan used brainwashing to imprint the idea that the Pangu clan is our supreme leader into the minds of other carbon-based life forms. This is how they established a Pangu civilization's alliance with themselves at the center. A nation built through half coercion and half deception, however, had hidden problems. Over time, these problems grew larger and larger. Both the Nuwa clan and the Hui clan realized part of the truth later. Perhaps that was the reason for the eventual division of the Pangu civilization's alliance and the trigger for the Primeval War. Since the Pangu civilization's alliance failed to progress through brainwashing, why do you think we can avoid the same fate? Why wouldn't we repeat their mistakes? You are very smart, but too paranoid. Even though the Pangu clan had other motives, it had nothing to do with the Enlightenment technology itself. Technologies are neither good nor bad on their own. A knife cannot kill without being wielded, whether it is good or bad depends on how people use it. Wuying Qi seemed to have pondered the problem for a long time. Unfazed by Liao, he said casually, when a new technology is born, it will inevitably go off course to some extent. How can you deny the value of a new technology just because it has some immature aspects? As for the destruction of the Pangu civilization's alliance, we should view the incident critically. We need to learn from the Pangu clan, retaining their strengths and discarding their flaws, to achieve greater success by standing on their shoulders. As we look to the future, we can learn from the past. Although today's human civilization is far weaker than the Pangu civilization, we have the greatest advantage. We stand on the shoulders of giants and do not need to follow paths that have been proven to be dead ends. What are dead ends? A simple example is the Enlightenment technology invented by the Pangu clan. However, they likely had many stubborn individuals who were terrified by the power of the new technology, just like you. They did not develop the technology to its full potential and initially used it only for simple communication among different carbon-based life forms. Later, they used it to wash away people's feelings, emotions, and will, turning them into blank pages without adding anything new. They did that only because they were horrified by the universe beyond. They lost the ruthlessness needed for evolution and had no idea what to inject into the head. A person without bones is a pile of mud, and a civilization without spirit is destined to die. If the Pangu clan did not occupy the head, the extraterrestrial devils certainly would. It couldn't be left blank, could it? Do you understand now? The Enlightenment technology itself was not wrong. The mistake was that the Pangu clan only carried it out halfway. They merely cleaned the wrong, complicated, and messy thoughts and desires of the people but did not inject new, healthy, and positive ones. The once glorious and brilliant carbon-based lives were transformed into zombies. How could they survive? The Covenant Alliance is the same. They found the most valuable treasure in the universe and had the technology to change the world, but they are completely bound by the path of ultimate benevolence. They injected only admiration for the Pangu clan and fear of the boundless cosmos into their heads. They are just a smaller, duplicate Pangu clan, destined to perish. However, my enlightenment will not stop halfway like theirs. I will wash away the selfishness, greed, short-sightedness, cowardice, and all other unhealthy thoughts in the traitors. More importantly, I will inject bright, glittering, pure ideas and help them forge real beliefs, making them true men, great warriors, and pure immortal cultivators. Li Yao's voice trembled. Do you expect me to believe that? Why not? Imagine such a beautiful future. Wuying narrowed his eyes and waved his hands. Vivid holograms surfaced from all directions once more. Inside every picture, countless immortal cultivators, who seemed warm, enthusiastic, tall, and handsome, were either dedicated to their studies or work or fighting fearlessly in the space battlefields. Their enemies were not human but hideous alien species that Li Yao had never encountered before. The pictures suggested that they had already left the tiny swamp that was the Pangu universe and were fighting for a vaster space of survival in the grand universe. I will not, nor is it necessary for me to, deprive everyone of their thinking ability in your so-called free will. Really, 95% of the parts inside your brain will remain unchanged by me. I will only perform a minor, non-invasive mind surgery on the 5% that harbors evilness, removing the dark and selfish parts and replacing them with noble, selfless, and righteous ideas. These will be deeply carved into your brains and souls, never to be forgotten, Wuying explained. After this minor mind surgery, the immortal cultivators will retain their previous memories and self-awareness, but they won't be as selfish, short-sighted, cowardly, and dark as before. Instead, they will summon all their courage and loyalty and devote themselves to the entire civilization. They will forever abide by the rules I have established for the Imperium. Any dark thought that arises will be destroyed by themselves. Even when faced with the indescribable fear beyond the universe, they will still summon their courage and fight till the end. How much can be changed depends on how corrupted they are. The more corrupted they are, the more they will change. For those with firm beliefs and great ambitions like you and General Lei Chenghu, you won't even feel the slightest change. You don't believe me? That's all right. I am not a monarch from the old days who decides everything on my own. In the future, we may even establish an Enlightenment Committee. We will gather knowledgeable individuals from all industries to discuss the key ideas to be instilled into the minds of the citizens this year. It will be similar to today's Education Committee and textbook editorial teams. When that day arrives, you can be one of the supervisors of this committee, personally overseeing the thoughts that will shape the citizens' minds. Of course, we're currently in a state of emergency. Unusual circumstances call for unusual measures. There's no time for democracy or supervision right now. I trust you can understand that, Li Yao. The Enlightenment Committee? Li Yao nearly bit his tongue in shock. Are you kidding me? An emperor does not jest. Do you think I have the time to joke with you? You underestimate my vision, Li Yao. After learning about the vastness of the grand universe and the dangers it holds, the conflict between cultivators and immortal cultivators seems trivial to me. It's a minor squabble among children. Wuying Qi sighed. Cowards are abundant, but honest advisors are rare. 1,000 years ago, I was surrounded by flatterers. In my complacency, I was blinded by their praises and failed to see the need for thorough reform, which turned out to be a grave mistake. Those flatterers eventually grew into behemoths like the four Kurfürst families. 1,000 years later, with my return, I am determined not to repeat that mistake. I will not tolerate those flatterers. What I seek are honest advisors like you. Li Yao, you can keep your beliefs as a cultivator. You can stay by my side as a mirror so that I can know myself better. Moreover, do I really have any reason to destroy your country of cultivators? The deepest contradiction between the immortal cultivators and the cultivators, regarding the treatment of ordinary people, is due to the shortage of resources and the population boom, isn't it? As long as the shortage of resources and the population increase are not resolved, the conflict will always exist, and there will always be cultivators and immortal cultivators. Neither of us can change that. However, if my plan works and we do jump out, we may find resources 10 times, even 100 times more than we have right now in the grand universe. By then, we will have abundant materials and mental satisfaction. The contradictions between the immortal cultivators and the ordinary people will be gone. The ordinary people you can never forget will all live like deities, each given a planet where they can be kings and queens. Then, will there be any need for the immortal cultivators to exploit the ordinary people? Will we still have any contradictions? No, none at all. So, if you are a true cultivator and are considering the happiness and future of humanity, you will have fewer reasons to trouble me at such a critical moment, which would result in heavy losses for us both, and only benefit the villains and brainless puppets. You should unwaveringly stand on my side. When we join hands, we will be able to rage across the entire universe. Chapter 2620, True Love is Boundless. Wuying Qi's thoughts turned into a sky of brilliant stars, which instantly turned black, corrupted by his ambitions. They flooded into Li Yao's soul relentlessly. As if struck by lightning and plunged into an abyss, Li Yao struggled to mount his final resistance. But your plan will kill a lot of people. In the Imperial Terminus sector alone, 30 to 50 billion people will die. What about them? They are the slits during the operation, the throes of a new life being born, the fuel to propel human civilization forward, and a price we must pay. Wuying Qi's eyes grew profound and ancient, as if he could see the changes of billions of years. He spoke in a completely inhuman tone. We are all going to die in the long run. Not just us, but even the greatest experts in the 13 carbon-based clans that formed the Pangu Civilization's alliance. No, not just Pangu, all the powerful civilizations that once existed in this universe, billions of years before Pangu, have been devoured by time. There is absolutely nothing left now. In the past billions of years, hundreds of the most prosperous primordial civilizations have perished, and human civilization will soon follow their path. Against such a grand backdrop, does the life or death of a few individuals truly matter? I can tell that you also believe we cannot wait to be killed but must venture out to find a way to survive. Have you considered how dangerous the universe out there truly is? Has it occurred to you that, even though we may reach a final destination, allowing human civilization to achieve a certain glorious eternity, the journey will still be an arduous march, and perhaps 99% of people will die along the way, with only 1% becoming the ancestors of new human beings? It can't be helped. Even though we know for sure that many will be sacrificed, we must move forward relentlessly, because that is the significance of life. Billions of years ago, when the first fish crawled onto the land, it was not alone but had many companions. However, 99% of these fish died from the harsh conditions. Similarly, when ancient apes ventured timidly from the forests to the plains, they too paid a tremendous cost under the claws and tusks of fierce predators. If the fish and apes were intelligent, and if you were their leader, would you tell your companions that it is too dangerous ahead and that you should return to your warm and safe refuge to avoid these minor sacrifices? Yes, your companions might be safe for now, but the future of civilization would be destroyed by your hesitation. Trust me, if possible, I would reduce the casualties as much as I can, but this is a war. It is not just a conflict between reformists and nobles, or between the Imperium and the Covenant Alliance, not even one between immortal cultivators and cultivators. It is a war between new and old humans, a war that will reshape the world. Such a conflict between the old and the new cannot be gentle, harmless, or gradual as you might imagine. It is destined to raise the most intense contradictions. Too many obsolete interest groups will crumble. Many people will die. The virtue of a general is not to keep every soldier safe but to ensure that every soldier dies a worthwhile death, so their lives can be traded for the greatest results and eventual victory. In many cases, even if the general knows that the troops leading the charge or covering the retreat will be wiped out, he must still ruthlessly send his most beloved and elite troops into inevitable doom. Is the general an unpardonable murderer? No, it is the responsibility of a commander. Li Yao, unable to hold back any longer, roared, "Soldiers are prepared to die, but what you plan to kill are not soldiers but civilians." Wrong. The distinction between soldiers and civilians only applies to human civil wars. In the vast cosmic wars we will soon face, in the endless battles of infinite civilizations, everyone will be a warrior who must devote everything to the entire civilization. Wuying Qi's voice grew more aggressive. Think about it. If one day we truly march out into the cosmos and face the full onslaught of an alien civilization, will it distinguish between soldiers and civilians within humanity? Or, if we face a civilization where each planet is a formidable weapon, crushing our world and about to tear our planets apart with tidal forces, will it care about the difference between soldiers and civilians? If a mysterious force from beyond the third dimension arrives and is about to raise or lower the dimension of our world, transforming us into an indescribable state, will it concern itself with the difference between soldiers and civilians? Don't be naive. Since the moment we discovered the grand universe, the old morals have already vanished. Civilization has naturally entered a new age where everyone is a soldier. To survive in the dark universe, everyone can and must be sacrificed. One doesn't deserve to be the commander of mankind without such a cold and clear understanding. I can't do it. Li Yao, covering his head, replied in agony, I can't treat so many living beings as fuel. I can't accept the deaths of billions of people casually. I can't view the problem from a perspective spanning billions of years. I can't do it, no matter what. Yes, 99% of people can't. They cannot detach themselves as individuals and view the problem from the perspective of the entire civilization. Therefore, cultivator Li Yao, no matter how strong you are, you can't be a qualified leader. If the civilization of mankind is led by a cowardly man full of petty kindness like you, it will perish within a few hundred years. Wuying Qi smiled casually. However, it doesn't matter. I can achieve what you can't. That's why I am the most perfect commander of the civilization of mankind, and all you need to do is help me. Your rationality clearly recognizes that what I say and do is right, but you can't accept it emotionally. You can't be a leader, and you're stopping me from becoming one. What's the logic in that? The civilization of mankind always requires an absolutely rational and absolutely merciless commander. Who else can it be but me? Would it be better if the commander is as kind, vulnerable, and sympathetic as you, who will cry or shout useless slogans whenever something happens? Li Yao's eyes bulged, momentarily at a loss for words. Your kindness, limited by personal feelings, is only petty kindness, if not hypocrisy. You only see the tens of billions of people who may die before your eyes, but you have never considered the lives of the hundreds of billions of others in the Imperium. Wuying Qi's voice, though momentarily mild, grew tough again. Do you not understand? The tens of billions of people in the Imperial Terminus sector are destined to die. If I do not activate the Next Sun plan, the four families' ace fleets will occupy the capital planet tomorrow, leading to countless deaths from massacre, famine, and plague. Worse yet, the four families are too incompetent and disorganized to resist the Covenant Alliance's main force. The Imperium will surely collapse under the Covenant Alliance's ambush. By then, the number of victims will be many times higher than tens of billions, and the survivors will be brainwashed by the Covenant Alliance in the most brutal ways. See? Your kindness can't change anything and will only make things worse. If hundreds of billions of people are truly killed in the four families' massacres and the Covenant Alliance's invasion, that will be your crime. They will be killed by your hypocrisy, your ridiculous sense of justice, and your moral values. Dumbfounded, Li Yao was lost for words. He had only wanted to buy more time at first, pretending to be brainwashed by Wuying Qi. However, his beliefs were gradually corrupted, and countless cold and dark thoughts were injected into his mind. With everything coming to this point, countless people will die, and countless others will be brainwashed one way or another. There's nothing that you or I can do to stop it, Wuying Qi sighed. I can only prevent the death of hundreds of billions of people by sacrificing tens of billions. I can only prevent the pale and evil brainwashing of the Covenant Alliance through righteous brainwashing. I must try to make the sacrifices of countless individuals more worthwhile, ensuring their deaths are not in vain. Even if I am cursed for all eternity, I will not hesitate if it is in the best interest of mankind's future. I may kill 1 million innocent women and children today, but 1 billion innocent women and children will be saved tomorrow because of my actions today. That is the greater kindness and justice, what might be called boundless love. Cultivator Li Yao, I have been patient with you because I value your talents. Are you still being stubborn? If you insist on your beliefs, you need to provide a solid reason to disapprove of what I said and a way to resolve the conflicts among the four families and the Holy Covenant Alliance without bloodshed. Li Yao was stunned for a long time, his voice growing weaker. But the entire Imperial Terminus sector will be destroyed by you. How can the Imperium deal with the Covenant Alliance after its heart is destroyed? Ha ha ha. It seems you accept my opinion, though the details still need discussion. But these minor issues are easy to resolve. Wuying Qi laughed aloud and waved his hands. You've made the same mistake, viewing the new world through obsolete eyes. The concept of a capital is only necessary for a political entity on a planet. A true interstellar civilization should not, and does not need to, have a capital. It is not the heart of the Imperium but a cancer and the greatest redundancy of the state. Or rather, even if the interstellar civilization does need a political center, it should not be fixed to a certain planet but should be mobile. This is the only way to project the influence of the political center to local places in a timely manner. Chapter 26-21, Wuying Qi's Greatest Secret. An interstellar civilization doesn't need a capital? The theory shattered Li Yao's mindset and opened a whole new door for him. Exactly, Wuying explained. In the age of ancient cultivators, communication and transportation were relatively underdeveloped, and the territory of any regime was not vast. Therefore, rulers concentrated most leaders and experts in one place, known as the court, in the capital, which was the epicenter of politics, economy, and military. At the time, this was a reasonable approach. However, in modern times, a united human civilization can govern hundreds of sectors, with a territory spanning millions of light-years. Relying on past political methods, hoping to rule the entire universe from one planet, is absurd. Look at the capital planet today. To govern the universe, too many government agencies have been established here, leading to a booming population, bloated bureaucracy, and environmental pollution. Departments and major forces check each other, and this place has lost its function as the brain and heart of the empire. When nobles and strongmen on the distant borders of the Imperium grow insubordinate, the capital can't reach them, and it's impossible to mobilize troops in time to subdue them. As a result, the four Kurfürsten and other local warlords have risen, causing the Imperium to fall apart. How does such a capital help in any way? In reality, since the first time humans ventured into space, they should have abandoned the obsolete method of administration and not established a fixed capital at all. It's a pity that, from the demons to the Imperium 1,000 years ago, none ever saw through it, which resulted in tragedies again and again. Let's talk about the collapse of the Star Ocean Imperium, the greatest catastrophe 10,000 years ago. At that time, the brilliant Supreme Emperor remained on the capital planet but tasked the Blood God with commanding the strongest expeditionary army to crush the remnant demons in space. As a result, the political and military forces of the Star Ocean Imperium were completely separated. It was absolutely impossible for the capital planet to command the expeditionary army, millions of light-years away, effectively. There were too many variables in the decades-long expedition to consider. Even if the Blood God was the Supreme Emperor's clone, so what? Rebellion was the inevitable outcome. If the Supreme Emperor had seen through it in time and moved all the government agencies of the Star Ocean Imperium into the expeditionary army, treating the expedition fleet as a mobile capital, he could have personally commanded the troops. How could the Blood God have had the chance to rebel, and how could the Star Ocean Imperium have collapsed? Attracted, Yaos felt that what Wuying said was so reasonable that he could not come up with any counterarguments. In fact, many knowledgeable people since ancient times have vaguely realized the problem and made certain efforts, intentionally or unintentionally, Wuying continued. From the Demon Beast Empire to the Imperium of true human beings, many who held power established supermassive space fortresses. Sometimes, they even hollowed out an entire planet and modified it into a military fortress, naming it Death Star, Destruction Star, Doom Star, Dark Star, or the like. As a matter of fact, from a military perspective, the combat efficiency of these superspace fortresses, which put all their eggs in one basket, was terribly low. Their mobility was nearly zero, and they could be easily attacked once the enemy broke through. It would be wiser to allocate the vast resources spent on them to the construction of fleets or surface forces on the planet. However, despite the poor battlefield performance and swift destruction of the previous regime's Death Star, the new regime continued to build new Death Stars. Why? Were the military experts and technicians all blind to the fatal flaws of these supermassive space fortresses? No, the issue is not military but political. The purpose of constructing these superspace fortresses was not their battlefield performance but to continuously absorb local resources, thereby diminishing the power of local magnates. When local magnates could no longer resist the central authority, the regime's long-term peace and prosperity would be secured. Of course, local magnates understood the government's intentions very well. Therefore, they spread negative perceptions of these supermassive space fortresses through various channels, even depicting their destruction in literary works. They mocked these grand yet ineffective weapons. But the truth was that they simply did not want to be drained by the government under the pretext of construction. In the past, local forces had always successfully resisted such strategies. No regime had persisted with a policy of weakening local power. Moreover, the capital planet was too prosperous and convenient. No emperor could bear to leave this luxurious world and start anew. 1,000 years ago, I did not see through it and couldn't bear to depart from it. Today, I have clearly realized how ridiculous it is to have a fixed capital. I've made up my mind to move the capital to a large-scale fleet with high combat capabilities, transforming the Imperium into a grand starship civilization. However, the issue is massive. There are too many stubborn interest groups on the capital planet. Not only do the four Kurfürst families hold tremendous interests here, but the reformists, including the Wuying family, are also deeply rooted. If I propose the motion to relocate the capital, it will undoubtedly raise objections from countless people. After all, the capital has been the center of human civilization for nearly 50,000 years. These short-sighted and obstinate individuals are too accustomed to it to recognize the problem. Therefore, I have decided to address the issue at its source by destroying the imperial terminus sector. In this way, those noisy opponents will have to fall silent. They won't have a choice but to move the capital, even if they don't want to. While a great price will be paid in the short run, it will greatly benefit the sustainable development of human civilization in the long term. A short pain is definitely better than a lasting one. By sacrificing the imperial terminus sector, I will acquire a highly combat-capable fleet where everyone is fair and clean. Then, I will move the entire court to this new fleet, which can be named the Capital Fleet. Henceforth, the Capital Fleet will cruise the entire universe regularly. Whenever it reaches a sector, especially one under the control of powerful lords, it will use local resources to strengthen the fleet and address local corruption. It will also select local talents and bring the best geniuses into the fleet, strengthening the court and weakening local powers. After every 20 to 30 years, it will be possible to cruise across the Imperium. Over 30 years, even if local powers intend to rebel, they won't have enough time to develop new rebellious troops. Although corruption may occur at the lower levels, it will not spread too severely and can be addressed promptly. In this way, not just for 1,000 years, but my Imperium will remain steady, peaceful, and uncorrupted for 10,000 years to come. The scale and combat ability of the Capital Fleet, including the generations of experts living in it, will grow stronger and stronger. When the time is ripe and sufficient resources and technologies are amassed, the Capital Fleet will transform into an expeditionary force to march through the grand universe. Li Yao, what do you think about the future I described? Do you not believe it is the only practical solution? Li Yao licked his lips repeatedly, only to find them still dry. The more he listened, the more he felt that Wuying Qi had a point, at least in part. Just as I said, if you find any flaws or mistakes in the details, feel free to speak up, Wuying Qi said tolerantly. As long as your point is valid, I will certainly follow your suggestion. Yes, there is one flaw. Li Yao, his head in a whirl, asked about one detail. Your next Sun plan won't kill tens of billions of people instantly but will completely disrupt their minds, transforming them into beasts full of killing desires. Infinite horror will be unleashed on the capital planet. Would it cause a massive arrival of the extraterrestrial devils? After hearing that, Wuying Qi couldn't help but display a gloating smile. It is very considerate of you to think about the extraterrestrial devils, Li Yao, but... Wuying Qi smiled. There's no need to worry about the extraterrestrial devils. I have included them in my calculations. I can even control all the devilized people and make them work for the Imperium. You can control the devilized people? Li Yao was shocked again. No, something was greatly wrong. He had overlooked a very important thing. What was it exactly? Think about it. That was Wuying Qi's greatest secret. Yes. That's it. It doesn't make any sense. By the way, where did you learn the secrets of the gold crystal pyramid, Your Majesty? Not only do you know the exact coordinates, you even know the methods to transform the gold crystal pyramid into a gigantic brainwave enhancer, don't you? Li Yao muttered in the lowest voice, although you spent hundreds of years in the Supreme Emperor's mausoleum, you couldn't have learned it from the Supreme Emperor because the other half of the key to open the most central part of the mausoleum wasn't found by your Majesty, but instead, it ended up in my hands. Since your Majesty never really opened the core of the mausoleum, it was naturally impossible for you to inherit the whole legacy of the Supreme Imperium. Besides, I don't believe that the Supreme Emperor was the kind of person who would modify the gold crystal pyramid to massively brainwash all human beings. Furthermore, the Supreme Emperor was the extraterrestrial devil's greatest enemy. There's no reason why he could control billions of devils. Considering the battle on the capital planet 10,000 years ago, only two people were aware of the secrets of the gold crystal pyramid, the Supreme Emperor and Blood God, the Mad Armageddon. The Blood God was corrupted by extraterrestrial devils and transformed into a demonic cultivator before betraying the Supreme Emperor. The rebel army he led was a coalition of humans, demons, and devils. Is it possible? Could it be that, having grown from a crippled refugee who escaped from the Martial Meritocrat sector to become Blackstar the Great of the Imperium of true human beings in just a few hundred years, your Majesty is somehow related to the Blood God, the legendary strongest demonic cultivator? After he said that, the atmosphere in the entire illusionary realm immediately became intense. Behind Wuying Qi's image, where black smoke was rising, tides of blood soared higher and higher. An army of thousands of monsters was gathering into a new source of strength for him. What a keen observation. You have exceeded my expectations again and again. I truly appreciate you, Li Yao. I'm increasingly inclined to kill you, yet it's becoming harder and harder to do so. Wuying Qi said with a smile. That's right. Even if I denied it, you wouldn't believe me. The Blood God and I were indeed in a master-disciple relationship for a while 1,000 years ago. I learned a lot from the strongest demonic cultivator in history. The experience changed both me and the future of this universe. However, it's been a very long time, and I'll tell you more when there's more time. Right now, you only need to know that the Blood God is no more. He will cause no trouble to our plan. Did you kill him? Li Yao observed his face, rolled his eyes, and said, the Blood God taught you everything, hoping you would grow into his tool to achieve a certain purpose. But to his surprise, you did not become what he wanted. Instead, you created a unique path as an immortal cultivator. You killed the Blood God and then established your own everlasting empire, right? Wuying Qi nodded and said, you don't need to know the specific details. All you need to know is that I am absolutely not the kind of insane puppet controlled by extraterrestrial devils. Of course, I can say that your Majesty is brilliant and meticulous. However, I'm still puzzled by one thing. What are the so-called Tenebrum energy and extraterrestrial devils? Do they really only have negative influences such as destruction, slaughter, and chaos? Definitely not. The Tenebrum energy and the extraterrestrial devils are both very valuable. They can advance human civilization by 10,000 years. However, their powers and thoughts are too advanced for most humans to handle, which is why many ordinary people go mad, Wuying Qi explained. When I learned about the Blood God, I heard a lot about the extraterrestrial devils and the things beyond the universe, I mean. It's... Li Yao blurted out, multiverse. Yes, multiverse, that's a very accurate term. It seems you know a lot, Li Yao. Wuying Qi stared at Li Yao and continued, since you're aware of the multiverse, you should know that countless bizarre civilizations exist within it. Many are vastly different from our own, and some are tens of thousands of years ahead of human civilization. They are truly like the legendary gods. However, no matter how powerful and advanced a civilization is, it cannot avoid its destiny of death. Most civilizations launched the essence of their entire civilization in a certain way before their destruction, much like a dying person leaving their last, precious words. The last words of a civilization are often transmitted in the form of a certain wave. These waves contain the entire legacy of the civilization, as well as the anger and regret they face upon destruction. That's the prototype of the extraterrestrial devils. Deeply attracted, Liao couldn't help but ask, But how do the last words of a civilization turn into ferocious extraterrestrial devils, right? Wuying smiled. It's very simple. Most civilizations didn't die of natural causes but suffered unexpected disasters and perished suddenly. In the world of ancient cultivators, if a person died in fury under torture, they might turn into a vicious ghost. Similarly, if a civilization dies suddenly, its last words might be filled with negative emotions and a desire for revenge. They hope their legacy is discovered by a new civilization, which will follow their last words and avenge them in the future. Can you imagine any love or beauty in those last words? They are definitely the most extreme and atrocious things. On the other hand, any legacy will be distorted and eroded during transmission through space. Waves are never a steady means of storage. After drifting for hundreds of thousands of light years, it's only natural that they become riddled with holes, leaving only fragmented pieces. Even if they record the most neutral and peaceful techniques, someone practicing only part of the technique could still go mad. More importantly, the civilizations and individuals in the multiverse are so different from humanity that understanding each other is nearly impossible. Think about it. If a civilization of bugs, which only has communities and no individuals, or an individual civilization where a single life form occupies a whole planet, leaves last words, even though these words are not malicious and only contain their soul marks, ordinary people will consider themselves to be bugs in a community of bugs, or a colossal creature covering an entire planet, upon hearing them. How could ordinary people not be overwhelmed and deranged? Liao nodded. You do have a point, Your Majesty. Wuying Qi's words aligned with Long Yangjuan's past speculations, and they were likely true. Overly expansive strength tends to enchant people, especially when it comes from a civilization that is thousands of years more advanced. It is normal for ordinary people to be crushed by such last words. While the extraterrestrial devils are highly dangerous, we still need to study and analyze them, as they are too valuable. The simplest example is the use of tenebrum energy, which different extraterrestrial devils have brought into our universe and may help us break out of it, Wuying Qi said. Of course, the study and analysis of the extraterrestrial devils must wait until I regain the Imperium. There's no need to discuss that now. For now, Liao, you need to know that I have absolute confidence in controlling the extraterrestrial devils and the devilized people. To summarize, my next Sun plan can achieve 4 goals. First, the ace fleets of the 4 Kurfürst families will be destroyed, and the Imperium will be reunified into an impenetrable whole. Second, all suspicions and disputes regarding the relocation of the capital will be eliminated at their source. The political center of the Imperium will be moved from a planet to a group of starships. Mankind's civilization will be upgraded from an interstellar civilization to a grand universe civilization. Thirdly, with the Deep Sea Fleet at the center, the Imperial Guards and the Astounding Thunder Fleet as the backbone, and the 4 Kurfürst families' elite fleets as the flesh and blood, the new Capital Fleet will serve as the prototype for the future expeditionary forces of the grand universe. Nothing can stop our progress. Fourthly, there is a high likelihood of us capturing billions of devilized people. Although these devilized individuals are ignorant killing machines, they can be deployed to the front lines under my control, serving as the first line of defense against the Covenant Alliance's attacks. Given that the extraterrestrial devils and the Covenant Alliance are mortal enemies, I believe the devilized people will buy us enough time to mobilize our forces and consolidate our strength. The Covenant Alliance's ambush will only end up as a joke. This plan is a stone that kills 4 birds. Every detail has been meticulously considered, and each problem has a corresponding solution. I can certainly lead mankind to a renaissance. Li Yao, do you have anything to add? I do have some questions, Li Yao said. Please excuse my ignorance, but I have not fully grasped all the details. Should we start from the beginning, Your Majesty? Of course. Wuying Qi's smile remained unchanged, but a demonic gleam shone in his eyes. However, I have better ways to show my sincerity, Li Yao. He had barely finished his sentence when the black nerves, which had been as thick as vipers at first, expanded further, injecting Wuying Qi's powerful mental force into the depths of Li Yao's soul, as if transmitting blood. The black stripes that ensnared Li Yao immediately connected and expanded into a massive black droplet, completely swallowing him. Boom! Li Yao saw all manner of illusions. He seemed to become the commander of the Pangu clan, facing a dilemma, the fish leading his clan out of the ocean, and the monkey escaping from the forest. He became a member of the primordial civilizations that had been born and died in this tiny universe billions of years ago. Suddenly, he heard countless restless souls who had died miserably berate him, claiming he was responsible for their deaths. It was precisely because he stopped Wuying Qi's plan that the capital fell and the empire collapsed, with countless people killed because of his mistake. Then, he saw the new empire and the future civilization of humanity long after the next Sun plan was implemented. What a magnificent civilization it was! The clean and prosperous planets, the splendid capital fleets, and the tall, handsome immortal cultivators. Due to the discovery of sufficient living space in the multiverse, even ordinary people had resources exceeding what they could enjoy in their entire lives. The images, voices, thoughts, and marks surged into Li Yao's soul like rushing blood and a swarm of beasts, crushing all defenses, polluting all will, and expanding every gap into devastating wounds. They then pressed further into the deeper consciousness along these wounds, ready to transform Li Yao's subconscious into a terrifying monster. Li Yao spent a long time inside the black droplet. In the end, the black water drop blossomed like a bud, and Li Yao, whose eyes were entirely black, flew out gradually, with an unprecedented epiphany on his face. Li Yao, you've woken up, Wuying Qi said with a smile. Yes, Your Majesty, I've woken up, Li Yao replied, his voice sounding gloomy and eerie. How do you feel now? Can you see the road ahead of you? Wuying Qi asked again. It's crystal clear. To think that I couldn't resolve the simple arithmetic to compare billions with trillions. What an idiot I was in the past. Li Yao stared at Wuying Qi, the most intense brilliance beaming from his eyes. He slowly extended his arm, clenched his fist, and declared with the utmost sincerity, "Long live Your Majesty! Long live Blackstar the Great! Long live the Imperium of true human beings!" Chapter 26-23, Complete Submission. Inside the gold crystal tower, Li Yao's slightly closed eyelids trembled, and he slowly opened his eyes. The entire dark night seemed to be condensed within them. A hint of confusion lingered on his face, as if he had just experienced a long, profound dream. While rubbing his temples, he thought in a daze, scratching his skin so hard that red marks remained, as if trying to break free from his shell and reveal a brand new self beneath. Then, he saw Wuying Qi standing not far away. Like a black mountain, Wuying Qi dominated his entire field of vision. Li Yao's eyebrows furrowed. Two massive forces were warring inside his heart. His eyelids, lips, and fingers twitched violently. A moment later, with ambiguous sounds echoing from the depths of his throat, he fell to one knee in a gesture of submission to Wuying Qi. Li Yao, this is precisely the effect of enlightenment. What do you think? It doesn't affect your thinking or free will, does it? Wuying Qi asked casually. It doesn't. Li Yao's face flushed as he thought carefully before replying, I am still a cultivator who perseveres on the path of cultivation and loves my homeland. I still believe that the lives of so many people shouldn't be sacrificed recklessly if there is a better option. However, we don't have an option right now. While Your Majesty's solution may seem cruel, it is the least bad and the most effective plan with the highest odds of success. Therefore, being a cultivator and supporting Your Majesty are not contradictory. In fact, they can only coexist. If I were a real cultivator who cares about the greatest interests of mankind rather than my own superficial moral fears, I should support Your Majesty. If I don't support Your Majesty, I'll be a sanctimonious false cultivator, as despicable as the false immortal cultivators, if not worse. Everything I've said is the result of independent and rational thought. I have not been influenced by any force or any kind of evil brainwashing. I have simply been convinced by Your Majesty's reason. The more Li Yao spoke, the more determined and calm he appeared, as if he had truly dissected and analyzed his own thoughts. Ha ha ha. It's wonderful to see you thinking this way, Li Yao. Wuying laughed aloud. Exactly, so-called brainwashing is just a more advanced and effective way of reasoning. Is it evil or terrifying at all? If Your Majesty plans to enlighten the four families' elite fleets, so they can understand the reasons as well, Li Yao said solemnly, I swear I will support Your Majesty with all my might. Wuying narrowed his eyes and looked at Li Yao, then suddenly noticed something odd. Why is your face red and sweating? Because I am excited. Li Yao wiped the sweat from his neck and examined it. Your Majesty just showed me the future of the new Imperium and mankind. What a magnificent fleet, what a glorious civilization, and what happy people. After seeing it, I feel so excited that I can't calm down. I almost wish I could time travel to the Golden Age in the future. Ah, Your Majesty. Ah, the Imperium. Ah. Li Yao suddenly fell to his knees and vomited so hard that his stomach acid nearly came out. Wuying was taken aback. Li Yao, what's going on? I don't know. I just feel that the world around me is shaking, and I can't control myself, Li Yao said, looking at Wuying. He spurted more acidic fluids, making quite a mess. It's probably the information flooding into my head that's too much for me to process. Does the Enlightenment technology have such side effects? I must ask for your wisdom, Your Majesty. Wuying was silent. The Enlightenment technology naturally had numerous side effects, not just shock to the brain and nausea, but also schizophrenia, madness, and even brain explosion. Besides, Wuying had sensed the power and peculiarity of Li Yao's soul. Thus, he couldn't predict what negative effects might arise during the collision of souls. Vomiting was a natural reaction to brain concussion. That should be the least severe side effect, right? Please be assured, Your Majesty, I'll be fine. I'm getting used to the vomiting, Li Yao said, his face pale as he clutched his stomach. Let's not dwell on these trivialities. There are many things, including the entire plan I had in mind and all the traps I laid, that I wish to confess to Your Majesty. But first, allow me to assist Your Majesty in capturing the other two rebels. I hope Your Majesty gives them a chance to return from their misguided path and experience the unprecedented enlightenment I have just undergone through your guidance. Li Jialing rushed frantically through the cave complex that resembled a maze. Holding back his pounding heart that felt like it was tearing his chest apart, he didn't dare to look back at the stormy barrage behind him. Suddenly, his left foot accidentally stepped into a gap and twisted. The pain was so intense that his tears almost spilled over. However, he didn't dare to stay any longer and rolled into a downward extending branch. It wasn't until he rolled into the darkness at the end and heard no sound from behind for a long time that he finally moaned softly. Sister Long, he called Long Yangjun on a point-to-point communicator. Where are you? I can't hold on any longer. A whole crystal suit legion is after me. I'm in the cave 700 meters to your left, but it's very dangerous here. Don't come close. Long Yangjun gritted her teeth in the secret communication channel. Wuying Qi has gathered so many experts. They are fearless and determined to die the moment they see me, unlike the cowards from the four families. I'm trapped here too. I wonder what's happening on Brother Yao's side, Li Jialing said desperately, as he squeezed rapidly freezing gels and high-density bone stimulators onto his ankle, which was swollen like a ball. While activating his spiritual energy to accelerate the healing of his bone, he continued, Wuying Qi has entered the gold crystal pyramid and spent hours inside with Brother Yao. What are they doing in there? Will anything happen to Brother Yao? Don't worry about that. Bad guys always outlive good guys. Your Brother Yao can't die so easily. Long Yangjun grunted, as if she had been hit hard by the enemy. However, if the bad guy doesn't come to help us, we two good guys will certainly be outlived by him. While they were talking, a thunderous explosion, as if the core of the planet had collapsed, echoed from the depths of the ground. They thought it was the explosion of a super crystal bomb, but the explosion lingered on like a surging tide, gradually approaching them, becoming louder and causing greater quakes. An earthquake? A supermassive earthquake? Li Jialing and Long Yangjun, who were several hundred meters away, both changed their expressions dramatically. The tectonic structure in this area had been repeatedly torn apart and sabotaged by the Supreme Emperor and the Blood God 10,000 years ago. Now, it was riddled with holes by Wuying Qi's imperial guards. Such a powerful earthquake immediately caused the collapse of tunnels and caves, with billions of tons of rock falling from the sky and completely altering the terrain. Although most of the Imperial Guards had remained in the pre-calculated safe area, some were still outside the safe zone, chasing after Li Jialing and Long Yangjun. Their numbers were large, but they were weak, and the falling rocks dealt them a significant blow. Li Jialing and Long Yangjun, both above-average experts, wouldn't be trapped by the rocks for now. However, the drastic changes around them, coupled with the continuous and intensifying quakes, made their situation more dire. They simultaneously thought of a possibility: the gold crystal pyramid had been activated. Li Yao couldn't stop Wuying Qi's plan after all, and the massive brainwashing attempt through the solar storm had begun. Just then, a third voice, a calm one belonging to Li Yao, interrupted their secret communication channel. "Where are you hiding?" Li Yao asked. "Brother Yao." Li Jialing was both surprised and delighted. "You've escaped. Where are you? What happened inside the gold crystal pyramid?" "There's no time for explanations." "I'm here," Li Yao said, sending a pair of coordinates to them, not far away. "Let's meet here, and I'll tell you everything." "Okay." Li Jialing, not suspecting anything, immediately rushed toward Li Yao. "Wait," Long Yangjun grew skeptical. "Li Yao, did anything happen to you?" "Not at all. I did have many problems a few hours ago, but I don't have any now. Trust me. I've found a solution. Although it's very risky and may result in many problems, it's certainly worth a try," Li Yao said. "You'll understand when you see me." But, Long Yangjun was still hesitant. However, Li Jialing hopped to the coordinates given by Li Yao and searched for him in the dispersing smoke. Very soon, he found a dark shadow in the dense fog. "Brother Yao." Li Jialing strode forward and greeted him, not noticing anything wrong until he saw the black hair dancing crazily like tentacles on the back of the stranger's head. It was too late. It was his mother, no, some kind of dark existence that lurked inside her body, controlling her face. A face with a mysterious smile gradually emerged from the mist. It was Wuying Qi, Blackstar the Great. Hiss. The blood in Li Jialing's body and his brain nerves froze entirely, and he gasped in desperation. Long Yangjuan's shocked and furious shout echoed in the communication channel, mixed with the sounds of her battle with Li Yao. "Li Yao, you have betrayed us." Chapter 26-24, As Vile as Such. Boom. 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 Li Yao and Long Yangjun, two dominant experts who had reached the peak of the divinity transformation stage, if not beyond, unleashed 120% of their strength. The sounds were like meteorite collisions, creating visible tsunamis from the blasts. Even the shockwave from the gold crystal pyramid's sudden ascent from the planet's depths seemed overshadowed by the battle between the two experts. Now, without the point-to-point communicator, Li Yao and Long Yangjun's desperate roars could be heard through the stones, mist, smoke, and explosions. Li Yao, what are you doing? Have you lost your mind? Have you forgotten who you are? You are a cultivator. I haven't lost my mind, and I certainly haven't forgotten a cultivator's destiny, which is to protect the interests of mankind, not my own reputation or moral values. I cannot allow a foolish code of conduct in my heart to ruin the entire civilization. What has Wuying Qi done to you? Has he completely brainwashed you? Wake up, quickly. I am fully awake. The so-called brainwashing is nothing like what we imagined. His Majesty did not force any ideas into my mind but simply enlightened me. My thoughts and actions are based on absolute rationality. You, however, need to calm down, Long Yangjun. You. What? Do you want to know why I use your real name? Hiding is utterly meaningless now. You are surrounded by thousands of soldiers and His Majesty himself. Where can you possibly hide? Your only way out and the only solution to your trouble right now is to kneel before His Majesty like me and cheer, "Long live Blackstar the Great," from the bottom of your heart. Trust me. You have to trust me that it is the only way to save all the people. I'll be damned if I trust you. You traitor. I must have been blind to consider you a friend. Hee, if you refuse to take my kind advice, don't blame me for my ruthlessness. Friend? Hee. We weren't friends from the very beginning, instead, we were sworn enemies, right? On the Nuwa warship in the Ancient Sages sector, after we came to the Imperium, or even below the ground of the capital planet, you tricked me more times than I can count. Now, I've let go of the grudge and offered to enlighten you, but you do not appreciate my favor at all? If you don't know what's good for you, you might as well die. Li Yao, you. Their intermittent talks were interrupted by the deafening explosions, but their voices gradually filled with fury. The two experts were fighting for real, without any disguise. Wuying Qi stopped the Imperial Guards from moving forward and even asked the experts among the Imperial Guards to evacuate to the safe area. He stood alone in the mist, sensing the spiritual energy from Li Yao and Long Yangjun, analyzing whether they were truly fighting. It seemed they were fighting for real. Li Jialing stood before Wuying Qi, his heart half frozen, but he did not dare to move under the overwhelming pressure. He touched the back of his head while Wuying Qi remained completely focused on the battle between Li Yao and Long Yangjun. But to his surprise, the moment he moved his arm, he sensed dozens of spiritual energy tentacles from Wuying Qi. They bound him tight, leaving bloody marks on his flesh. Don't move, Wuying Qi said casually, without sparing a glance at the young lion. Staring unblinkingly at Li Yao and Long Yangjun, he added, your body is mine. If you behave, I will spare your soul, otherwise, I will draw it out and crush it into pieces. Li Jialing found himself flying into Wuying Qi's hand, which tightened around his neck as the two of them leaped into Li Yao and Long Yangjun's battlefield. Now, Li Yao and Long Yangjun were on either side of Wuying Qi. Had they been acting up until then, it would have been an excellent spot to attack him. However, Li Yao showed no signs of attacking Wuying Qi. Instead, he activated hundreds of scorching beams of light from his cosmos ring, which rained down overwhelmingly on Long Yangjun. He also shouted, Your Majesty, watch out, and stopped fearlessly before Wuying Qi, like a loyal dog. Long Yangjun hurriedly dodged Li Yao's barrage, her face blushing as she cursed aloud. Meanwhile, a dark mental force, like a flood breaking through a dam, poured from Wuying Qi's eyebrows and swept at Long Yangjun's mind. Long Yangjun and Li Yao were evenly matched to begin with. Their previous battle had drained most of their physical and mental strength. Now, with Wuying Qi's mental attack in the divinity branching stage, how could she resist it? Her expression grew vacant, and her spiritual energy became chaotic. Though not fully hypnotized, she was at least in a state of confusion. Blood was seeping from Li Yao's pores, making him look even more hideous. He panted heavily and strode toward Long Yangjun, grinning grotesquely. Even though you are a dual successor of the Pangu clan and the Nuwa clan, so what? Even though you are a duplicate of a primeval warrior, so what? Even though you know countless secrets of the primeval age and the locations of relics, how can they help you? You are going to be killed by me, after all. Let me tell you, I've been trying to figure out for years which of us is stronger and whether or not I can kill you. It seems I can. Ha. Ha ha ha. Li Yao raised his fiery saber high, its brilliance reflecting off Long Yangjun's entranced and desperate face. Wait, Wuying Qi frowned deeply, a strange look in his eyes. Don't attack yet. What did you just say? Is she a primeval successor? Li Yao blinked and said quickly, It's not a big deal, Your Majesty. This is a highly cunning and dangerous individual. There will be great risks if she is kept alive. Allow me to execute her first, and I'll tell you about her background later. After speaking, he raised his saber, ready to strike, but was stopped by an overwhelming force. Did you not hear my words? Wuying Qi's expression grew severe. If I want someone to die, they will die. If I want someone to live, they will live. Tell me about her in detail. About that. Li Yao looked at Long Yangjun, embarrassed, and coughed. I dare not lie to you, Your Majesty. This person, known as Dongfang Mingyue, well, she is not exactly a woman. All in all, this person's true name is Long Yangjun. She is, in fact, a primitive, who was born after being frozen for hundreds of thousands of years as an embryo of a certain elite warrior from the primeval age. She more or less understands some of the secrets of that age, but it's not a big deal. I know most of her secrets. Let's kill her to be safe. Such things exist. Even Wuying Qi was surprised. He observed Long Yangjun for a long time and said, Tell me the details. Leave nothing out. All right. Li Yao shared a wealth of information about the ancient sages sector, including the Nuwa warship and Pangu's laboratory. The more Wuying Qi listened, the more astonished he became. If that's true, it explains why she could initiate a Nepenthe as the Serenity Seraph underground. Yu Wushuang's Tribunal of Extraterrestrial Devils was undoubtedly not useless. A great deal of evidence about Nepenthe had been discovered and reported to Wuying Qi. Li Yao said with a wry smile, Your Majesty, do you still doubt my loyalty? If it weren't the truth, how could I have come up with such mind-boggling things in such a short time? Don't overthink it, Li Yao. I have absolute confidence in the Enlightenment technology. I certainly believe you have grasped something new and won't undermine the grand cause of human civilization, Wuying Qi said. I'm merely thinking that, if what you say is true, this woman must possess a wealth of secrets from the primeval age, which could greatly benefit the future Imperium and mankind. Li Yao hesitated for a moment and said, Perhaps, but she is simply too stubborn to change. What choice do I have? Let's just kill her and eliminate the trouble once and for all. Hardly had he concluded his sentence when Long Yangjun lunged at Li Yao like an infuriated lizard. Even though she was enshrouded by Wuying Qi's invisible force field, she still shrieked, Li Yao, you piece of crap. I treated you as my only friend in the whole universe and told you my greatest secrets, and this is how you repay me? You snuck into the Imperium to strike a balance between the Imperium and the Covenant Alliance, all to save your motherland, the Star Glory Federation. But what about me? Is the Star Glory Federation or the civilization of mankind my business at all? Why did I risk my life with you? Would it hurt me even if all of you are dead? The only reason is that I regarded you as a friend. I was doing it for a friend. But as it turns out, you stabbed me in the back when I was willing to do anything for you? Ha, ha ha ha. Great. This is too great. I'll make you pay in the most devastating way. Your Majesty, I am willing to surrender to you and confess all the secrets of the primeval civilizations, on one condition: kill him. Kill this worthless beast and then destroy his motherland, the wretched place called Star Glory Federation. You don't have a star map and don't know the accurate coordinates? That's all right. I have them. I have the rough coordinates of the Star Glory Federation and detailed intelligence about their military, politics, economy, and more. I can submit all of this to Your Majesty as long as Your Majesty helps me destroy his motherland. I'm going to enjoy the look on your face when it is illuminated by the very fire that destroys the Star Glory Federation. Stop glaring at me. It's too late to feel scared now. You are forcing me to do this. Those who are not of my own kind are bound to think differently. That's well said. Then, open your eyes and see clearly how terrible an alien can be when they completely lose hope. Like a burning, vengeful ghost, Long Yangjun burst into laughter, his face twisted and his hair a mess. Chapter 26-25, Dog Bites Dog. How vicious of you. Li Yao's face turned pale, losing his composure as he pointed at the tip of Long Yangjun's nose, cursing, I knew from the moment I met you that you were a brutal, insane villain. You've been manipulating me to gradually approach the center of the cosmos from the very beginning. At first, you fought me because you felt the Star Glory Federation was strong and hoped to get enough resources to repair the Nuwa warship. Now that you realize His Majesty's support is even more substantial and worth clinging to, you naturally want to kick me and the Federation away, hoping to achieve your goal by manipulating His Majesty. Your Majesty, don't trust her at all. She is only lying to you. She is just pretending. Really, Your Majesty, I swear to the gods that she is pretending. Don't believe a word she says. Everything will be over as long as she is killed, Your Majesty. You know very well which one of us is pretending. With gloomy flames dancing around her body, Long Yangjun laughed bitterly. Li Yao, it was you who started this ruthless game. It's too late to regret it now. I possess so many secrets of the primeval age, the coordinates of countless relics, the methods to control the Nuwa warships, the upgrade plans for the Colossi, and the extraordinary arts from the primeval age. Given enough time and resources, I can recover all of them and dedicate them to His Majesty. I am of much greater value to His Majesty than a scoundrel like you and the pitiful Federation behind you. As you said, I travel the universe alone, and to survive, I have to find a strong support to cling to. Before, since we were more or less friends, I decided to cling to the Federation. Now that you are so heartless, and His Majesty is the only great man in history who can compare to the Supreme Emperor, why shouldn't I work for His Majesty? I'd be an idiot if I didn't. I think you are in such a hurry to kill me not just because you fear my revenge, but also because you fear I will reveal the secrets of the Star Glory Federation to His Majesty, right? You haven't even told His Majesty the coordinates of the Federation, yet you claim to be loyal to His Majesty? That is downright absurd. Li Yao seemed to have been infuriated after Long Yangjun pointed out his thoughts. Brutality as intense as flames radiated from his pale face, and he rolled his eyes wildly, contemplating how to break Wuying Qi's control and kill Long Yangjun. Your Majesty, do you see his cunning eyes? This scoundrel must not be trusted. Long Yangjun said coldly, back in his hometown, he was best known for his acting skills, boundless tactics, and shameless ways. Whoever believes a single word he says will regret it. I swear to God that he is acting. It's likely he hasn't been brainwashed by Your Majesty at all, or at least not as thoroughly as he appears. That's because he previously told us he received special soul training that made his brain resistant to most mental attacks. Therefore, Your Majesty, there's no need to hesitate now. Whatever this shameless guy says, as long as you turn a blind eye to it and simply chop his head off, the whole world will be at peace. Your Majesty, we had a deal. Li Yao was so exasperated that he was drenched in sweat. You promised that the cultivators' independence would be partly retained and that I could join the Enlightenment Committee. You're not, well, you're not. Independence of the cultivators? That's hilarious. How is an insignificant Star Glory Federation qualified to compare to His Majesty's Imperium of true human beings? Long Yongjun sneered in disdain. I'll make it much simpler. All I want is to uncover the mysteries of my origins and find out the truth about the Primeval War. I believe that His Majesty must have many primeval treasures he cannot decipher. On the other hand, I am capable of deciphering these treasures, even though I don't have any. Therefore, His Majesty and I are much more complementary. Your Majesty, kill her. Li Yao, at a loss for words, shouted angrily. Your Majesty, kill him. Long Yongjun echoed, equally aggressive. Enough. Who do you think I am, an executioner at your command? Wuying Qi had been observing the two of them bickering with a casual smile. Now that they were truly squabbling, he finally turned serious and roared to calm them down. Li Yao, a monarch does not jest. Now that I have promised to pardon you and most of the cultivators if you acknowledge your mistakes, why would I launch another expedition? Even the false immortal cultivators in the 4 Kurfürst families, who are my sworn enemies, can be pardoned by me. I have fewer reasons to attack the cultivators at the edge of the cosmos whom I barely know. As long as you don't invite death and accept my enlightenment obediently, you will be safe and sound. Rest assured about that, Wuying Qi reassured Li Yao and then looked at Long Yongjun. Long Yongjun, you don't need to be too concerned about your identity. Although your background is indeed special, I always recruit based on talent, not origin. In my eyes, the 13 carbon-based lives in the Pangu Civilization's alliance in the past extracted the essence of their genes and injected it into a carefully selected ape on a blue planet, creating the most perfect carbon-based life in the universe, known as humanity. Therefore, there is no clear boundary between the Pangu clan and humans. They are merely different evolutionary stages of the same life. In a general sense, we are all human beings and the dominators of this universe. Moreover, you were a human being hundreds of thousands of years ago, except you underwent certain special genetic modifications and soul training. I don't think you are any different from others. In fact, due to some of my experiences, I find you rather similar to me. Really? Long Yongjun was overjoyed. Of course. We are the same kind of people. I, you, and Li Yao, we are the ones who stand at the pinnacle of evolution. Wuying Qi waved his hand and declared resolutely, our history and past don't matter, what matters is the future. As long as we stick together, we will definitely create a new generation of true human beings in the near future. Since you two were good friends and are now fighting for a common purpose, why fight each other? I believe both of you, but I'm still waiting for your next performance. The next performance? Li Yao and Long Yongjun looked at each other, shadows of blades and swords flickering in their eyes. Your Majesty, I have a confession to make. Long Yongjun suddenly said, did you know that Li Yao had set a malicious trap for Li Jiaoling? In fact, our main purpose in this trip to the underworld of the capital planet is to deliver this trap for your Majesty to step into it. Oh? Wuying Qi asked with great interest, what kind of trap? Before we left, Li Yao performed a minor surgery on Li Jiaoling and planted a tiny cosmos ring on the back of his neck. Inside the cosmos ring was a piece of confining magical equipment that Li Yao invented himself. He claimed that it could suppress even the gods, Long Yongjun said, glancing cockily at Li Yao and continuing, "He knew that your majesty was determined to obtain Li Jialing's body, so he turned it into a trap. If your majesty carelessly injected your soul into Li Jialing's body, you would be caught by his magical equipment. With your majesty's strength at the divinity branching stage, such a minor magical device naturally cannot ensnare you. However, even if it causes you some slight inconvenience, it would facilitate his subsequent attacks. The Cosmos Ring can be controlled both by Li Yao's telepathic commands from a distance and by Li Jialing pressing the back of his hand. He couldn't have told your majesty about such a vicious trap, could he?" Before she finished her accusation, Li Yao shouted, "Long Yangjun, you couldn't be more wrong. I have sincerely joined His Majesty, and I naturally informed His Majesty of this matter as soon as possible. Why else do you think His Majesty has been grabbing the back of Li Jialing's neck?" "What?" Long Yangjun found it hard to believe. Observing their subtle reactions, Wuying Qi absorbed the Cosmos Ring inside Li Jialing's back with his fingers. Li Jialing had been watching their performance in shock. Now that the back of his neck was torn apart, he screamed miserably and almost passed out, whether from fury or pain, no one could tell. Wuying Qi played with the fingernail-sized Cosmos Ring for a while and tossed it back to Li Yao. Li Yao opened his hands, and a shackle that looked like a glittering scorpion immediately flew out of the Cosmos Ring. What a delicate piece of confining magical equipment. Only the most skilled hands could craft such a spectacular toy, Wuying Qi said with a smile. That explains the confusion I had when you brought Li Jialing with you to such a dangerous place. It was highly illogical. I wouldn't have touched his body recklessly, but now that you are so candid, you have saved me a lot of time that would have been spent on a full body check." Li Yao grinned and bared his sharp teeth at Long Yangjun. Long Yangjun was starting to lose her patience. She continued, "Fine, even though Li Yao has informed your majesty of the matter, did he tell your majesty that he has a piece of portable magical equipment named Neltharion, that he has been baptizing with his blood? It has an unstoppable drill of mystic rays and carries countless cosmos rings, each fully loaded with crystal bombs, designed to blow up critical parts in a target?" Before Wuying Qi could reply, Li Yao simply offered Neltharion with both hands and chuckled. "I confess to His Majesty that I had such a piece of magical equipment a long time ago. I used it to drill through the shell of the mainframe crystal processors in the gold crystal pyramid, planning to sneak in and plant crystal bombs. Now that I realized it at the critical moment, I have naturally recalled it, along with all the crystal bombs. Do I even need you to inform His Majesty?" Chapter 26-26, More and More Critical. You, caught off guard, Long Yangjun was unable to say anything for a long time, as if her throat were stuffed with a crystal bomb. Seeing her blushing face, Li Yao felt even more triumphant. Rubbing a cosmos ring on his little finger, he retrieved a tiny object and presented it to Wuying Qi with both hands respectfully. "Now that I agree with your majesty's ideology, there is no need to hide anything," Li Yao said. "Not only have I confessed the secrets about Neltharion, but I am also willing to offer this critical item to your majesty. This is the exact half-key to the central room in the Supreme Emperor's mausoleum." On Li Yao's palm, the half-black metal stick floated and emitted a deep brilliance. "What?" Long Yangjun gasped, speaking almost unconsciously. "It's fake. It must be fake. Don't fall for it, your majesty." Li Yao sniffed. His Majesty's eyes are too keen to be fooled by any trick. Your warning was highly redundant. Greed flashed in Wuying Qi's eyes as he opened his fingers and drew the half-key Li Yao offered toward himself. He examined the key in his palm carefully. Then, he took out Li Linghai's half-key. After the two parts of the key were joined, they fit together with tiny cracking sounds. Wuying Qi injected a stream of weak spiritual energy into the key to test its cohesion, detecting no errors at all. The key was a perfect match, and he could not detect any flaws. This is indeed the critical key to open the last part of the Supreme Emperor's mausoleum. Wuying gripped the complete key tightly in his hands. Eyeing Li Yao with even more compliments and trust, he said, "Well done, Li Yao. I appreciate your judiciousness and loyalty." "Thank you, Your Majesty." Li Yao glanced at Long Yangjun again. Long Yangjun's cheeks were puffing like bloated dolphins. Gnashing her teeth for a long time, she finally unleashed her ultimate move. "Fine, fine, you are truly His Majesty's loyal subject, but I wonder, have you told His Majesty about Lei Chenghu?" Startled, Li Yao immediately showed embarrassment. Wuying had been observing their expressions and the changes in their biophysical parameters. Noting Li Yao's anomaly, he slightly frowned and asked, "Huh? Ha. It seems you haven't told His Majesty such an important matter yet. Why, do you want to keep the last trump card to negotiate with His Majesty?" Long Yangjun grew cocky, having hit Li Yao's weakness. She grimaced and said, "Are you going to confess, or do you want me to tell everything to His Majesty?" Who's keeping any trump card? I just didn't have the time to say it." Li Yao glared at Long Yangjun savagely before turning to Wuying, blushing. "Your Majesty, as a matter of fact, we had a minor agreement with Lei Chenghu." Wuying narrowed his eyes and asked expressionlessly, "What kind of agreement?" "I wonder if Lei Chenghu reached out to Your Majesty and reported that I snuck into his flagship and tried to persuade him." Li Yao scratched his messy hair and said hesitantly, "If he did report it to Your Majesty, he must have claimed that he refused me determinately and even released abundant crystal suits and colossi to kill me, but I still escaped in the end. However, his story was fake. It was just a play that he and I acted together." "Is that so?" Terrible flames surged in Wuying eyes. "So, even Lei Chenghu, the god of war and the last immortal cultivator of the Imperium, has betrayed me?" "Not exactly. Please don't misunderstand, Your Majesty. Lei Chenghu is the toughest immortal cultivator and will never betray Your Majesty easily for the cultivators." Li Yao waved his hands quickly and said. "However, I foolishly told Lei Chenghu that Your Majesty might be doing something that jeopardizes the true path of immortality, such as erasing the free will of the immortal cultivators through brainwashing or destroying the entire Imperial Terminus sector. For Lei Chenghu, the Imperium seems more important than Your Majesty. Ultimately, he is loyal to the Imperium, not to Your Majesty, to the true path of immortality, not to the one who created it, and to the free will of mankind, not to the order of a certain supreme being. That is where his belief lies and must not be corrupted." We talked for so long that my mouth almost went dry, but in the end, he was only skeptical and claimed that he would never betray Your Majesty without concrete evidence. Besides, the Seven Seas space zone was still in utter chaos. Most of Yun Xiufeng's remaining troops had been taken over by Song Yushe, who was still capable of handling the astounding Thunder Fleet. Lei Chenghu needed time to finish off Song Yushe's fleet. Even if he planned to interfere with the battle in the capital, he was still incapable of doing so. Therefore, we reached an agreement with Lei Chenghu and parted ways. We came to the capital to look for evidence, and he would finish off Song Yushe and the likes as soon as possible, hoping to crush all the enemies in the Seven Seas space zone in 10 to 15 days. Then, he would gather an elite fleet and wait for our message. If Your Majesty is truly doing something that jeopardizes the free will of mankind, he'll be on our side and stop Your Majesty with us. Please forgive me, Your Majesty. At that time, I did not understand the true meaning of enlightenment yet. I thought it was just regular brainwashing, which is why I made such a plan with Lei Chenghu. Also, I believe Lei Chenghu never meant to betray Your Majesty. Once he perceives the amazement of enlightenment, he will definitely support Your Majesty too. Therefore, please don't punish General Lei Chenghu, Your Majesty. He is truly a great loyal man, much more loyal than me." Wuying smiled and said, "That explains a lot. So to speak, you were sent here by Lei Chenghu's information boat, weren't you? How did you plan to search for evidence at the beginning? Yes, we came here on Lei Chenghu's boat, Li Yao said. After Nepenthe's uprising last time, we accidentally discovered the gold crystal pyramid. At that time, the pyramid was not unearthed, but we detected its paramount importance for your majesty, and deduced that it must have been your ultimate secret weapon. Therefore, we returned to this place this time. We plan to take pictures of the secrets here with our portable cameras and steal the central data from the mainframe crystal processor of the secret weapon. Then, we could find a way to send the data back to the 7C space zone, or perhaps jump back ourselves so Lei Chenghu could see it. Photos can be fabricated, but the central data cannot. We would have concrete evidence. We didn't expect that the four families' ace fleets would be blocking and interfering with the spiritual nexus of the capital so intensely, or that your majesty had deployed such a powerful barrier under the capital planet, allowing only your majesty's battle net to transmit messages. Our data was completely blocked by these two obstacles and couldn't be sent out at all. As for the videos, photos, and the information in the crystal processor, they were stored in my jade chips, which we planned to bring out. But that seems impossible now. Additionally, we didn't anticipate that your majesty's next sun plan would be activated so quickly, filling the entire imperial terminus sector with brainwashing waves within 24 hours. By the power of the sun, everyone will experience an unprecedented enlightenment. If Lei Chenghu learns of this, that pig-headed old man would definitely see it as a deprivation of mankind's free will, making us as evil as the Covenant Alliance. He will definitely try his best to stop it. What a pity. Your Majesty's plan is so meticulous, and the barricade here is so thorough. How could he learn the secret at all? Unless, of course, Lei Chenghu possesses a certain network virus that surpasses the most advanced technology of the Imperium, boasts the most formidable crystal processor specialists of the Imperium, and can hack into the battle networks of both the four Kurfürst families and the Reformists, allowing him to hijack the crystal cameras and processors in this place despite all the blockades and firewalls, seeing and hearing us directly while secretly exchanging data with us. But how is that possible? Moreover, even if he learns it right now, so what? It's too late. He's still stalled by Song Yushur. Can the astounding Thunder Fleet crush the four families' 8 adamantine fleets in half a day and gain control of all the adamantine super arsenal warships? Ha ha ha. That's the greatest joke in the world. Therefore, at the heart of everything, your Majesty is the most brilliant and scrupulous of all. Even though Lei Chenghu and I played a few tricks earlier, they are not worth mentioning in front of your Majesty's magnificent cause. Those who try to sabotage your Majesty's plan are like ants that try to shake a tree. What do you think, Long Yongjun? Stop looking at me with such a shocked expression. As I said earlier, I've been completely honest with His Majesty without withholding anything. I have discussed everything about the deal we made with Lei Chenghu. If you think I missed anything, why don't you provide supplements? Long Yongjun opened her mouth, but could come up with nothing. She had to close it and said helplessly, "There is nothing I can add." That's the deal we prepared to accomplish in 10 to 15 days. We didn't know that your Majesty would act so quickly, leaving us no chance at all. Of course, Li Yao said. Why else would His Majesty be His Majesty? However, I still feel you're acting. Her eyes bloodshot, Long Yongjun stared at Li Yao without blinking. She made up her mind, took off a cosmos ring from her left middle finger, and, gnashing her teeth, said, "If you are truly as loyal to His Majesty as you claim, you don't need extra weapons since you are under the meticulous protection of the Imperial Guards. So, do you dare to offer the cosmos ring that stores your Colossus to His Majesty and ask His Majesty to keep it for you?" Chapter 26-27, It's You Who Crossed the Line. Long Yongjun's declaration shattered the atmosphere between her and Li Yao like lightning on a sunny day. The look of loyalty and devotion on Li Yao's face froze, and cold sweat began to trickle down his forehead. Li Yao glared at Long Yangjun, his lips sealed. Long Yangjun blinked rapidly and asked, "What?" Li Yao responded, "What?" Long Yangjun said, "What do you mean, what?" Li Yao replied, "I'm saying, haven't you gone too far? Even if we have become enemies, vowing to tear each other apart, and despite our absolute loyalty to His Majesty, the Colossus is still the most crucial thing to us. Do we really need to take it this far? For instance, my loyalty to His Majesty is beyond question, and I'm willing to sacrifice myself for the future of humanity, but that doesn't mean I'm willing to mutilate myself for His Majesty's sake. Would you do that?" "I would." Long Yangjun spread her hands. "Have you forgotten that I served as a eunuch for nearly a century?" Taking a deep breath, Li Yao looked up helplessly, only to see black rocks above his head. "In any case, I have revealed my Colossus. I believe this is the most direct and effective way to demonstrate my loyalty to His Majesty. Only by doing this can I earn His Majesty's absolute trust. Tell me, do you dare to do the same?" Long Yangjun raised her cosmos ring and fixed her gaze on Li Yao. "Should you accuse me of presenting a false cosmos ring, I will summon my Colossus immediately. Please understand, His Majesty, this is not a preparation for an attack. Even if I were to attack, my target would only be Li Yao's worthless head." "Fine." Li Yao gnashed his teeth. "You think you are the only loyal subject who dares to summon your Colossus to prove the authenticity of your cosmos ring? I'll summon my Colossus and show it to His Majesty as well. Of course, if there's a chance to blow up your abdomen, I won't show you any mercy. Remember, the abdomen." As he spoke, Li Yao also took out his cosmos ring, ready to activate it. "Wait." Wuying, who had been observing coldly, suddenly said, "Li Yao, step aside and let Long Yangjun go first. One at a time. Don't summon your colossi simultaneously." Li Yao, huh? Long Yangjun, huh? The two of them looked at each other, wishing they could slap each other across the face. They shouted simultaneously, "What are you exclaiming for? Stop wasting time. The gold crystal pyramid has been activated. Every second counts." Wuying narrowed his eyes, looking at the two of them. "If you truly wish to prove your loyalty, let's begin. Long Yangjun will go first. I'm very interested in seeing your Colossus, Heavenly Crystal, too." "Yes, Your Majesty." Long Yangjun's eyelids and lips trembled simultaneously, and a mysterious brilliance flashed in her eyes. In the end, she simply closed her eyes and took a deep breath. With spatial ripples spreading from her fingers, she summoned Heavenly Crystal, her Colossus. The transparent and most dazzling light immediately filled the vast cave. However, Wuying attention was not on Long Yangjun at all but was completely focused on Li Yao, or more precisely, on Li Yao's finger that was rubbing his cosmos ring. It seemed that if Li Yao showed any sign of retrieving his Colossus at such a critical moment, Wuying would launch the most aggressive counterattack without any hesitation. Li Yao could keenly sense the bone-chilling coldness. Therefore, he did not dare to take any action and could only earnestly watch Long Yangjun's Colossus gradually emerge. However, when Long Yangjun's Colossus was only half appeared from the void, Wuying casually said, "Enough. Take it back. I have already recognized your loyalty, Long Yangjun." Long Yangjun had not yet seated herself in the cockpit of the Heavenly Crystal. When her closed eyes suddenly opened, she saw Wuying staring at her thoughtfully. This was the most awkward phase for a Colossus, as she needed a few more seconds to be fully equipped and to achieve maximum combat readiness. Wuying, however, would not give her those few seconds. Long Yangjun could only reluctantly disrupt the retrieval of the Colossus and press the Heavenly Crystal back into her cosmos ring. "Now, it's your turn, Li Yao." Wuying turned around and smiled at Li Yao. "Is there a problem?" "Absolutely not. Li Yao lifted his right arm and raised his middle finger, where his cosmos ring was worn, toward Long Yangjun. The Colossus Arsonist arrived from the void. Enough. Just like before, when the Arsonist had only revealed 30% of its form, Wuying Qi interrupted Li Yao's retrieval, not giving him a chance to fully bring out the Colossus. Is this the superweapon that crushed 3 experts in the divinity transformation stage and 3 colossi in a row? It is truly marvelous. However, let's study it later when we have more time. For now, retreat it. Reluctantly, Li Yao had no choice but to withdraw the Arsonist. Right, there's something I've been curious about. Since you two are both so frank, I believe you certainly wouldn't lie about such trivial matters. Wuying Qi looked at Li Yao and then at Long Yangjun. I remember that I destroyed your colossi at the bottom of the Silver Moon Ocean, and Li Yao was nearly both physically and mentally crushed. But why, after only half a month, has your colossus been completely renewed, and why has Li Yao improved to a much higher level, as if he encountered some fortuitous event? I can see the old heavenly crystal in your new colossus, the maintenance and modifications are understandable. However, Li Yao's Arsonist has been completely reborn. It's almost like a technological renaissance. What happened? Li Yao was completely stunned by the question. It was as if a gigantic hammer had struck the tip of his nose and shattered it into the back of his head. Well. Li Yao's eyes darted frantically, unsure how to explain. Huh? Wuying Qi's grim face lit up with brutality again. Li Yao, with everything at this point, are you still not going to confess about the witchcraft civilization? Long Yangjun glared at him. For how long do you plan to keep it from His Majesty? Yes, the witchcraft civilization. Bulging his eyes, Li Yao blurted out, I transformed the Arsonist to the point of being unrecognizable and improved my own combat ability using Long Yangjun's primeval technologies and the technological modifications from the witchcraft civilization. The witchcraft civilization? Wuying Qi was rather skeptical. What is that? It's one of the civilizations from the multiverse, just like the civilization of the cultivators, right, the immortal cultivators. Li Yao said quickly. I was forced to land on the devilish Scorpion Nebula when I jumped to the Imperium. There, I discovered the remains of a starship from a witchcraft civilization. It contained all kinds of peculiar things, and I unknowingly absorbed abundant legacies. I also learned part of the mysteries of the grand universe from it. Those legacies have been condensed inside my body and soul. I tried to unlock them, but to no avail. However, after your Majesty's lessons at the bottom of the Silver Moon Ocean, which were nearly a session of enlightenment, the thick veins and nerves inside my body were all dredged, allowing me to perceive many mysterious, indescribable knowledge. Therefore, this is all thanks to your Majesty. We can also say that your Majesty has brought tremendous wealth to the civilization of mankind, even before your plan is activated. That explains a lot. A witchcraft civilization? Wuying Qi had touched upon some intelligence about the alien civilizations of the multiverse before, which vaguely aligned with what Li Yao said. He was even more convinced and said, how interesting, if you don't buy it, your Majesty, I can sing you a song of the witchcraft civilization as proof. Li Yao cleared his throat and began chanting, ABCDFG, HIJKLMN, OPQ, 1, enough. Shut up. Wuying Qi rubbed his temple softly. I definitely believe what you said, Li Yao. There is no need for you to prove it, in such a way. Thank you, your Majesty. Greatly relieved, Li Yao wiped his cold sweat and said, I didn't mean to keep the things about the witchcraft civilization a secret. They are just unrelated to the upcoming battle. That's why I didn't confess them at first, to avoid wasting your time. I would have told your Majesty in the future when there's a chance. Now that we have proven our loyalty to your Majesty, and your Majesty trusts us, everything is fine. The rain is over, and the sun is out. What should we do now, Your Majesty? Just say the word, and I will live and die for you, Your Majesty. While talking, Li Yao put his hand, wearing the Cosmos ring, on his back. However, it was useless. Wuying Qi's eyes were still fixed on their Cosmos rings that stored their colossi without even a half-second pause. It was impossible to change the Cosmos rings. Well, as Li Yao spoke, he gradually ran out of words. It seems we should give the colossi to His Majesty now, Long Yangjun reminded him. Of course, I'm already giving the colossus to His Majesty, all right? Under Wuying Qi's gaze, which was half-scorching and half-freezing, Li Yao reluctantly brought out the hand he had hidden behind him and slowly handed over the Cosmos ring, which contained the arsonist, to Wuying Qi. Let me tell you, you are thinking too simply and superficially about His Majesty. Li Yao, staring aggressively at Long Yangjun, gnashed his teeth. Even if we are willing to give the colossus to His Majesty, with his great mind and vision, definitely won't accept it. Besides, I have every reason to believe that it is your scheme to undermine His Majesty's resolve. You are trapping His Majesty in such a way to disrupt His Majesty's next sun plan. Even the entire Imperium and the whole of human civilization may be destroyed. 1. Li Yao was reciting the alphabet song. Wuying Qi and Long Yangjun both wore expressions of disbelief after hearing what Li Yao said. What? What are you talking about? Long Yangjun quickly blinked. How on earth am I trapping His Majesty? Stop slandering me. It's very simple. You are directly attacking His Majesty's beliefs with such vicious moves, hoping to sabotage His Majesty's cause. Li Yao said coldly. It must be noted that His Majesty's next sun plan is founded on two premises. First, the technologies of Enlightenment are advanced and absolutely reliable, with massive, powerful brainwashing capabilities that no one can resist. The second premise, of course, is His Majesty's wisdom, vision, and accurate calculation of all the forces in the universe and every step in the plan. No unexpected factor can escape His Majesty's attention. Those two premises form the foundation of His Majesty's belief. It is because His Majesty believes in the next sun plan and his own wisdom that he is empowered to lead the next sun plan as the eternal supreme commander of human civilization. Everything His Majesty does is not for his own selfish interests but for the advancement of human civilization. Therefore, His Majesty's belief must be unshakable and cannot tolerate the slightest doubt. Overall, only if His Majesty believes in it himself can he influence hundreds of thousands of people with his firm and scorching faith, enhanced by the sun. If His Majesty doesn't believe in it himself, how can he brainwash anyone else? Thus, if His Majesty truly believes in himself, his technology of enlightenment would be invincible, and he would have all the procedures under his control with precision. How could I betray him, and why would I betray him? It must be noted that I had a sincere conversation with His Majesty and listened to His Majesty's reasoning for hours. If His Majesty cannot persuade me to return from my lost journey, wouldn't the so-called Enlightenment be the greatest joke? If His Majesty confiscates my colossus despite knowing that there is absolutely no chance I would revolt, wouldn't that be highly unnecessary and redundant? Long Yangjun was dumbfounded by his words for a long time. Wuying Qi was also deep in thought, his eyes filled with ripples. Both cultivators and immortal cultivators needed strong beliefs to support them when they reached high levels. Even if Wuying Qi was a lunatic, he was still a lunatic with dreams, ambitions, and beliefs. Such extremists often held their beliefs more important than anything else and wouldn't easily alter them. If His Majesty really confiscates our colossi, it would imply two things. First, His Majesty doubts his Enlightenment technology and his ability to control us en masse. Second, His Majesty fears us, even with the heavenly crystal and the arsonist. Tell me, which of these can possibly be true? Li Yao continued with a sneer. If His Majesty is truly fooled and accepts our colossi, 2 tiny cracks will appear in his otherwise indestructible beliefs. A fatal flaw will emerge in His Majesty's perfect mind. Perhaps these cracks wouldn't lead to severe consequences under normal circumstances. However, don't forget that His Majesty is about to inculcate his ultimate path into everyone in the Imperial Terminus sector through the Gold Crystal Pyramid. I believe that, even though His Majesty is the strongest in the entire universe and is enhanced by the Gold Crystal Pyramid and the Sun, it will still be a heavy burden on his spiritual energy and soul power to spread his beliefs into the minds of hundreds of thousands of hostile soldiers, right? At such a critical moment, when the soul is tested, you are undermining His Majesty's beliefs. This is like cracking a dam during a flood, which could lead to total collapse. By then, not only will His Majesty's soul be seriously damaged, but the seeds of self-doubt may also spread to the minds of all the hostile soldiers along with His Majesty's disordered brainwaves. How can they be enlightened and convinced of His Majesty's glory and invincibility? Therefore, am I wrong to say that you dug a pit to trip His Majesty? Huh? With his arms akimbo, Li Yao glared at and berated Long Yangjun, who was overwhelmed. That's not what I meant. Stop talking. That's exactly what you meant. Li Yao ruthlessly interrupted her defense. Anybody with a bit of wisdom can see that I would never betray His Majesty. The situation is too complex to be resolved by stopping His Majesty's plan or, heaven forbid, killing His Majesty. We are far weaker than His Majesty and cannot harm him at all. But even if something were to happen to His Majesty, so what? What then? The greatest enemies are still the elite fleets of the 4 families and the main forces of the Covenant Alliance that have yet to show up. I am utterly incapable of settling the chaos in the capital, and His Majesty is the only one who can. Regardless of my stance, do I have any choice other than submitting to His Majesty? I am a cultivator, not a cuckoo who acts without considering the consequences. Long Yangjun blushed furiously under Li Yao's barrage. It was not until much later that she finally said, unless I have a way to settle the mess in the capital after committing regicide, right? But how is that possible? Li Yao snorted and looked at Long Yangjun as if she were an idiot. Unless I can hijack some of the crystal cameras and crystal processors here to stream live to Lei Chenghu in the 7C space zone, despite the double blockades of the reformists and the 4 families, so he can see what's happening in the capital. Unless Lei Chenghu has already defeated Yun Xiefeng, Song Yushe, and the 8 adamantine fleets in unbelievable ways, subduing all the adamantine super arsenal warships and the warlord starships. Still, it wouldn't work because His Majesty already knows about Lei Chenghu's insubordination. When Lei Chenghu requests reinforcements from the capital, His Majesty won't respond with the space gate signals. Without the space gate, how can Lei Chenghu's fleet jump in an organized manner? Jumping one by one would be suicide. So, my plan will only work if an elite battle squad has secretly infiltrated the capital and set up ambushes near a space gate. They must hijack the space gate at the critical moment without raising any alarms, opening it to the 7C space zone. Right, above all these unless, there's one more major unless. I must have mastered a brilliant method of mental immunity to resist His Majesty's enlightenment. Tisk, TSK, so many crucial factors all coming together. Is that really possible? Even the poorest liar could come up with something better. You knew everything clearly, and yet you poured dirty water on me and fabricated such ridiculous things to slander me. You are insulting you are insulting His Majesty's wisdom. It doesn't matter if you slander me, but it is too vicious of you when you try to shake His Majesty's beliefs. You should be executed. Her body shaking in fury, Long Yangjun shouted, Your Majesty, you must not listen to the random talk of this scoundrel. There's no way I do not believe in Your Majesty's enlightenment. I only hope that Your Majesty's plan can be safer. Are you suggesting that His Majesty's plan would not be safe even with the colossi in our hands? Li Yao sneered. His Majesty's magnificent plan, which has been worked on for 100 years, can be sabotaged by 2 colossi? Wuying was silent. The brilliance in his eyes flickered like fire in a wild wind. Of course, Yao offered the cosmos ring that stored the arsonist to Wuying as he said, "Now that you have vilified me again and again, in order to prove my loyalty, I would like to ask His Majesty to protect my colossus for me. Does it really matter? I believe that His Majesty will do me justice." Long Yangjun scorned and presented her own cosmos ring as well. The two of them glared at each other and then looked earnestly at Wuying hands. Wuying narrowed his eyes and stared at the cosmos rings in their hands. After a long moment of contemplation, he took the 2 cosmos rings. Li Yao and Long Yangjun gritted their teeth tightly. Under astonishing self-control, their biophysical parameters did not change much, but their pupils and nostrils widened by 5% simultaneously. Holding the 2 cosmos rings in his hands, Wuying filled them with spiritual energy, making them chase each other like minor shooting stars. While casually playing with them, he observed Li Yao and Long Yangjun, as if trying to read their thoughts. In the end, he smiled and absorbed the 2 cosmos rings back into his palm. Clenching his fist, he tossed the cosmos rings back to them. A gentleman does not take what belongs to others. The entire universe is my possession. Why would I seize 2 colossi that belong to you? Wuying said casually, his eyes beaming with intense confidence. Li Yao is right. There can't possibly be any flaw in my deduction. The next Sun Plan is the only solution to save the Imperium and the civilization of mankind. Regardless of your stance, you should support me without any reservation. The technologies of Enlightenment cannot be easily resolved. Therefore, neither Li Yao nor Long Yangjun can betray me. If I cannot trust Li Yao, who has been enlightened, and must control you by depriving you of your beliefs, how can I have the face to carry out the next Sun Plan, and where can I keep my own beliefs? Take back the cosmos rings that store your colossi. Look, the sky is already open, and we are about to be embraced by sunshine. Now, enter the gold crystal pyramid with me and behold the most glorious sun. Together with Wuying laughter, the sounds of fractures and explosions above the dome grew increasingly intense. It seemed as if a pair of godly hands were brutally tearing apart the hard crust of the planet. Even the so-called safe area was no longer secure. Massive rocks fell continuously, causing the Imperial guards to cry out in panic and flee. A moment's carelessness could lead to severe injuries, or worse, being crushed to pieces. Despite their ironclad minds, shaped by Wuying repetitive brainwashing, the Imperial guards were deeply shocked by the magnificent changes. It was not the fear of death, but the realization of their insignificance in the face of such overwhelming natural forces. Li Yao and Long Yangjun exchanged a glance, both appalled, wondering what kind of terrifying effects the underground movements would have on the planet's surface. However, with Wuying intimidation, they could do nothing. Retrieving their colossi from their cosmos rings and preparing for battle would take several seconds, and for a terrifying expert at the divinity branching stage like Wuying, a few seconds were more than enough time to have breakfast, smoke a cigarette, and read a newspaper before blowing them up. Fortunately, the collapse of the crust did not continue. After reaching the maximum quake, it gradually subsided. The gold crystal pyramid, instead of being lifted to the ground, remained steadily at the bottom. However, a shimmering crack had appeared in the rocks where the sharp tip of the gold crystal pyramid pointed. Through the gap, a needle-sized spot of light could be seen, indicating that the crack led to the planet's surface. Pondering for a moment, Li Yao was greatly enlightened and realized how foolish he had been in the past. Since the gold crystal pyramid did not sink naturally but was hidden underground by the zealots of the Hui clan, they had naturally set up all kinds of facilities around it so that it could be activated immediately after it was triggered. Tearing the whole crust apart and raising it to the planet's surface was too complicated. All that was needed was to create a tiny crack through the rocks. No, there should have been a vertical tube from the start, aimed at the tip of the gold crystal pyramid, allowing the waves it emitted to pierce through the rocks without hindrance and reach the sky. Considering such a structure, the place was actually a well-hidden underground silo. Li Yao was half delighted and half worried. He was delighted that such a structure ensured the stability of the tectonic structure, preventing drastic changes to the planet's surface. This meant that most of the towns on and below the ground nearby could probably be saved. On the other hand, what worried him was that the activation of the gold crystal pyramid had been significantly accelerated. Li Yao estimated that it would take at least half a day for the gold crystal pyramid to be completely raised to the planet's surface. He did not know that a silo also existed, which made it possible for Wuying to immediately carry out his next sun plan. So, who was delaying whom just now? Wuying was only fearless because he knew that his plan could start at any moment, right? Li Yao thought quickly, but on the surface, he could only put on an overjoyed expression and said, "As you wish, Your Majesty." Long Yangjun said nothing but also nodded her head. Very satisfied with their performances, Wuying smiled. Then, he remembered that he was suppressing someone next to him. Waving his tentacles of spiritual energy, he lifted the almost unconscious Li Jialing and brought him close to his face. Li Jialing looked even worse than a dead person. With fury and desperation in his eyes, he stared at Wuying without blinking. When he realized the face belonged to his birth father, his eyes became sorrowful and helpless again. "How do you feel right now?" Wuying smiled and said, "You must keep a good mood. Only when you are in a good mood will this body be vigorous and healthy enough." Li Jialing's lips twitched as he glared at Li Yao and Long Yangjun. Then, he looked at the faint light on the rocks and declared stubbornly, "Let me down." "You do have some guts, but that's absolutely useless," Wuying said, observing the young man carefully. "I'm very curious about one thing. I can understand Li Yao and Long Yangjun's attempt to sneak into the capital and sabotage my plan. After all, they are both above the peak of the divinity transformation stage. Together with the two extraordinary colossi, it is possible they may hurt me in some way. Also, they are either burdened with great responsibilities or boast mysterious backgrounds. They had to come here. But what about you? Even though you have been modified in Manjasaka, the city in the sky, for years and have experienced a series of fortunate events, I don't think you are higher than the nascent soul stage, are you? A 20-year-old in the nascent soul stage is indeed awe-inspiring, but you are no more than an ant in my eyes, which you know clearly too. Then, why did you step into this fatal game? Was it just because of the tiny trap on the back of your neck?" Wuying deliberately jabbed the wound on the back of Li Jialing's neck with a tendril of spiritual energy, causing Li Jialing to tremble and sweat. However, the scene only elicited a faint ripple in Wuying eyes. Clenching his teeth, Li Jialing stood straight and shouted, suppressing the pain, "I'm here for the queen." "Is that so?" Wuying asked, "Why do you want to meet the queen?" "I want to ask her why she didn't destroy me when I was an embryo," Li Jialing exclaimed. "Even though she didn't have the time years ago, she had countless opportunities to kill me in the Martial Meritocrat sector a year ago and after I returned to the Deep Sea Fleet with her. Why didn't she do it? What's the problem with that?" Wuying was amused. "You were deeply connected to me. You were the perfect vessel for my soul, carefully prepared by me. Naturally, the queen couldn't kill you. Is that all?" Li Jialing's eyes dimmed. After a brief silence, he raised his head and roared, "I don't want to hear it from you. I want the queen to say it herself. Queen, come out and tell me why you created me, and why you tried to kill me and now let me go. Did you see me as a 100% soul container, or was there something else? Come out and tell me in person. What am I? What am I in your heart? How bold of you." A hint of struggle appeared in Wuying Qi's eyes, or Li Linghai's, which was immediately replaced by fury. He closed his right hand, and Li Jialing's neck was compressed so deeply that the young man's nerves, bones, and veins were almost severed. Ugh! Ugh! Li Jialing was unable to move while being choked by Wuying Qi, but a wild smile suddenly appeared on his face. He somehow squeezed his voice out of the impossible gap and said, You won't kill me. You still need my body. Hee, that's why you can't kill me just yet. Your Highness, do you hear me? I know you can hear me. Perhaps I don't have many hours left. Life has been a nightmare and a torture for me, and death is not so frightening. Before I die, I only want to know. What am I exactly? Is my life of the slightest significance to you at all? Tell me, will you? Please tell me. You. Wuying Qi's hands were shaking. Or rather, it was Li Linghai's hands that were shaking. Her pure black hair was showing traces of white at the ends again. Even her black eyes, which resembled abysses, were bursting with white stars that exploded like brilliant fireworks. There were too many indescribable emotions hidden in the fireworks. You were the one who gave me life, Li Jialing cried miserably. If my body can help you escape the cursed life of being possessed by this old ghost for the past 100 years and earn true freedom, that couldn't be better. I only want to see the real you before I die. You seem to have never revealed 100% of your true self before. I want to know what the real Li Linghai looks like beneath the mask of Queen. Years ago, in the Supreme Emperor's mausoleum, even an emotionless native of the Covenant Alliance was influenced by you and liberated his humanity. What was Li Linghai like back then? I hope that such a Li Linghai can appear before me and tell me the truth. Am I just a product of a cold plan, or am I something more? Don't lie to me. You can't trick me. In the Martial Meritocrat sector, in the Deep Sea Fleet, in the Godly Might Prison, and in the capital, during our many interactions, I can feel the real you. You are my mother. Are you going to hide and watch me die without giving me a single answer? What am I? What am I to you? The white hair on Wuying Qi, Li Linghai's head grew more and more, swallowing the blackness like surging white tides. The brilliance in his black eyes almost burst from his eye sockets. He was an expert in the divinity branching stage, and even Li Yao and Long Yongjun could not match him, but there seemed to be nothing he could do about the insignificant Li Jialing. Furthermore, he could have grabbed Li Jialing's throat and prevented him from making any sound, but he failed to do it, even though veins bulged on the back of his head. In the end, he finally roared. With a terrifying brilliance beaming from his eyes, he knocked out the young man, who fell into his arms. The movement seemed to have drained his tremendous soul power and physical energy, leaving him more exhausted than when he had recruited Li Yao and Long Yongjun consecutively just now. The white brilliance in Wuying Qi's eyes and the white hair on his head gradually faded, ebbing into the abyss-like blackness again. He looked at Li Yao and Long Yongjun in fury and embarrassment, only to find that the two were staring solemnly at the ground, as if they had not noticed his moment of disgrace. Gloomily, Wuying Qi thought for a long time, then placed the unconscious Li Jialing under his armpit. He said to the two of them coldly, "Come with me. Although it isn't the best time yet, we cannot afford to wait any longer and must activate the plan right now." Chapter 2630, The Only True God. Inside the golden crystal pyramid, Wuying Qi held Li Jialing under his armpit and led Li Yao and Long Yongjun down a side path. Instead of heading toward the control room Li Yao had seen earlier, they went to a much vaster area below it. Though it seemed odd to describe an underground, enclosed space as vast, it was precisely what Li Yao felt at the moment. As far as the eye could see, there was no boundary. The walls, made of some black, light-absorbing material, seemed to swallow all light, much like a black hole, making the place as deep and profound as the night sky. Only the diamond-shaped, egg-like stones embedded in the walls emitted a demonic radiance, like stars in the night sky or countless unblinking, strange eyes watching everyone in the room. When Li Yao entered, 100 people were already waiting inside, paying their respects. They had shaved their heads and cleansed their bodies, their faces solemn, dressed in nothing but black robes, emitting a holy aura, as if they were devout monks. Li Yao glanced at these holy men and women and recognized them as the most renowned experts in the Imperium of true human beings. Most were core members of the Reformists, though there were also a few assassins and mercenaries driven by the promise of wealth. It appeared they were Wuying Qi's most trusted bodyguards. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that they all seemed both fervent and in a trance, watching Wuying Qi with an almost worshipful gaze, as if he were a grand statue reaching to the heavens. Beneath their feet lay intricate rune arrays that seemed to bite them like tusked lotus flowers. The lines of these rune arrays spread out and intertwined with others, forming a complex network. In the end, all the rune arrays gathered at the very center of the black space. At the center, a throne made of black crystals stood like an exuberant tree. The black crystals were piled high, reaching all the way to the dome, spreading out what appeared to be roots or tentacles. Li Yao remembered the angle and distance when he walked in. He was certain that the vast black space was right below the control room from earlier. In other words, the facility above the throne of black crystals was likely the mainframe crystal processor that led to the gold crystal pyramid. While he was pondering, Wuying Qi had already directed Li Yao and Long Yangjun to the rune arrays closest to the throne, asking them to sit cross-legged like the others and enter a meditative state. Shua. 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 The bald experts glanced at Li Yao and Long Yangjun with a mix of wariness and envy, as if jealous of their proximity to His Majesty in such an excellent spot. Wuying Qi, however, chuckled. He took out a piece of magical equipment that looked like a black cocoon from his cosmos ring and placed the unconscious Li Jiaoling inside. Then, he sealed it and set it next to the throne of black crystals. Thousands of tentacles immediately slithered and tied up the black cocoon. Through the holes on the black cocoon, which represented human acupoints, they crawled in. It seemed to be an ancillary magical equipment he crafted for the body replacement. Li Yao watched with growing anxiety, but there was little he could do. Wuying Qi turned around, looked at Li Yao and Long Yangjun thoughtfully, and then strode to the throne. The seat of the throne looked like a hole in the massive tree. As Wuying Qi was ensconced on the throne, the black crystals around him surged as if they were alive, until he was entirely immersed in them. Inside the throne, there were countless tubes, as if it were a real tree. Wuying Qi's black hair proliferated and reached the dome along the tubes. He then controlled the roots and tentacles on the dome to wriggle at each expert with strange noises. The sacred moment is about to come. The Imperium will be reborn under our will. What are you waiting for, my dear subjects? Wuying Qi, who had been embedded inside the black crystals, said nothing, but his voice came from behind Li Yao, no, from inside Li Yao's head. A tentacle made of black crystals dangled behind Li Yao, slowly splitting at its front end like a flower, revealing a few pistil-like structures. Those were Wuying Qi's hair. Similar tentacles dangled behind every bald expert. Each connected themselves to the tentacles in wild joy, as if it were the most exhilarating experience. Li Yao thought of something and finally realized what was happening. This place must be Wuying Qi's massive brainwashing room, the start of the entire Next Sun plan. Wuying Qi's most intense brainwaves filled the black space, resonating with the minds of the many experts present. These brainwaves were then projected by the gold crystal pyramid and amplified by the sun. In this way, he could harness the soul power of many experts to enhance his brainwaves, much like the meditation healers who had been drained into living corpses. Of course, most of the experts here were valuable for Wuying Qi's future reign, so they would not be exploited as miserably as the meditation healers. On the other hand, by doing so, he could perform deeper brainwashing on those experts. They were Wuying Qi's most intimate and trustworthy partners and would be entrusted with great responsibilities later. It went without saying that the more brainwashing he could do, the better. As for Li Yao and Long Yangjun, Wuying Qi did not care if they lied or kept any secrets at the beginning, because he was absolutely confident in his brainwashing technology. He believed that, when the two of them were subjected to the massive brainwashing, their other thoughts would be entirely washed away. Wuying Qi's conclusion was not entirely wrong. Given the circumstances, even Li Yao was unsure if his absolute mental defense could resist such dangerous brainwashing. He also did not know if the mental devil lurking inside the mainframe crystal processor of the gold crystal pyramid had found a solution. He could not tell if the people he hoped for would arrive in time. However, it was impossible to avoid stepping on the rune arrays. Not only was Wuying Qi observing them closely, but hundreds of experts were also staring at them. Li Yao glanced at Long Yangjun from the corner of his eye, stepped onto the rune array without any expression, and sat cross-legged. The tentacle of black crystals on his back softly bit his neck, piercing a few hairs or maybe nerves into his spine. Long Yangjun did the same, allowing a tentacle to wrap around her neck like a viper. Great! 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 Wuying Qi's voice, a mix of insanity and euphoria, echoed from all directions, high and low. You are the pillars of the Imperium tomorrow. You are the ancestors of the new generation of mankind. You are the hope for our civilization to break out of this narrow universe. Come on. Summon your courage, boost your spirit, and transform your willpower into the purest spiritual force. Roar at the sun as a new being, and let the unstoppable storm rage across the universe. Boom! Every word he spoke bombarded the hearts and minds of every expert like the most deafening thunder. Even Li Yao felt the real world around them shatter, as if they were falling from a cliff into an endless black hole, reaching a brand new space. This space was entirely empty except for the colossal black sun that seemed to be swallowing the entire universe. It filled their horizons, minds, and souls. As the black sun slowly turned, they saw Wuying Qi's face. Wuying Qi was light and heat, Wuying Qi was the sun, Wuying Qi was their only master, and Wuying Qi was the supreme commander of humanity. No, he was the one true God, 100 times wiser and loftier than any commander. Wuying Qi was the sun, and they were mere dust in a dim, dying, silent universe. Only when illuminated by the sun would the cosmic dust like them release a brief splendor. Without Wuying Qi, they would be absolutely nothing. The contrast between magnificence and insignificance was stark. They had no chance to, nor should they, resist Wuying Qi. They were destined to be drawn into Wuying Qi's force field and become part of him, like the glittering radiance on the sun. The brilliance, filled with astronomical information, flooded into their souls. This was the same reasoning Li Yao received from Wuying Qi a moment ago. However, Wuying Qi was better prepared this time, with the support of a vast array and the resonance of countless experts. His reasoning was clearer and more detailed, making it impossible for Li Yao to refute or think against it. These ideas easily permeated the deepest parts of Li Yao's mind. The decision of the Pangu clan's commander, the limits of a universal nation's expansion, and the conflicts between finite resources and infinite ambitions, these were all choiceless. Choiceless. They were absolutely choiceless. This was the only solution. A brief pain was preferable to a prolonged one. The best way to untie a knot was to cut it apart. Someone had to make sacrifices. This was the agony of reform and the price of evolution. March out, march out. No matter the cost, no matter what they transformed into, they had to march out and avoid the same mistakes of countless civilizations in history. Only His Majesty could lead the human civilization forward. Blackstar the Great was the sole commander, the only monarch, and the one true god of human civilization. Boom! These ideas resonated deeply with Li Yao, Long Yangjun, the hundreds of experts, and Wuying Qi, triggering a powerful resonance in their souls. Their combined powers converged into a searing torrent that surged up the tube above the throne of black crystals and soared toward the sky. Chapter 2631, Dark Delirium. When Wuying Qi soared with the will of hundreds of experts and 10 times as many imperial guards, the energy supply center beside the gold crystal pyramid was operating at peak efficiency. Tons of crystals were instantly transformed into the purest spiritual energy and continuously transmitted into the gold crystal pyramid through tubes as thick as boas. For a moment, the entire gold crystal pyramid seemed to become transparent, radiating a dazzling brilliance like a supernova explosion. The ancient runes embedded on the pyramid's surface appeared to awaken from their millennial dormancy, their strokes fully extending and intertwining to form vivid faces. Initially, these faces resembled those of the hundreds of experts inside the gold crystal pyramid, including Li Yao and Long Yangjun. However, as their minds resonated under Wuying Qi's guidance, all the faces gradually twisted into Wuying Qi's own. Z. 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 The waves emanating from the top of the gold crystal pyramid, amplified by the surge of spiritual energy, evolved into a tangible black pillar of light that pierced through the silo above. The silo was not a perfectly vertical tube but resembled a sprawling, hollow tree. The branches of this tree were silver and as smooth as a mirror. After the black pillar of light entered it, it became even more substantial and terrifying through repeated boosts, collisions, and reflections. Like a dragon capable of swallowing a planet, it burst forth from the surface and soared into the sky. On the ground, people within a 10,000-kilometer radius witnessed a black dragon rising from the earth, tearing a whirlpool-like gap in the thick clouds, and darting into space. The black dragon seemed endless. It simply loomed between the sky and the earth, declaring its magnificence to the world. Immediately, the world turned dark, and the clouds gathered, foreshadowing a storm. Blackstar the Great's intimidating presence filled the entire capital planet. All the people were so astonished by the splendid sight that they could not utter a word. Some even knelt down, praying that such a miracle could help them resist the impending enemy. The soldiers of the reformists on the ground had formed neat battle formations in the face of the black dragon, under the command of their superiors. They had activated their public communication channels, ready to listen to the speech of their top commander. Wuying Qi's primary target was not the people on the capital planet, this was merely the collateral effect of his dispersed brainwaves. The people on the capital planet did not yet know how terrifying the black dragon was, but they would soon find out. The black dragon lunged at the sun. On the shortest route between the fifth planet and the fourth planet, the capital planet, a most glorious coalition fleet moved toward its enemy, no, its prey, no, a toy that was about to be crushed. As far as the eye could see, the exhaust flames of starships were everywhere. The overwhelming rivers of light had even outshone the stars in the universe. The starships were so densely packed that their energy shields were constantly rubbing and colliding, creating colorful ripples that seemed to adorn the unparalleled army with ribbons and armor. With each step forward, fiery traces were left behind. The hundreds of thousands of exhaust flames looked like burning arrows aimed at the capital. At this moment, from the commanders on the bridge to the sailors in the soggy cabins, no one had any doubt about the upcoming victory. The entire Imperial Terminus sector had been razed by the four families. Nearly every space fortress and planetary base had fallen into their hands. Moreover, they had dispersed into the most aggressive battle formation, allowing them to unleash their maximum firepower instantly. The reformists' troops, however, were still hiding in orbit around the capital planet, or even within its atmosphere. They were like ostriches burying their heads in the sand, thinking the enemy would disappear if they could not see it. How absurd! Many immortal cultivators from the four families had already started planning how to indulge themselves after conquering the capital. Right then, a black ray shot from the capital planet, traversed vast space, and struck the sun. At first, neither anyone nor any equipment detected the ray. After all, its target was not the four families' main fleets. Besides, it was less noticeable than a thin line in the boundless expanse. However, the distance between the capital planet and the sun was about 600 light-seconds. 10 minutes after the black ray struck the sun, it responded. At that moment, countless soldiers from the four families' main fleets were gazing at the brilliant sun. For those trapped in narrow cabins and unable to participate in the slaughter yet, the sun was almost their only reference. The capital planet was too small and too dim to be seen from space. No one could say who noticed it first, but a tiny black spot appeared on the sun. It looked like a glitch in the signal, a speck of dust on the crystal camera, or even just an illusion. However, after a long wait, the black spot did not disappear. Instead, their numbers grew, and they expanded in size. It was almost as if the sun had opened 100 pairs of black eyes, staring at the most powerful and arrogant fleet of mankind. The absurd and horrifying scene should have elicited exclamations from the soldiers. However, both the low-ranking troops and the commanders on the bridge were so deeply awed by the nightmarish sight that they forgot to react. Even their heartbeats and breaths seemed to halt. The black eyes on the sun continued to expand. Several of them merged into a writhing, twisted black spot, which then transformed into hideous, thoughtful, furious, and peaceful faces. Eventually, all the faces coalesced into one enormous face, a vast abyss. It was Blackstar the Great. The gold crystal pyramid was far from sufficient to cause such astonishing changes to a star. However, as an amplifier of mental attacks, it had cast everyone bathed in sunlight into the most terrifying nightmare. By affecting their retinas and optical nerves, it made them unable to distinguish reality from illusion, leaving them utterly lost in Wuying Qi's will. In everyone's delirium, the sun continued to expand. It was entirely contaminated and turned black, extending hundreds of black clusters of fire in all directions. Each cluster was millions of kilometers long, easily capable of ensnaring nearby asteroids, let alone the starships insignificant as dust. Before the fire arrived, the solar storm had already transformed into destructive waves and highly penetrative particles, sweeping across their starships and bases in the rear, filling every cabin, every passage, every space shuttle, and every crystal suit. It even invaded the ears, eyes, brains, and minds of those who witnessed it. Nobody, regardless of whether or not they had stared at the sun, could resist its power. Beep! 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 All the starships were shrieking ear-splittingly, and panicked ripples surged on every light beam. The crazily bouncing figures on the control panels reminded the starships that the energy and radiation output of the nearest star had increased exponentially in just 5 minutes. A paralyzing strike was about to be launched on the spiritual shields and magical equipment units of every starship. Even the soldiers, who had not taken level 9 anti-radiation measures, might be exposed to a fatal dose and suffer irreversible injuries. However, no soldiers or commanders concerned themselves with these minor injuries anymore, as everyone was immersed in the illumination of the black sun and the profound, magnificent movement of the universe, which seemed to flow from history into the future. Each one of them was a water drop in the river of civilization and a minor node in the grand movement. They could not change or control anything, all they could do was meld themselves into the river and movement, singing, surging, sticking, and submitting. As the river surged and the movement echoed, their minds seemed to be woven into an unprecedentedly vast web by the radiance of the sun, and they experienced indescribable epiphanies. The torrents of information that Wuying Qi had imparted to Li Yao inside the gold crystal pyramid beneath the capital planet's surface were also being transmitted into the minds of these people. However, compared to Wuying Qi's lecture, which was logical and persuasive, this session was much simpler and more direct, with a tone of dominance and irrefutability. Among the first batch of soldiers indoctrinated, many found their brains unable to endure the violent waves amplified by the sun. In a trance, their noses were bleeding, their eyes were bulging, and their eardrums were torn until their cerebral vessels exploded. They collapsed on the ground, dying miserably. Because Wuying Qi's influence was in serious conflict with their original beliefs, some could neither resist his magnified will, amplified by the sun, nor change their beliefs quickly. They were immediately driven mad, turning into lunatics and howling beasts who only knew how to kill. However, most appeared to be drowned in a black swamp. After the initial panic and confusion, a hypnotic frenzy appeared on their faces. Under the sun's power, their minds were imprinted with Wuying Qi's will, forcing them to accept brand new, unquestionable, and even unthinkable ideas. Long live Blackstar the Great! Long live the new Imperium! Long live the true civilization of mankind! Chapter 2632, Mental Plague. The eyes of those people turned into black swirls. Their entire lives, will, and souls were absorbed by these swirls, transforming them into frantic zombies. Even their brain cells underwent qualitative changes. The old cells continuously perished, while new cells formed strange sulci and gelatins in a completely different manner, embedding indestructible ideas into their souls. Those dwelling in the dark will, unable to free themselves, were completely absorbed into the network of soul resonance. They unleashed their mental powers, releasing brainwaves containing black venom to affect more and more people, much like the spread of a virus. Wuying Qi was not hypnotizing everyone alone. Instead, he started with the weakest low-level immortal cultivators, whose souls were the most unstable, initiating a massive spread. Once their brains were conquered, they became his black pawns, who then contaminated more pawns. When these low-level pawns resonated with each other, they could corrupt higher-level pawns. Thus, a colossal, mental plague, piggybacking on the ever-present and ever-changing solar storm, swept across all the starships of the four families' ace fleets. No brain could survive it. Half an hour after the massive enlightenment, the first batch of completely brainwashed immortal cultivators gradually awoke from their trances. At first glance, they seemed no different from half an hour ago, except for the strange smiles on their lips and the shimmering darkness in their eyes. However, deep within their hearts, they had come to an epiphany. They had realized the truth of the universe and glimpsed the ultimate future of human civilization. They communicated with each other through thoughtful glances, instantly understanding each other's identities and locations. Then, they cast their rigorous gazes in other directions, sensing the people whose brainwaves were of utterly different frequencies. Most of the immortal cultivators were still in a trance. Their minds were conflicted, and they were not the targets. There were always individuals who were extremely determined and loyal to the four families, making them resistant to brainwashing. These people were mostly commanders or advisors on the starships, at least middle-level officers. They realized their starships were under a dangerous mental attack. They scurried along the pathways, trying their best to wake up their subordinates. What's going on? Why aren't you moving? Get a hold of yourself. Raise the spiritual shield. Activate the highest level anti-radiation and anti-particle shields. Release the highest density sedatives into the cabins. No, no, no. Just release powerful anesthetics. I'd rather have all the crew asleep than see them in this state. Carry out my orders. Is anyone listening to me? Damn it. The officers tried to overcome their headaches and mental shock, jumping up and down in desperation. Amid the harmonious symphony of soul resonance, they were the loudest noises, easily recognized by the deeply brainwashed soldiers. With eerie smiles, the soldiers moved stiffly but determinedly toward the officers. What are you doing? You're not allowed to come here. Stop. Stop there, or I'll shoot. Are you out of your mind? Do you know who I am, or who you are? Bam! Bam! The officers who were still awake wielded their storm bolters, blowing the heads of the few brainwashed soldiers in the lead into broken watermelons, but this did not quench the courage of the other soldiers. Very soon, the few officers who were still conscious were surrounded by the soldiers and vanished in the zealous frenzy. Of course, on many starships, the thorough defenses caused the radiation and high-energy particles to decay after penetrating the shields and plate armor, failing to achieve 100% brainwashing. However, even if only 20 to 30% of the soldiers were brainwashed, and another 20 to 30% were turned into bloodthirsty monsters after their derangement, it still posed an unbearable strike for the starships. The engine compartments and arsenals, mostly defended by the lower-ranking soldiers, were heavily affected by the brainwashing. As long as 20 to 30% of the soldiers obeyed Wuying Chi's will, they could cause significant trouble for the starships. After their epiphany, the first thing they did was to sabotage the engine compartments. Then, they retrieved ample crystals from the arsenals and transformed them into crystal bombs. They then held hands and marched toward the bridge, demanding their commanders listen to their reasoning. It goes without saying that many human-shaped monsters, having lost their sanity and granted excessive strength, were rampaging through the dark, labyrinthine corridors, killing and destroying everything in their path. Nightmares beyond words were unfolding. Even though the soldiers who remained conscious quelled the internal conflicts with great effort, the starships were largely riddled with holes and on the brink of destruction. After the engine compartments, fuel cabins, and arsenals exploded, even the largest starship would be heavily damaged and unable to sail the Sea of Stars again without several months of major maintenance. During the first hour of the solar storm's rampage, riots large and small erupted on nearly every starship in the four families' ace fleets. In the second and third hours, after internal conflicts on some starships were finally resolved, even more terrible things happened. On other starships, numerous commanders, advisors, and fire control officers had already accepted Wuying Chi's Enlightenment, understood the truth of evolution, recognized the highest commander and the one true god of the Imperium, and became Wuying Chi's most loyal accomplices. Darkness burned menacingly in the eyes of these commanders and fire control officers. Their faces appeared hollow, and their lips curled into vague smiles. Through intermittent, severely disrupted channels, they sent messages to neighboring starships and communicated with nearby commanders. The Imperium is embracing a new life, those commanders told the commanders of neighboring starships. The highest commander has returned. The savior of mankind has finally arrived. Some commanders, upon receiving such a message, would respond, "Long live Blackstar the Great. Long live the Imperium of true human beings." Then, they would mark each other's starships as black, the color of allies, in the identification system. But others would roar in panic and fury, "What the heck? What nonsense are you talking about? Hey! Hello?" The awakened commanders would quickly cut off communication and mark those starships as white, the color of foes, without any expression. Then, they would unleash all their firepower and launch a suicide attack, disregarding their own defense and the distance between them and the hostile starships. Boom! 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 In an instant, countless dazzling ribbons and abnormally expanding balls of light glittered within the iron tide of more than 100,000 starships. The starships, close to one another, bit into each other like hyenas. Both their spiritual shields and composite armor were torn to shreds like paper. Tremendous materials, engulfed by the fire of spiritual energy, spurted out like arterial blood onto other starships, causing colorful ripples. The starships that were polluted were mostly smaller rapid warships and arsenal warships, with weaker spiritual shields and armor, and lower-ranking commanders. Naturally, they became the first batch of devout followers of Wuying Chi. The leaders, including the highest commander, were gathered on the massive, thick motherships and comprehensive supply ships, which were still under control. However, The disparity in size and firepower did not stop the rapid warships and arsenal warships from releasing their most violent firepower as they accelerated to their highest speed and crashed into the command starships, motherships, and comprehensive supply ships. In world-shaking explosions, they blew themselves to pieces, leaving devastating holes in the command starships and motherships. Before the sun emitted black light, not a single commander had foreseen such an unbelievable scenario. Therefore, they were in the densest battle formation, with little room to adjust their positions. After the solar storm swept across the entire fleet, the engine units, fire control systems, and mainframe crystal processors of many starships were completely paralyzed. Many low-ranking soldiers had accepted Wuying Chi's brainwashing and turned into monsters or zombies, losing effective control over the starships. They often could only watch their arsenal warships crash into them like mad fireballs, unable to do anything about it. The overwhelming space fleet fell into chaos. Some starships tried to flee but were dragged back into the vortex of destruction by debris and fire. Others attempted to push forward, leveraging their tough hulls and powerful cannons, but a fatal, mental plague would soon break out within those ships. Soldiers with deep, dark eyes would march into the bridge, surround the commander and fire control officer, and bite them until nothing remained. Some starships lost all momentum, their spiritual shields and exhaust flames gradually dimmed, as if they were cold iron coffins. No one could imagine what was happening inside, nor did anyone have the courage to. The Iron Tide, once confident in its ability to destroy anything, seemed to have hit invisible reefs and was on the brink of collapse. This is a trap. Fall back. We have to jump out of this wretched space zone and the radiation range of the star. Help. Help. Number 4 base, do you copy? Please navigate us to a suitable jump point immediately. We, from the main warships of the ace fleets of the 4 families, which were as magnificent as mountains, panicked orders and cries for help echoed. However, their responses came too late. Long before they realized they were caught in the dark abyss, the solar storm had already swept across all the reinforcing fleets, space fortresses, and planetary bases they had at the edge of the Imperial Terminus sector, indiscriminately creating mental plagues in those places and transforming the immortal cultivators, once loyal to the 4 families, into something like zombies. These zombies, however, did not feed on other people's brains. Instead, they merely changed, assimilated, and corrupted them. The 5th planetary base, which the ace fleets of the 4 families had just left, appeared as if it were the end of the world. Countless people ran about, holding their abnormally expanded heads. As they ran, their brains exploded, sending blood spraying into the sky like fountains. Some of them even left the range of the artificial atmosphere and gravity field, becoming bizarre statues in the cold vacuum, which were then obliterated by the sun's light. Others attempted to flee the planet in starships, space shuttles, and crystal suits but were shot down by the awakened soldiers with anti-air cannons. They fell like flies, leaving spiral trails behind. The soldiers who remained loyal to the 4 families gathered into small groups and vainly resisted the attacks of the lower-ranking soldiers. However, due to their exhausted souls and extreme dread, their minds could be corrupted just as easily. It was often the case that a traitor would emerge among them as they fought on. After a moment of stunned silence, their eyes would turn deep and dark, and they would stab their allies in the back. Boom! It was unclear whether it was done by the mad soldiers or the desperate officers, but the largest arsenal on the number 5 planet detonated, causing the crystals to explode. The deafening noise split everyone's ears. Materials weighing hundreds of thousands of tons were tossed into the sky, splashing down like burning meteorites and causing even greater damage. The entire planet seemed to be on fire, illuminated by the brilliance of the black sun. The same scene unfolded across all the areas of the space zone occupied by the 4 families. Not a single starship could launch a space jump and escape the black sun's grasp. Although only 20% of the next sun plan had been carried out, the four families' ace fleets no longer existed. The iron tide had degenerated into spreading mud. Every starship had become a lone island of death. Every immortal cultivator was in a state of hypnosis, panic, or desperation, their combat abilities lost. The same fate awaited the Imperial Guards and the deep-sea fleet belonging to the Reformists. However, the Imperial Guards and the deep-sea fleet were prepared. Before the next Sun plan was activated, they had already docked their starships in the atmosphere and turned off most of the magical equipment. Thanks to the atmosphere's protection, they avoided the ultra-powerful radiation and particles from the solar storm. However, their public communication channels were completely open to Wuying Qi, allowing Wuying Qi's will to enter without any hindrance. The soldiers and officers in the black military uniforms of the Imperium, standing like neat rows of statues 1,000 years ago, listened to His Majesty's instruction in silence. In peace and order, they received an unprecedented epiphany, and hollow, eerie smiles appeared on their faces. When they looked at space again, their moods were entirely different. Moments ago, they might have been worried about the impending catastrophe, but now, they had no doubt about their victory and could hardly wait to accept the defeated fleets in a few days. They would be the first members of the glorious, capital fleet. They would be the contributors to the new Imperium, the ancestors of the new human beings, and the first to break free from the tiny universe. Long live the Imperium! Long live His Majesty! Long live Blackstar the Great! On the capital planet, the solar storm's unparalleled might had also taken its toll. Thanks to the protection of the thick, dense atmosphere, more than 90% of the radiation, powerful particles, and low-frequency electromagnetic waves were blocked. As a result, the chaos and destruction in this place would be postponed by 12 to 24 hours. Even so, various anomalies already foretold doom. The first to be affected were the sensitive birds. With their magnetic field sensing organs severely disrupted, thousands of birds soared into the sky, flying around like headless flies. Crowds of crows raged among the skyscrapers, crashing into buildings. When these crows tried to hover in the narrow spaces by flapping their wings, their brains exploded suddenly. This nightmare would be an unforgettable memory for all the eyewitnesses. The beasts, like the birds, were also affected. The residents who lived close to forests and mountains witnessed the most unbelievable torrents made of snakes, rats, ants, wolves, tigers, leopards, and so on. In panic, they fled their homes and ran toward the cities where humans lived. The beasts, who were supposed to be natural enemies, had no time to bother with each other or their destination. In many cases, they simply ran around the cities or followed their own tails until they died of exhaustion. Abundant rats also gathered into a formidable army that marched through the wilderness until they reached a cliff hundreds of meters higher than the ocean. There, they jumped off and disappeared into the dark tide. After accepting the offerings of these living creatures, the tide grew fiercer. On the Silver Moon Ocean, an unprecedented level 12 waterspout had already formed. Like a giant straw reaching to the sky, it was poised to suck all the ocean water into the atmosphere. Super tornadoes, which had not occurred on the capital planet in the past 10,000 years, also began to spread their tentacles, threatening the coastal cities with their sharpest tusks. Even without the meteorological agency's detection magical equipment, anyone could see that half the sky was contaminated, turning into a stark black. It appeared that the massive black spot would soon swallow the three-dimensional space. Such anomalies should have cast everyone into fear and mental collapse. However, all the residents of the capital planet heard a mysterious voice. This voice calmed them and made them more focused than ever. They realized a grand destiny beyond their insignificant lives and were gradually transformed into literal ants. As long as the grand destiny could be fulfilled, their lives could be sacrificed at any moment. For the Imperium. For the ants. Countless people trembled as they emerged from their rooms and shelters to gaze at the sun, now full of black spots. They accepted the bath of black light without blinking, even as their retinas were entirely burnt up. Almost all the immortal cultivators and the senior lackeys of the immortal cultivators, who lived in the cities on the planet's surface, were enshrouded by Wuying Qi's will. They were either transformed into abnormal monsters or into patients suffering from radiation. The hominoids, who lived 200 to 20,000 meters below ground, were in relatively better shape. The atmosphere served as the first line of defense, and the thick rocks provided a second layer of protection. Even the most powerful radiations and particles could scarcely penetrate the nearly 10,000-meter thick planet's crust. If they did, the radiations would be too diminished to cause significant harm. Thus, when the best experts on the capital planet and their lackeys fell victim to the mental plague, those humble underground hominoids could still enjoy brief periods of consciousness. The next sun plan required the radiance of the sun. However, thanks to the privileges granted by the immortal cultivators, 90% of the underground hominoids had never seen real sunlight in their entire lives, which naturally made them less susceptible to corruption by the next sun plan. Of course, Wuying Qi's original plan had not considered the underground hominoids at all. After all, they were mere weeds and ants that could neither change nor influence anything. Whether awake or delirious, they were destined to perish in the forthcoming disaster. As the fuel to propel the civilization, they could not ignite the tiniest spark. Inside the gold crystal pyramid beneath the capital planet, Wuying Qi declared, "I am the universe." His soul was amplified to its maximum, extending to almost the entire imperial terminus sector through the power of the sun. Amplified by the resonance of billions of souls, he experienced an unprecedented epiphany. He had never felt more certain that he was the sun and the universe, that his victory was mankind's victory, his future was mankind's future, and he was the highest will of mankind. No, he was mankind itself. He. Sensing the obedience and admiration that billions of people fed back into his soul, Wuying Qi's confidence grew even stronger. The images and information he imprinted on those people had also been influencing and hypnotizing him, leaving him absolutely certain of his destiny. 30% of the next sun plan had been executed. The most challenging phase was behind them. The four families' elite fleets were in complete disarray and could not recover within a few days. Moreover, the four families lacked the courage to send reinforcements into the Imperial Terminus sector, shrouded in the black sun. The Imperial Guards and the Deep Sea Fleet were also being awakened in sequence. Soon, their loyalty would reach a new level, and they would be ready to accept the four families' elite fleets. Even if Lei Chenghu were to defy him, the chaos in the Seven Seas space zone would take at least 10 to 15 days to subside. By then, whether the astounding Thunder Fleet intervened or not, the new Capital Fleet would rise above the sea of stars under his personal governance. Nothing could stop him. Nothing could halt the renaissance of human civilization. Wuying Qi dwelled in the soul resonance of billions of people, enveloped by their worship and cries, unable to escape the glorious and brilliant movement. However, the majestic movement that spanned from the beginning of life to all eternity seemed to be tainted with two minor noises. The movement was so smooth and pleasant that these two noises were particularly ear-splitting, as if mocking him. Ha! The black sun slightly opened its eyes and stared at the dust named Li Yao with the utmost rigor. Chapter 2634, I have never heard such a request before. Li Yao, I have sensed that the frequency of your soul is highly unstable. It seems that every once in a while, especially when everyone is cheering for the Imperium, your soul suffers from intense, mysterious stimulation. Wuying Qi's soul relays this thought to Li Yao's. You seem to be holding something back. Do you have any other secrets? Well. Li Yao's soul, insignificant as a grain of dust before the black sun, glows with uncertainty. And no. Long live the Imperium. Long live His Majesty. Long live the Divinity Transformation Stage. E.W. Have you not grasped the magnitude of the next sun plan yet? You still refuse to submit to my will? From the black sun, the hair-thin tentacles of light, after zigzagging, stab into Li Yao's soul, unleashing the most intense mental assault once more. I am the country, I am the sun, I am the universe, and no one should keep anything from me. Come on, spill it out. Give me your secrets. As Wuying Qi speaks, the dust particles around, each representing an individual's consciousness, extend countless rays that resemble nerves, rushing into Li Yao's brain and connecting to his soul. Come on. Spit it out. There's no need to hold anything back. Confess all your secrets to His Majesty just as we do. His Majesty is our true God and the only ruler. Whoever keeps secrets from His Majesty is the biggest traitor to humanity. Come on. Come on. Speak up. Speak it out, like the rest of us. They were the people who had been hypnotized by Wuying Qi and who intended to further corrupt Li Yao, in the resonance of absolute obedience. This collective hysteria, like the cross-infection of a virus, made it impossible for anyone in the network to escape. Of course, if a certain unconventional, highly provocative thing appeared on the network, it would spread to every terminal and be received by every soul and brain. Li Yao continued his pale resistance, talking nonsense as if he had been cornered. Really? I have truly 100% surrendered to your Majesty and realized that your Majesty is the sun, the moon, and the stars. However, no matter how submissive I am entitled to a personal life, am I not? Really, your Majesty, you wouldn't want to see my ultimate secret. It's just one of my quirks that are not worth mentioning at all. Please allow me to collect and appreciate them on my own. Huh? Wuying Qi's voice turned even colder and more indifferent. The rays of light that pierced into Li Yao's soul grope for Li Yao's ultimate secret like a snake that spits venom. Li Yao, you are such a disappointment. I thought you were a smart individual, capable of making a sensible choice. It never occurred to me that. I am indeed not stupid, but this secret is simply too terrible. Li Yao sounded both wronged and upset. If your Majesty learns it, your Majesty will surely be infuriated and execute me. That's why I dare not invite your Majesty to appreciate them. Hee. What kind of secrets are worth my thunderous fury? Wuying Qi's voice dripped with disdainful laughter. The best they can be are just some other schemes and boring tricks that you want to play. However, you have seen and even sensed with your own soul that my next sun plan has succeeded. The best soldiers of the entire Imperium have all recognized the correct path and are obeying my will. Starting from this second, a new epoch of human civilization has begun. Even if all the gods and devils in the universe arrive, they cannot stop my determination. What can you accomplish with your petty tricks? Come on, reveal your ultimate secrets, clear the last obstacles in your mind, and kneel before me, just like everyone else, and become the sharpest saber in my hands. I guarantee that I will pardon all your crimes and your petty tricks. Come on. Come on. The souls around, deeply brainwashed, also shouted, reveal your secrets. His Majesty will benevolently pardon all your crimes. His Majesty is too invincible to be bothered by such tricks. Fine. Li Yao's soul seemed to have been mired in a swamp under the interference of many waves. He mumbled, since your Majesty has put it that way, it seems inappropriate if I still don't open my mind. However, I need to prepare myself and adjust my mood first. To be honest, I have never encountered such an outrageous request before in my life. This is rather embarrassing for me. Your soul is resisting my investigation. In this massive enlightenment and collective resonance of souls, your spirit still retains such a high degree of independence. What have you done? What are you hiding deep within your soul? The black sun glowed ominously as Wuying Qi's keen senses detected a few abnormal waves. He spoke warily, you are only stalling me. You have been stalling me from the beginning. What exactly are you waiting for, Vulture Li Yao? The black sun constricted violently and spat out hundreds of tentacles of light, which surged at Li Yao's soul, trying to tear it apart to expose the secret. But at that moment, the once pure black illusionary universe was torn apart by a brilliance as red as blood in one corner. It appeared that a red supernova had burst out on the opposite side of the black sun. A new red star, small but equally dazzling, had risen. No sooner had the red star been born than its light spread across the entire illusionary universe, or the brainwashing waves released by the gold crystal pyramid, like a tidal wave of blood. With the power of the real star, it swept across the minds of all the immortal cultivators in the imperial terminus sector, standing on par with the black sun, which was the manifestation of Wuying Qi's will. The red star also emitted countless red stripes, which pierced into the supermassive neural network that Wuying Qi had painstakingly established, effectively hijacking the gold crystal pyramid and the next sun plan. "Excuse me, but he has been waiting for me." A cocky, gloating face identical to Li Yao's appeared on the red star. Who else could it have been but the mental devil that had sneaked into the mainframe crystal processor of the gold crystal pyramid earlier? The mental devil first grimaced at Wuying Qi before shouting loudly at Li Yao, "What are you waiting for? Now is the time, Li Yao. I have temporarily compromised the defense system of the gold crystal pyramid, and it can be hijacked in about 10 minutes. It will be all yours in 10 minutes. Release the filthiest stuff in your heart into the universe. Although your words can be quite misleading, I understand what you mean. Then let's bring it on." The mental devil's arrival made Li Yao undergo drastic changes. It seemed that under the red star's illumination, even the insignificant dust emitted a light that eclipsed the dark sun. Taking a deep breath, Li Yao sent the most grievous thought to Wuying Qi. "Your Majesty, whatever happens next, no matter how much you hate, despise, beat me, or treat me like a shameless scumbag, you must believe that this is not part of my plan at all. I only intended to construct a minor mental defense for myself. Who could have foreseen that it would end up like this? Truly, nobody wanted it to go this far. It was you who insisted on reading my greatest secret. In that case, just let everyone watch it until they are satisfied." Instantly, the insignificant dust that was Li Yao merged with the mental devil and the rising red star. Like fuel poured onto a fire, it sparked astounding changes once more. Countless information streams, like raging floods and rivers, swept through everyone's mind instantly. They were the most vivid, detailed action movies, unaltered, vigorous, and alluring. Wuying Qi's revered face, worshipped by billions, had been seamlessly transplanted onto graceful bodies, presenting scenes of raw nudity. The despicable images, the provocative sound effects, and the lines that Li Yao had written for Wuying Qi himself were all transformed into the purest information, branded into everyone's brain, including Wuying Qi's. Wuying Qi was the first to be hit. Caught unprepared, it was as if someone had stabbed a burning stick into his back, lifted him up, and slammed him in the face relentlessly. Even though he was the ancestor of the immortal cultivators, the heir to the blood god, and a visionary, ambitious first commander, one true god, and the highest dominator, he had never foreseen or could bear such intense stimulations at such a critical moment on such an occasion. Boom! 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 Deafening explosions echoed from deep within the black sun. It was the sound of Wuying Qi's soul being seriously damaged and his brain bleeding profusely. What is that? His screams were more twisted than before, sounding more shocked than angry, if not somewhat stunned. He seemed unaware of what was happening. What is that exactly? Nothing. Like I said, it's just my personal hobby and my private life. Li Yao replied innocently. I really never meant to take them out. They were only for my own appreciation. But you were so aggressive and demanded I present them. We have so many eyewitnesses here who can testify that it was you who asked me to present them. Also, you had pardoned me in advance. Chapter 2635, Despicable Consequences. You, the black sun spewed out surging flames without ceasing, but the flames were not as rampant and dominant as they had been a moment ago. They were disordered and feeble, not resembling the embodiment of Wuying Qi's iron will, but rather his furious and desperate outburst. This was not due to Wuying Qi's soul being weak so much as it was because the next sun plan had reached its most critical phase. He had won the loyalty of millions solely through his own efforts, and despite using the sun as an amplifier, the impact and backlash on his soul were immeasurable. Furthermore, no one could have anticipated that in a battle that would decide the fate of the Imperium, human civilization, and even the Panga universe, on an occasion that should have been solemn, if not blood-stirring, Li Yao would employ such a disgraceful tactic. It was understandable that even Wuying Qi's ironclad mind was cracking with strange sounds. The great Black Star, the forebear of all immortal cultivators and the heir of the blood god, could not maintain his composure. Even if he had exhausted his computational abilities in the divinity branching state, predicting the entire plan 1,000,000 times over, he could not have foreseen the actions of a creature as unpredictable as Li Yao. What are you exclaiming about? If you can't tolerate a few love stories, how can you be an emperor? Li Yao grinned as the red star continued to expand, sending out increasingly intense and despicable information in all directions. If you can't handle this, wouldn't the more intense scenes blind you? Schwa. 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 The information, thanks to the power of the gold crystal pyramid and the sun, was beamed into the brains of millions of immortal cultivators across the entire space zone. The first to be affected were naturally the hundreds of bald experts surrounding Li Yao and Wuying Qi. These experts were the right-hand bodyguards that Wuying Qi had carefully selected. After numerous Enlightenment sessions, they believed in Wuying Qi's ideology, and their loyalty was absolutely unquestionable. However, even if their loyalty were doubled, the sudden influx of unbelievable images and moans was still too stimulating. 1 second earlier, their heads were filled with grand, glorious, and profound concepts. Inside their minds were the future of mankind, the fate of the universe, and the sacred and dominant image of Wuying Qi, wielding his long sword and hacking through the thorns on his path. But in the next second, this magnificent vision, along with the universe's grandeur, shattered into pieces, replaced by things that could not be described. The Supreme Commander, the Ultimate Master, and the one true God of mankind, like a hairless monkey, was engaged with other hairless monkeys, as if in a fight, and the Commander, Master, and God was the losing one. Ah! The souls of the hundreds of bald experts screamed in agony. Along with cries of disbelief, the marks Wuying Qi had repeatedly imprinted on their brains began to loosen, tremble, and collapse. Fake. Fake. This is all fake. This is the enemy's trick. Of course it's fake and a trick, but this is our Supreme and Almighty His Majesty. Why did you allow such goddamn illusions to appear at the most critical moment of our magnificent cause? How can you allow it? How can you tolerate it? Such suspicion darted among the hundreds of heads like a brilliant electric arc. Wuying Qi did not erase the bald expert's normal logical thinking. What he needed were elite soldiers who were loyal but capable of making independent decisions, not puppets of flesh and blood with empty minds. Logical thinking abilities were essential and could not be entirely obliterated. However, through Enlightenment, he had previously brought the minds of these experts in line with his pace, allowing them to think only within the patterns he established. Naturally, they would conclude that they should surrender to him, no matter how they considered it. Now, Li Yao had disrupted his rhythm, and his earlier established patterns were shattered by Li Yao's shameless and contemptible trick. The bald experts eligible for Wuying Qi's selection were at least at the peak of the core formation stage. Their logical thinking skills were unquestionable. When they stepped out of the framework Wuying Qi had set for them and reviewed the situation independently, they immediately spotted a glaring contradiction. Could a meticulous commander and an almighty god overlook the enemy's tricks? Even the right-hand bodyguards, long brainwashed by Wuying Qi, began to doubt. As for the immortal cultivators of the four families, who were recently brainwashed and whose loyalties were still wavering, they were even more doubtful. Speaking of which, those immortal cultivators of the four families were in quite a sorry state. They suffered heavy losses during the solar storm's rampage. Then, some went mad, and many of their brains exploded during the massive brainwashing. After that, many more were killed through their self-inflicted brutality. Now, they were finally pacified and ready to listen to His Majesty's teachings, but suddenly, their minds were filled with such stimulating, violent, and filthy content. Their brains, just scourged, were tormented again, and their hearts, which had just made a 180-degree turn, took yet another 180-degree turn, this time a vertical one. All in all, the minds of the immortal cultivators were too twisted, and their admiration and belief in Wuying Qi had been so severely blasphemed that they could not return to their previous state. Eyes. My eyes. Countless immortal cultivators screamed while covering their eyes, thick blood seeping through the gaps in their fingers. Aya. Even those whose minds had just shattered were wailing and writhing on the ground, clutching their heads. This is, many high-ranking commanders, brainwashed by Wuying Qi, had just ordered their starships to destroy the obstinate ones who refused to change 5 minutes ago, as a show of loyalty. Now, they watched in shock as Wuying Qi's seductive bed battles played out. After a long moment of stunned silence, their dulled eyes gradually returned to normal, and they disbelievingly pulled out the storm bolters from their waists, placing the barrels in their mouths. They muttered curses and pulled the triggers. The elite fleets of the four families, already in chaos, became even more disordered. The same scene played out in every asteroid base, the deep-sea fleet, every unit of the Imperial Guard, and the hundreds of cities on the capital planet's surface. The Imperium had never seen such absurd folly, no, in the history of mankind. None of the words that human beings had ever used could describe what Wuying Qi was feeling. The surprise, shock, fear, and fury of billions of souls were fed back to his soul clearly, turning into twisted ripples on the surface of the black sun. The magnificent Next Sun plan was suffering an avalanche of failures. His mental plague had encountered an even more powerful mental plague. His splendid plan had been overpowered by primitive instincts. After finally holding back his urge to vomit blood and calming himself down, the first thing Wuying Qi attempted to do was to stop the gold crystal pyramid from further sending the twisted waves to the sun. However, the situation was too complex for him to regain control. First, the enemy's mysterious force that hacked the mainframe crystal processor of the gold crystal pyramid was too powerful, with a vague scent of extraterrestrial devils akin to himself. This high compatibility with the control system allowed the enemy to simulate his waves and gain control of the gold crystal pyramid. Retaking the gold crystal pyramid within 10 minutes was highly unlikely. Second, the so-called massive enlightenment was a highly dangerous endeavor, as risky as possession. As new storms formed in the heads of more and more people, the power of these storms was also corrupting his soul, causing him endless suffering. Finally, Li Yao. The wretched Li Yao was like an unkillable rat that had shamelessly leaned close to his soul once more. When Wuying Qi mobilized his mental power to deal with Li Yao, his control over the gold crystal pyramid inevitably loosened, and the enemy's infiltration went deeper. It was even trying to sneak into the central database of the gold crystal pyramid to completely shut down the facility. The gold crystal pyramid, of course, had its own personnel and crystal processor specialists. Unfortunately, these personnel and specialists were in a state of enlightenment moments ago, having shared the chaotic information that Li Yao spread. At this moment, they were holding their heads, doubting their lives, with bulging eyes and pale faces. Therefore, Wuying Qi had to multitask on his own. He needed to compete for control over the gold crystal pyramid with the mental devil while also trying to destroy the damned Li Yao. For an expert in the divinity branching stage under normal conditions, multitasking was the most fundamental skill. However, Wuying Qi was far from normal at this moment. On the mental battlefield, the black sun was shrinking like a deflating balloon, while the red star kept expanding until it resembled the midday sun. As one side shrank and the other grew, the gap between them rapidly narrowed until they were almost on equal footing. Boom! The two suns, one red and one black, collided with brutal force. Each sun waved hundreds of fiery tentacles, each containing countless thoughts of Li Yao and Wuying Qi, tangling together, mauling, melting, and swallowing the enemy. From that perspective, their souls were not like two stars but like leukocytes and invading bacteria. However, it was still too early to determine which of them was the leukocyte and which would ultimately be devoured. Chapter 2636, A Jackass Like You. Li Yao, you dare betray me. A fiery tentacle of the black sun, raising bolts of lightning spanning millions of kilometers, lashed the surface of the red star brutally, causing a tide hundreds of kilometers high. It was the embodiment of Wuying Qi's furious thoughts. In such a wicked way. Like I said, you forced me to do this. It was all because you were both bad and stupid. The thousands of tides raised by the red star also transformed into countless tentacles that pierced deeply into the black sun, trying to further influence Wuying Qi's beliefs with Li Yao's will. A gentleman like me would never have used such a shameless trick, as my own honor and reputation would have been destroyed even if I defeated you in the end. However, what are personal honor and reputation compared to the civilization of mankind? I have sacrificed the glorious image I built over 100 years of hard work. How could I let myself be easily brainwashed by you? Embrace your failure, Wuying Qi. Boom. 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 As Li Yao roared, crimson fireballs exploded on the surface of the black sun, leaving it pockmarked and grotesque, resembling a gigantic, malformed tumor. Why? Wuying Qi's soul, shaken by the immense shock, could barely resist Li Yao's bombardment. Like an octopus entangled by an electric eel, he thrashed his tentacles wildly, sending even stronger mental power to Li Yao, attempting to brainwash him once more. If you truly consider the welfare of human civilization, you would have even fewer reasons to betray me. I am your only savior. Only my next sun plan can save the Imperium and everyone in it. Cut the crap. The fact is obvious, you have been completely screwed, and you are still trying to enchant me with such ridiculous, self-revealing lies? In your dreams. Li Yao scoffed. The red star emitted its most dazzling brilliance, containing his most unyielding willpower. As I said before, to convince me of your next sun plan, you need to prove 2 points. First, that you are meticulous and invincible, and second, that the technology for mass brainwashing is mature, stable, and cost-effective. However, from what I can see, neither point holds up. Firstly, you are far from having everyone and everything under your control. At the very least, you failed to anticipate my audacity, no, my exceptional intelligence and creativity. Secondly, your mass brainwashing technology is fundamentally flawed. Not only is the gold crystal pyramid vulnerable to external viruses, but it also cannot implant 2 opposing ideas simultaneously. Otherwise, those brainwashed would likely collapse. Even you, the operator, would suffer a severe backlash, and your mind is on the verge of breaking. TSK, TSK, TSK. You rely on such an immature technology as your lifesaver. Are you jesting, Your Majesty? Therefore, do you understand my logic now? The fact that I have betrayed you is precisely why I should and must betray you. Once the idea of betraying you takes hold, it grows under certain self-stimulation. It expands and solidifies until it becomes an unbreakable armor, resistant to all your brainwashing. If everything you said were true, I would never have betrayed you in the first place. However, I have already betrayed you, and my soul is jumping up and down before yours, which means that you were lying and your words were nonsense. If you absolutely believed in your ideology and methodology, and if this were where your faith lies, then the mistake, that is me, should have collapsed your beliefs when I showed up. However, you still managed to pull yourself back together. Could it be that you knew your ideology and methodology were not 100% correct and reliable? That is to say, you are just as hypocritical and two-faced as the false immortal cultivators of the four families, aren't you? Whipped by the fiery tentacles from the red star, the black sun was shaking and almost collapsing on the mental battlefield. Their souls were still connected to the mental network that covered the entire Imperial Terminus sector. The ripples of their mental competition crawled into the heads of hundreds of thousands of people, raising a chain reaction and slowly unfreezing their frozen thinking abilities. Inside many people's darkened eyes, feeble sparks were beginning to appear again. Wuying was both angry and anxious. He intended to regain control of the situation, but he was at a loss about what to do now that Li Yao had taken the initiative. Li Yao pressed on. Thousands of glittering thoughts were launched out. I've seen too many hypocritical and shameless jerks like you. Li Yao roared. You always do the same thing. At first, you set up a grand and sacred goal, highlighting the insignificance of individuals by the magnificence of the goal. Then, you describe the seemingly bright and perfect future to individuals already ashamed of their insignificance, further enchanting them. After that, you disguise yourselves as commanders, gods, saviors, and the like, as if human civilization couldn't survive without you. In the end, you will cover your ambitions with grand goals and justify the sacrifice of anyone but yourselves, creating a utopia that belongs only to you. Perhaps your ideas are not wrong, the future you present is not wrong, and even the bloodshed and sacrifices are not wrong. You are wrong because you are too impatient and too selfish. First, you set an impossibly high goal without considering the real circumstances, dreaming of achieving in decades what should take hundreds, thousands, or even millions of years. Additionally, you expand the meaning of sacrifice. When 10 soldiers die to protect 100 civilians, that is sacrifice, but if 10 soldiers slaughter 100 civilians, even feasting on their corpses for their own survival, how can you shamelessly call that sacrifice? Lastly, no matter how convincingly and brilliantly you speak of your cause, you never dare to accept objections. You lack the courage to bring your ideas to public scrutiny for the wisdom of the people to refine and optimize them. Instead, you excel in stealth and deceit, resorting to shameless brainwashing to spread your ideas. I've seen more than a few jackasses like you, and I've killed just as many. Let me tell you, among all the jackasses, you are the worst. So, go to hell. Die. 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 Li Yao was so enraged that he burned his life to the maximum, heedless of the exhaustion of his own soul. He released billions of mental blades that pierced the black sun, churning the core of Wuying's soul into chaos. How is this possible? Wuying's soul emitted waves of disbelief. It was not due to the severe wounds Li Yao had inflicted on his soul, but because he found it hard to believe that Li Yao, a mere cockroach, rat, earthworm, or even dust, could have the strength, willpower, and courage to launch such a fierce attack on him, the sole commander, God, and savior of mankind. I am the nation. I am the sun. How dare you? Enough. You are just a piece of crap, an asshole who tries to hypnotize others after you hypnotize yourself. Li Yao quickly interrupted Wuying's indoctrination. Wake up and look at yourself. You are neither the sun nor a god, and no one is ever qualified to be the sun and god for the entire civilization of mankind. You are just like me and billions of others. We are all human beings, the most ordinary of human beings. Even though we can train with spiritual energy, absorb tenebrum energy, and cut through rocks and fly into the sky, our strength and wisdom are ultimately limited. Perhaps we can proudly declare that we are at the divinity transformation stage or divinity branching stage in front of ordinary people, but when faced with a society, a country, or a civilization made up of billions of ordinary people, the computational abilities of the divinity transformation stage or the divinity branching stage that we are so proud of are as insignificant as the tip of a needle. We can't always be right, we can't predict the future of civilization 10,000 years from now, we can't think for the billions of people in the world, and we certainly can't deprive them of their thinking abilities and free will just to be their so-called one true God. You think the failure of your plan is an accident, that it's due to your unlucky encounter with someone like me? If so, you are mistaken. Terribly mistaken. Your failure is inevitable because, no matter how many glorious and righteous banners you carry or how grandly you disguise yourself, you are ultimately a mere mortal. Your strength, wisdom, and imagination are all limited. You cannot process all the information in a civilization that is constantly changing, nor can you control everyone's thoughts. Unexpected factors will always arise. Crazy people would emerge sooner or later, even without me, and disrupt your plan in ways other than treating the entire sector to a live-action movie. Your plan may seem flawless, but its error tolerance is too low. One mistake will inevitably lead to total collapse. You claim I am too stubborn to change, but in reality, you are the one too attached to your own thoughts. Wuying Qi, from the moment you took your first wrong step, your fate was sealed. You are destined to fail. Chapter 2637, The True Meaning of Civilization. I will never fail. Roars of fury and embarrassment erupted from the depths of the black sun, overwhelming tides that extinguished many of the flames on the red star and left it marred with horrifying black spots. Each spot held the aggressive will of Wuying Qi. Division and chaos are the greatest enemies of mankind. Only by uniting everyone's thoughts and all of humanity can we progress further into the dark universe. This is my belief. Whoever dares to obstruct me is an enemy of the Imperium, an enemy of civilization, and an enemy of mankind. Damn you! Li Yao conjured a cluster of scorching magma from the red star and hurled it viciously at Wuying Qi's soul. Open all knowledge and information, ensure everyone has the ability to think independently about their future and the future of the civilization, listen to the voices of the majority, understand their needs, and find the greatest common denominator of everyone's feelings and demands. That is how you should combine everyone's thoughts. What you are doing is replacing everyone's thoughts with your own and using your single mind to play the role of trillions of brains. However large your head may be, how can it compare to the wisdom of trillions? No matter how much you deny your difference from the Covenant Alliance, the severe trauma inflicted on their minds cannot help but affect their logical thinking or warp their feelings. Now, you've created a batch of Imperial guards who willingly destroy their homeland and kill their families. How are they any different from the people of the Covenant Alliance? This is the pot calling the kettle black. Saving the civilization of mankind in such a way is more absurd than a farce. It is you who are the enemy of civilization. Boom. 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 The brilliance of the telepathic thoughts clashed so powerfully that the entire mental battlefield seemed to be torn apart. The ripples of their collision also spread to the hundreds of thousands of Imperial guards who were absolutely loyal to Wuying Qi. The marks on the heads of many Imperial guards began to loosen, gradually giving them the realization that both the sweeping solar storm and the blast of Enlightenment could have caused the most severe damage to their families and a devastating blow to the entire capital planet, their hometown. However, in the past, they had somehow overlooked these consequences subconsciously. Was it really subconscious, or were they being manipulated by a certain force that made them turn a blind eye to the calamities? What am I doing? Countless Imperial guards clutched their heads tightly. Memories of the past surged into their minds like a flood, most of them images of their loved ones. Even the most cold-hearted immortal cultivators, devoted to training and competition, often had someone they loved and something they strived for. The emperor's teachings were replaced by their wives' nagging and their children's laughter. Wuying Qi's invincible, glorious image gradually transformed into their family members, whom they lived with every day, and the hometown where they were born and raised. However, the solar storm continued to intensify, tearing holes in the atmosphere of the capital planet and seriously disrupting its magnetic field. If the gold crystal pyramid's interference with the sun continued and the intensity of solar activity increased to another level, nothing could prevent the destruction of their hometown and the loss of their families. Those pictures were different from the lascivious images shown earlier. The earlier images were only a brief source of stimulation. Everyone knew they were the enemy's vilification. The Imperial Guard's loyalty to Wuying Qi was strong enough to re-establish their absolute trust and support for the Almighty Emperor after the initial chaos. However, the pictures that emerged from their memories, so real, so vivid, and deeply intertwined with love and pain, gradually shook their loyalty. When a sovereign commands his subjects to die, they must obey. But if a sovereign commands the most cruel deaths for a subject's wife and children, and even destroys the subject's homeland, would the subject truly obey without question, even becoming the executioner? The Imperial Guards howled, their souls questioning on a deeper level once more. The universe in the mental battlefield was collapsing, showing clear signs of disintegration. Wuying Qi's soul, despite the enhancement from the star, could no longer support such a vast mental network. Or rather, he could no longer control the minds that had begun to think independently. What have you done? Sensing the gradual collapse of his mental network, Wuying Qi was more enraged than ever, and his fiery tentacles, aimed at Liao, expanded to twice their size. Most individuals are short-sighted, selfish, and ignorant. Their unbridled thoughts and desires will only lead to catastrophe for all of humanity. The corruption and decline of the Imperium today is the best proof. Don't you agree? Don't you also find the filthy scum of the four Kurfürst families despicable? I can sever the selfish and tainted ideas in most people's minds and transform them into the finest warriors, champions of civilization. This is the evolution of all humanity. This is a gigantic leap. What's wrong with that? Why do you have to stop me? It's true that I don't like the behavior of the scumbags of the four Kurfürst families, and I also acknowledge that the weaknesses of humanity exist in everyone. No matter how we train ourselves, it's impossible to erase them 100%. However, that doesn't mean I endorse your so-called evolution. Li Yao's voice grew louder and more determined, raising thunderous storms that made him the most dazzling presence in the mental battlefield. You don't understand the true meaning of evolution at all. Evolution isn't about being higher, faster, stronger, or smarter. Instead, it's about constantly changing genes and exploring all possibilities. Most importantly, until an evolution proves to be suitable for the changing environment, no one can declare it as evolution. The environmental changes on a small habitable planet were enough to cause the extinction of the dinosaurs, who were bigger and stronger, while seemingly unattractive weeds and ants survived. How many dominant species of the past have perished? Could they have foreseen the appearance of their successors? Moreover, the vast universe we are about to explore is bizarre and unpredictable. Who can tell what dangers and opportunities we will encounter? How can you be certain that you represent the correct direction of evolution when you know nothing? How can you be confident that you will never make mistakes? If the Commander, Master, and true God makes a mistake, how will you correct and answer for it? If we have 10,000 ideas, even if 9,999 prove to be wrong, there will still be one that is correct. If we try 10,000 paths of evolution, some of them will definitely help us cope with the new problems in the unknown universe. However, what you are doing is wiping out the 10,000 ideas and paths of evolution, preserving only the one you believe to be correct. If you are mistaken, hundreds of billions of people will also be mistaken, with no chance to correct the error. I will not be mistaken, Wuying roared. I am never mistaken. Is that so? Li Yao said casually. Your words are hardly convincing to a listener who sees you fighting with 18 men on the bed, Your Majesty. All in all, I admit that there must be one fish leading its clan to the continent and embracing new life. The problem is, how do we know that you, as the leading fish, are directing us to the continent and not the deepest trench? This is not personal. All I'm saying is that all the vainglorious dictators and saviors in history, no matter how brilliant and correct their ideas, slogans, and beliefs sound, have often led everyone into trenches. While doing so, they also trampled on all the rules and paid avoidable prices. Are you hesitating because the price of the next Sun plan is too high? Wuying let out a low laugh. Even the greatest price can't surpass the destruction of humanity. As long as human civilization can continue, any law can be trampled, any morals shattered, any price paid, and everyone must be sacrificed. Remember the law of the universe. Always remember that survival is the primary and most important need of every civilization. F***ck your law of the universe, Li Yao said coldly. A long time ago, I also abided by this theory and regarded survival as the primary, if not the only, need of a civilization. However, after too many competitions of beliefs and seeing so many ambitious schemers use it as their cover, I gradually changed my view. Survival is the primary need of cockroaches, rats, hyenas, and jackals, but it should never be the primary need of a civilization. If a civilization lives only for survival, is it any different from cockroaches, rats, hyenas, or jackals? How can it shamelessly call itself a civilization instead of a collection of selfish genes? What is the definition of civilization? Splendid buildings, powerful weapons, a highly divided social structure, a long history. Is a civilization because it has those? At the very least, the Pangu Civilizations Alliance thought otherwise. They proposed their own definition: a real civilization is one capable of destroying itself. I cannot agree with the Pangu Civilizations Alliance, and I have my own opinion. In my eyes, a civilization becomes a real civilization only when it establishes a rule that transcends its own survival instincts and defends that rule at any cost, even if it means sacrificing everything at the critical moment. Chapter 2638, Justified. Absurd. It's utterly absurd. Wuying gradually recovered from his initial shock and grew accustomed to Li Yao's relentless mental assault. He mocked, unrepentant, the rules you call morals were invented by humans for survival, weren't they? Only when you can survive and catch your breath can you pursue more. If human civilization perishes, what worth would these obsolete rules and morals have? However, what I am doing today is to defend human civilization. This is our greatest difference. Both of us believe we are fighting for mankind, but our definitions of a mankind are vastly different. Li Yao stood at the center of the red star, which transformed into his suit and a colossus for his soul. He opened his hands, raising tides of light hundreds of thousands of kilometers high, confronting Wuying. What makes you a human being? Your appearance, your language, your genes, or your soul? In the past, you would be considered human if you had a human appearance, spoke like humans, and embraced human culture. But in the future, when genes can be freely modified, when humans can reshape themselves by activating the legacies of the 13 carbon-based lives from the primeval age, and when they can even upload their souls to the spiritual nexus and crystal processors, such a future has already arrived. Neither the demons with highly modified genes or the spectral cultivators who have abandoned their physical forms are human beings in the traditional sense, yet we still recognize them as part of our civilization and our own kind. If humans are not defined by their genes or souls, what should they be defined by? What can prove that they are human, not evil beings? What else can serve as the essence of human beings, except for the rules that transcend survival, instincts, and everything else? In my opinion, if people like you can kill billions, drive billions more to madness, and turn yet another billion into puppets of obedience, you and your accomplices are no longer human beings, but beasts and bugs in human guise. A civilization composed of thousands of such beasts and bugs is not the civilization of mankind, but one of monsters. The true civilization of mankind will end and you destroy Imperial Terminus. By the time you and your army occupy the 3,000 sectors, the real mankind will be dead, replaced by monsters. Even if billions of years from now, your descendants claim the entire universe under the banner of mankind, it will not be the continuation or victory of mankind, but that of monsters, unconnected to the human beings of today. A species whose members think in absolute unison and can easily sacrifice tens of billions of people for a goal can never be considered true human beings and does not deserve to be called a civilization. Boom. 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 Yao's thoughts condensed into a multitude of fiery meteors that hurtled toward the black sun, but they were obstructed and absorbed by the rampant tentacles of the black sun. He. You are truly audacious, preaching about morality as if you have the high ground. Wuying chuckled in a low voice. At least, I have developed the next sun plan for the future of mankind. What about you? Aside from attempting to sabotage it like a naive high school student, what can you do? You are nothing more than an ineffective hypocrite. Can you offer a more reasonable solution than the next sun plan to guide the future of mankind? How can you save mankind if you deny my plan but cannot offer a new one? I have never believed I am the smartest of mankind, and I am not interested in directing their future, Yao said nonchalantly. However, if we are talking about a crazy, stupid plan like the next sun plan, which is nothing more than a child's play, I can easily come up with dozens of them in half a minute. You don't believe me? Alright, I'll waste 5 precious seconds and show you the most amazing computational and deductive abilities. Let me see. Got it. The greatest trouble you think humans face is a lack of resources and unity, which can be solved by virtualization. Thanks to advancements in modern crystal processors and the spiritual nexus, scanning human brains and digitizing souls is possible. I believe very soon, human souls will be able to transcend the limitations of the brain and live in specially designed crystal chips. Then, the consciousness of thousands of people could exist on a tiny chip, and only the most essential organs of the body would be maintained. This would drastically reduce humans' resource and environmental needs, allowing them to live freely, even deep underground. Even more astonishingly, in this virtual world, humans would rarely die. Resources would merely be data, so selfishness ceases to be an issue. Those unwilling to cooperate and share could create their own spaces to enjoy, while others could focus on the advancement of civilization and the mysteries of the universe without material concerns. I call these new humans spiriters, and their world the spiriters' realm. When these new humans wish to interact with the material world, they can choose to inhabit artificial bodies. These bodies can vary in size from a regular human to a starship or even a space fortress, all of which can be controlled by the spiriters. Even if they are destroyed, the spiriters will be able to flee back to the spiriters' realm as long as the network is smooth. These new human beings have better survival abilities and consume fewer resources. Their conflicts will decrease. They can hibernate during long space journeys and infer optimal strategies for their civilization in various virtual worlds. After finding the answer through countless trials, they can implement it in the material world. It will be perfect. Well, this is a solution I came up with after 5 seconds of thought. I call it the virtualization plan. It's no worse than your next sun plan, right? Wuying was taken aback. Well. He found it hard to believe. Did you really come up with that just now? Of course. How long do you think it should take? 10 years? No, it's a piece of cake for me. Li Yao said, so, don't assume that your boasting is really something or that human beings must be led by a lunatic like you. When I boast, I'll be 100 times scarier than you. Come on, tell me honestly, is there any flaw in my solution? Why is it that your next sun plan is the only correct path and that my virtualization plan doesn't work? Wuying thought deeply. He could have crushed Li Yao with his overwhelming mental power, but violence would not convince everyone in the mind network. However, he had little time to pinpoint the flaws in Li Yao's detailed explanation. You're speechless now, aren't you? Li Yao sneered. Actually, the next sun plan that you devised after decades of hard work is as much of a failure as the virtualization plan that I came up with after 10 seconds of thought. You can't find any flaw because flaws are all over them, which, in a way, makes them unflawed. Maybe both plans are somewhat practical for a millennium, but there will be infinite technical, ethical, and moral problems and risks when they are implemented. You will have to pay an enormous price and be prepared to seek remedies. Only by exploring, discussing, and testing again and again can we turn a plan on paper into reality and embrace tomorrow. This work cannot be accomplished overnight. It requires the wisdom, efforts, and acknowledgement of thousands of people. On the other hand, we can just talk about the next sun plan or the virtualization plan irresponsibly, without considering the actual consequences. But how are you going to overcome the technical conundrums or deal with unexpected situations? Can you bear the responsibility if your plan doesn't work in the end? Overall, you are a classic condescending madman who has more ambitions than abilities and thinks you can save the world with a precious plan you've come up with. However, as I have proven, I can easily come up with a dozen of such lousy plans in a minute. But am I arrogant? Do I consider myself a savior of the world? Am I as shameless as you? Why are you silent? Chapter 2639, all of Li Yao's trump cards are revealed. Wuying was at a loss for words. He was still reflecting on the virtualization plan Li Yao proposed. Though he hated to admit it, the more he thought about it, the more grand, splendid, and practical the plan seemed. It appeared to be a final solution that someone like him would devise, from every angle. Moreover, Li Yao didn't just propose the rough idea, he also transmitted a vast amount of detailed data regarding the virtualization plan through his telepathic thoughts. He discussed the technical requirements and the feasibility of turning the plan into reality. At the very least, the plan seemed well-grounded and not a crazy illusion at all. But how was this possible? Could the next sun plan, which Great Blackstar had worked on for 1,000 years, really be inferior to the virtualization plan this sleazy cockroach concocted in an instant? If so, would he be too ashamed to call himself the commander of mankind and the beacon that guided the future? Wuying's soul was so twisted, his confidence so severely shaken, that he was on the verge of collapse. You can vomit blood if you need to. It won't be shameful. Few people in the universe can resist doing so after hearing my ideas, Li Yao said casually, hands behind his back. The surging fire of the red star gathered into wings that tore the mental battlefield apart. Both the next sun plan and the virtualization plan are fantasies not even worth refuting. No one can design the future of a civilization for the next 10,000 years, and no one is qualified to change the thoughts of billions of individuals in a civilization. If someone claims to have mastered the absolute truth and can foresee a perfect civilization 10,000 years later, thus asking everyone else to worship, obey, and sacrifice themselves for him, he is either a liar, a maniac, or perhaps both. The future is never designed by a sage, a commander, or a god, it is created by all the individuals in a civilization, step by step. Since I realized this, I have never considered designing the future thousands of years ahead or proposing the seemingly magnificent but deeply flawed plans. I simply try my best to address the small issues. I defend the happiness of every insignificant individual at present. I hope to share more knowledge and wisdom with everyone. I strive to build a system where everyone can think and speak freely. I work hard to alleviate intense conflicts. I hope that, because of me, the world is better than it was a second ago, and that it will be better in the next second. In the end, smarter, stronger, and more excellent new humans will be born in this wonderful new world, with more morals. They will discuss the crazy plans we proposed in a wiser and more comprehensive way. They will analyze the advantages and disadvantages of the infinite schemes, including the next sun plan and virtualization plan, so that the promising plans can be realized with minimal cost. It will take a very long time. I may not see the fruit of my work or the bright future of mankind in my lifetime, but I believe that the new generation will achieve it, and that is enough. That's not enough. Darkness flashed rapidly around Wuying Qi, as if he were roaring hoarsely. You're just leaving the problem to the new generation without trying to solve it yourself. We have no time. We must resolve the problem that has haunted mankind on our own. It's our responsibility. You're wrong again, Li Yao declared resolutely. Your greatest mistake is your arrogance and your lack of trust. You claim to love humanity, but you don't. You have never loved or believed in anyone except yourself. You don't trust that they can think or solve problems independently. You despise them. It's true that we're running out of time, but several hundred years are nothing more than a blink of an eye in the evolution of the universe and civilization. Humanity has developed for at least 100,000 years since the Primeval War. Can't you wait a few hundred years now? You know very well that the development of civilization is bound by natural laws. Grand plans to overhaul and completely modify an entire civilization, such as the next sun plan or the virtualization plan, shouldn't and can't be realized in just 100 years. This would lead to too many side effects, and the chances of failure would be too high. If you truly care for the civilization, you should plant the seeds, prepare the soil, and wait for future generations to realize it, just as I have. However, you have been on a hasty, evil path because you have never truly loved humanity. What you love is the feeling of leading a civilization to glory as the commander of humanity. Just admit it. For you, the rise of a civilization is just a game, and the individuals within it are not living people but chess pieces. They are toys for you to satisfy your ambitions and sense of victory and achievement. You are the only player in this game. Since you are a player, you would certainly rather not wait thousands of years for a victory. You prefer to shorten the game's duration at any cost. After all, it's not you who will pay the price. I have no doubt about your sincerity to lead mankind to glory, but that doesn't mean you love our civilization. You're only aiming for a quick and exhilarating victory. If you unluckily fail, I believe you can accept your demise with grace, but I don't think you will consider the billions of people who have been sacrificed for you. After all, if you die as a player, the civilization of mankind doesn't have to exist anymore because nobody is playing it now, right? This is the biggest difference between us. I'm fighting for the civilization, and you're asking the civilization to fight for you. That's also why you can't win the support of the majority, no matter what shameless tricks you resort to today. Even the immortal cultivators won't side with you. Your only outcome will be doom when you go against the whole civilization. As Li Yao roared desperately, the light of the red star illuminated the entire mental battlefield, setting the dark universe on fire. Even the black sun, a symbol of Wuying Qi's soul, had giant red spots popping up on its surface, as if magma were spurting out violently. Whatever you say, it's meaningless nonsense. Wuying Qi howled angrily. Your sweet speech cannot resolve the chaos in the capital. Only I and my next sun plan can do that. At this moment, the ace fleets of the four families are still confused and will be transformed into the Imperium's loyal soldiers. But if the gold crystal pyramids are stopped now, they will be recovered in 5 days and will attack Imperial Terminus again. Thanks to your sabotage, my Imperial army and the Deep Sea Fleet are disorganized, their morale is gone. They can't be regrouped in 5 days. How are you going to resist the ace fleets of the four families? Nothing can reach the capital in 5 days and stop the ace fleets. Also, the main forces of the Covenant Alliance are lurking in the darkness. How do you plan to settle the chaos? By morals, do you mean ruining my plan and watching the ace fleets of the four families upend the capital and the Imperium fall to the Covenant Alliance? Hehe, Wuying Qi, your stupidity astounds me. Haven't you noticed anything amiss yet? With a mysterious smile, Li Yao plunged the thickest mental tentacle deep into Wuying Qi's soul, injecting a flood of information into his twisted mind. To stop your evil plan, we naturally have a much safer strategy. Let me unravel the puzzle and shatter your beliefs. Schwa. 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 An endless stream of images and sounds poured into Wuying Qi's soul, nearly overwhelming it. The first image showed the last person Wuying Qi expected, Lei Chenghu. It was the meeting between Li Yao and Lei Chenghu 7 days ago in the garage of the astounding Thunder Fleet's flagship. In any case, I will not doubt His Majesty's loyalty to the Imperium and civilization without solid evidence, Lei Chenghu said coldly in the image. I find it hard to cooperate with a cultivator like you until I see the whole truth. That's not a problem, Li Yao replied swiftly. I can show you the truth. I can even do a live stream. However, I suspect the capital will be under strict lockdown, and few messages will get through despite the interference. We have a spy handling the blockade on the four family side. Look, there stands Li Wuji. He has high clearance. However, Blackstar the Great will undoubtedly turn Imperial Terminus sector into an iron fortress since his biggest secret is involved. The only way is to hack Blackstar the Great's central network and hijack his crystal cameras and communication devices. But for that, I'll need a critical and secret interface, and time. You need to get me half an hour for my crystal processor specialist. That is possible. Lei Chenghu hesitated for a moment, but then he gritted his teeth and said, there's a highly confidential channel of communication between me and His Majesty. If I activate the channel and have a 1-hour conversation with His Majesty, will that be enough for your crystal processor specialist to sneak into the central network and make preparations? Special secret communication channel? A 1-hour conversation? In the picture, Li Yao wore a creepy, cunning smile. Enough, that's more than enough. Chapter 2640, Two Swords into One. Lei Chenghu, Wuying Qi's soul was struck a heavy blow once again. He could not believe that Lei Chenghu, the last immortal cultivator of the Imperium, had betrayed him. Now you understand why Lei Chenghu communicated with you through the most confidential channel and even revealed intelligence about me. Li Yao chuckled, a thief-like grin on his face. It wasn't just to lower your guard. It was also to pinpoint your command center through the channel, allowing my crystal processor specialist to infiltrate, sabotage your facilities, and plant what I needed. The best part? The starships of the four Kurfürst families were relentlessly attacking your network, including the most confidential communication channels. So, you didn't grow suspicious when our cyber attacks were mixed in with theirs. No matter how flawless the defense of your core network, the moment your secret base station that connects the capital and the 7 Seas space zone was compromised, a critical gap appeared in your impenetrable wall, providing the best opportunity for my specialist. What happened afterward was much simpler. As Lei Chenghu spoke with you, my specialist snuck into your command center through the communication channel and hijacked the crystal cameras and communicators around you, enabling a live stream. So, when I prompted you to confess your entire plan, every word you said would be heard by Lei Chenghu in the 7 Seas space zone within 5 to 10 minutes. His view of you must have already been reshaped. As Li Yao laughed cunningly, the black sun condensed by Wuying Qi's soul almost turned purple. Even if Lei Chenghu knows the truth, so what? Wuying Qi roared in fury. The astounding Thunder Fleet is still mired in the 7 Seas space zone. It will take them half a month and an enormous price to defeat the coalition fleet of the four families. They can't recover or jump back to the capital without a couple of months' rest. That's why I said you're stupid. How could Lei Chenghu have ignored that? He certainly has the confidence to quell the chaos in the 7C space zone if he dares to betray you. Li Yao burst into laughter. All the battlefield data you received in the past week are faulty and meant to mislead you. Take a look at the real battlefield now. Schwa. 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 A second torrent of information flooded deep into Wuying Qi's soul. It was a picture of a magnificent space battlefield, taken at the most intense moment of the Battle of Seven Seas. It could be clearly seen that infinite spots of light appeared in the picture. Some flew randomly like headless flies, while others were as organized and indestructible as bees, forming a gigantic hammer that smashed the enemy's most vulnerable part. Every distinguished general had their own unique style, and Lei Chenghu, as the god of war, was no exception. The battle formation, as solid and invincible as a hammer, was Lei Chenghu's mark, something no one could replicate. It was an image of the astounding Thunder Fleet crushing Yun Xiefeng's fleet. However, Wuying Qi did not focus his attention on Lei Chenghu's hammer. On the other side of the battlefield, another mysterious fleet stirred more surprise and vigilance in him than the astounding Thunder Fleet did. In most circumstances, commanding a battle in space was much more difficult than on the ground. When the battlefield spanned millions of kilometers and the network was at risk of collapsing at any moment, few commanders could effectively control every starship. Most of the time, the starships fought on their own. Only a few commanders, like Lei Chenghu, could create a unique battle formation that others could recognize as a fleet. Wuying Qi was certain that neither the business alliance of 10,000 sectors or the border warlords had a commander as skilled as Lei Chenghu. Yet, the fleet maintained its battle formation on the battlefield, even as dozens of colossi rampaged. The formation and tactics, which seemed impossible, appeared before his eyes. Lei Chenghu's formation was like a hammer, while the mysterious fleet, both sleazy and brutal, reminded Wuying Qi of an unpredictable blade. 100 rapid starships reduced the distance to a minimum, gathering into a thin saber that cut into the most vulnerable part of the array, destroying the undefended starships and escaping before reinforcements arrived. The mysterious fleet crushed the enemy without engaging in direct combat. Their style was light and sordid, completely different from the astounding Thunder Fleet, but it was clear that the mysterious fleet also had an excellent commander. Or rather, Wuying Qi somehow felt that the commander of the mysterious fleet was even stronger than Lei Chenghu in certain aspects. How was this possible? The commander of a major fleet was even harder to find than a Colossus pilot. There was no such fleet commander in the Imperium. Where could this commander have come from? To complicate matters, the commander of the mysterious fleet had even worked with Lei Chenghu to set a trap for Yun Xiefeng. Initially, the mysterious fleet seemed to be helping Yun Xiefeng resist Lei Chenghu. After a few engagements, it won Yun Xiefeng's trust and entered the core of his fleet to establish the defense. Just like that, the mysterious fleet attacked from the center while Lei Chenghu hammered from the outside. Consequently, a complete collapse was the only outcome for Yun Xiefeng's fleet. The commander of the mysterious fleet and Lei Chenghu quickly crushed the flagship of the coalition fleet of the four families with little cost. That was not the end. Their target was not Yun Xiefeng, who had more ambition than ability, but Song Yushe, who was more sophisticated. Or rather, Song Yushe was their main objective. Through the information Li Yao transmitted, Wuying Qi understood their tactic immediately. When they crushed Yun Xiefeng's fleet, Lei Chenghu and the commander of the mysterious fleet blocked the battlefield to prevent Yun Xiefeng from seeking help. Meanwhile, they sent a signal to Song Yushe's fleet in Yun Xiefeng's name. Yun Xiefeng's fleet has encountered the astounding Thunder Fleet and is caught in a difficult battle. Please lend a hand for the Imperium's sake. The message and the carefully devised data were sent to Song Yushe's flagship. Although Song Yushe and Yun Xiefeng were not friends, as an ally, Song Yushe did not want the Battle of Seven Seas to fail. Besides, with Yun Xiefeng and Lei Chenghu exhausted from the fight, it seemed like the perfect opportunity for Song Yushe to capitalize. So, Song Yushe came, fought, and failed. He was crushed in almost the same way as Yun Xiefeng. He was convinced that the mysterious fleet was on his side, so he attacked the worn-out, astounding Thunder Fleet without any worries. By the time the mysterious fleet bared its fangs on his back, it was already too late. With the teamwork of Lei Chenghu and the commander of the mysterious fleet, they crushed and captured Yun Xiefeng and Song Yushe's fleets in just 3 days. Yun Xiefeng and Song Yushe were even captured alive. The unexpected fiasco destroyed their resolve to resist. Of course, it might also have been because they reached a clandestine deal with Lei Chenghu. In any case, neither of the two immortal cultivators refused to surrender. Did Song Yushe and Yun Xiefeng have any other choices if they didn't want to die? Li Yao grimaced and said. Our fleet did not suffer significant losses after the battles. The 7 adamantine-level super arsenal warships were still operational. In the following days, Lei Chenghu was busy gathering and reorganizing the warships scattered in the 7 Seas space zone. By the time I jumped to the capital, he was already ready to go. The most challenging part wasn't defeating Yun Xiefeng and Song Yushe's fleets, but tampering with the battlefield data. It was barely possible to fabricate convincing data that were the complete opposite of reality. Thankfully, the 4 families had been meticulously blocking the capital, and we only needed to send you data every other day. Under the pretext that the network in the 7 Seas space zone was severely disrupted, the errors and self-contradictions in the data could be explained. Sometimes, when there was no time to fabricate data, we would launch empty communication ships and intentionally let the ace fleet of the 4 families destroy them, pretending the valuable and detailed data were destroyed by the enemy. You didn't grow suspicious at all, did you? Chapter 2641, The Gate to the Capital is Opened. Li Yao smiled. This was supposed to be the riskiest part of the plan, as I wasn't confident that my squad could successfully seize 1 or 2 space gates under your control. I had no doubt that the space gates and their ground control would be heavily defended. However, thanks to your massive inculcation, all the defenders are now dizzy and half asleep, if not already collapsed. They are incapable of fighting. How can they resist the assault of my elite squad? You are now the victim of your own scheme. Humph. Wuying Qi sneered. While my defenders are deranged, is your elite squad safe from the sweeping solar storm and the brainwashing waves? Bingo, congratulations. Li Yao grinned with a brilliant smile. Even if your brainwashing waves were amplified tenfold by the sun, they still wouldn't work on my squad. At this moment, they must have conquered a space gate and opened the entrance to the capital in the 7 Seas space zone. At the same time, in a heavily defended military base, which served as the ground control for a massive space gate in orbit. The iron fortresses and countless battle puppets stood ready. Soldiers armed to the teeth were deployed everywhere, leaving no gaps for infiltration. However, when the solar storm tore through the atmosphere and swept across the planet, the soldiers in the base, like the immortal cultivators in the city, were first captivated by the sacredness and greatness of Wuying Qi, then dazzled by the unspeakable action videos that Li Yao played, and finally confused by the debate between Li Yao and Wuying Qi. They were all writhing on the ground, clutching their heads if they were still conscious. They could not fight anymore. Only the battle puppets, controlled by crystal processors, were still patrolling the base, on alert and following their pre-installed strategy. On a nearby high ground, 2 cute children appeared. They looked young, but their eyes exuded an inhuman indifference and wisdom. Clad in glittering anti-radiation suits, they resembled dolls that had just crawled out of a crystal processor. They were none other than Xiaoming and Wenwen, the new generation of information life. This high-energy radiation is fascinating, Xiaoming said. I've sensed weird, malicious information in this special radiation. It's trying to change the data in my head by slithering into my brain and engraving it. You're right. What a brilliant idea to plant something similar to a crystal processor virus into a human head, using the star as an enhancer. Wuying also widened her eyes. This is impressive. I can't find a way to resist this brain virus. I can only watch it modify the data in my brain. What does it want? Ah, it's trying to implant a super user in my brain. If it succeeds, someone will be able to remotely control my brain and make me carry out their instructions unconditionally. You're right. There's also a logic trap in it, Xiaoming added. This super user is trying to hide itself and mislead us into thinking it's part of our brains, and that all the instructions it receives are our own ideas. I've seen plenty of similar logic traps on crystal processors, but few in mental attacks. It's interesting and worth studying. Let's study it later. Dad has given us a mission. Wuying narrowed her eyes. Looking at the scorching sun in the sky, she said, our bodies and brains are too young to resist the brain virus. So, let's hibernate our bodies and seal the brain virus for future scanning and analysis. Okay. Xiaoming nodded. They immediately closed their eyes and fell backward. Before they hit the ground, two spiritual puppets with the symbols of the reformists supported them. Then, more and more spiritual puppets appeared behind them. In total, there were 100 puppets, half controlled by Xiaoming and half by Wuying. The soldiers in the military base seem to have been affected by the brain virus and are in some sort of chaos, the 50 spiritual puppets under Xiaoming's control said in unison. Including the soldiers responsible for the automatic defense system, everyone is acting crazily. Now, the only ones fulfilling their duties in this military base are the puppets, Wuying said with a smile. Let's have a nice talk with them. Controlling the 100 spiritual puppets, the two strode openly toward the military base. The battle puppets and automatic artillery in the base detected the 100 strange intruders instantly, aiming their weapons at them. However, before they could execute the shoot at will command, two streams of information had hacked the mainframe crystal processor of the base and issued new orders. Schwa. 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 The indicators on the aggressive battle puppets turned from red to green. Silently, they joined Xiaoming and Wuying's team, becoming part of them. Qi, air currents spurted as the alloy gate of the base, weighing 100 tons, slowly opened for the children. In the space battlefield, there was a space gate in orbit around the capital planet, still in hibernation. When the Iron Giant arrived, the soldiers stationed near the space gate were also confused and had collapsed. Just like on the ground, only the puppets and the unmanned space shuttles could sustain the shaky defense line against the solar storm's rampage. The Iron Giant stared at the space gate from the void. The 10 cosmos rings on his fist glittered in the sunlight. Schwa. 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 Space ripples spread from his fists like swirls. Battle puppets were recalled one after another, floating behind him in silence, forming an iron army named Fist King. The Fist King and his 100 bodies marched unstoppably through the space gate. With each step forward, invisible ripples spread further, infiltrating the battle puppets and drones, turning them into his subordinates. By the time the Fist King finally stepped through the space gate, he had already commandeered 1,000 puppets and drones of various kinds. Most soldiers were still too dazed by the mental attack to resist the Fist King. Even those who remained clear-minded could do nothing to stop the most powerful battle entity in the universe as his army advanced. Xiaoming, Wuying. 5 minutes later, the Fist King sent a secret signal to the capital planet's surface. I've occupied the number 2 space gate in orbit. How's your end going? Uncle Fist King, Xiaoming and Wuying's sweet voices replied, we've also taken control of the number 2 space gate's ground systems. We've hacked the mainframe crystal processor and have the clearance to open the space gate now. Very good. Staring at the chaos that the ace fleet of the four families was in, millions of kilometers away, the Fist King said calmly, let's begin. It's time for the arsonist fleet to appear. Meanwhile, in the Seven Seas space zone at the border of the Imperium, the astounding Thunder Fleet and the Arsonist Fleet had been fortified multiple times after they captured 5 Adamantine-level super arsenal warships and countless other warships. The sabers and hammers had never looked more intimidating. Despite the coordination issues due to rapid expansion, they needed a sufficient number of men to clear the chaos in the capital. Without enough warships, they wouldn't be able to control the elite fleet of the four families and the now chaotic Deep Sea Fleet. Standing on the bridge, Lei Chenghu was receiving a live stream from the capital through a super remote channel and gazing at the countless warships around him. His face was stern. His hands and mechanical arms were trembling. He wasn't sure whether to feel elated or furious. Li Yao, Lei Chenghu muttered the name with a mix of emotions, never expecting Li Yao to go this far. It was true that he had exposed Wuying Qi, but in the process, he had also tarnished the honor and glory of the immortal cultivators, the Imperium, and the Great Black Star. The videos disgracing the ancestor of the immortal cultivators played repeatedly across the capital. How could the immortal cultivators show their faces to others after this? He had always known Li Yao was no good. This shameless and despicable tactic had not only attacked Wuying Qi's faith but also the people's belief in the true path of immortality. Who knew how many immortal cultivators would become disillusioned and change their minds after this battle? He wondered if his own mind had been bombarded by the main guns of a super arsenal warship. Why else would he have cooperated with a lowlife like Li Yao? For a moment, Lei Chenghu's rage was so intense that he almost wanted to kill both Li Yao and Wuying Qi, who were equally shameless. However, when he glanced at the arsonist fleet, which was no weaker than the astounding Thunder Fleet, his remaining rationality was restored. Lei Chenghu sighed and rubbed his face with his iron hand until he was calm, solemn, and determined again. He then activated a public channel and addressed all the soldiers before they marched on to the capital. Warriors of the Imperium, whether you belong to the astounding Thunder Fleet, the four Kurfürst families, the business alliance of 10,000 sectors, or the local troops at the border, you should all realize that our common home is in its most dangerous moment. Lei Chenghu's voice resonated across thousands of starships and in the blood of every soldier. The Imperium is now engulfed in unprecedented chaos and indescribable evil. If the capital falls, the Imperium will fall, our home will fall, and even mankind as a whole will fall. No one but us can prevent our home from sinking into the abyss. For the honor of the Imperium, for our home, for our future and the future of our families, and for the future of the true path of immortality that we have sworn to protect, we must fight until the end. The fate of the Imperium lies in our hands. Ours. Moreover, the shameless scoundrel who has stolen the capital brazenly pretends to be the Great Black Star. This is too outrageous. The real Black Star the Great was the greatest, purest, and noblest immortal cultivator, who devoted everything to his beloved Imperium and mankind 1,000 years ago and passed away. The impostor in the Imperium is nothing more than an evil and filthy extraterritorial devil. We will never acknowledge it as Black Star the Great. Summon your courage, seize your saber, march into the capital, and cut the extraterritorial devil who dares to impersonate our great emperor into pieces so that it knows the consequences of messing with immortal cultivators. Emotionally, Lei Chenghu slashed his iron arm, as if slicing a path through the vacuum leading to the capital. Roars echoed from countless starships. Marching into the capital and defending the Imperium was the greatest dream of every Imperium soldier. The Imperium's future lies in our hands. We will be the masters of the Imperium after we win this war. This realization was enough to motivate every ambitious immortal cultivator to fight anything in the entire universe. Lei Chenghu swiftly concluded the battle mobilization. He then glanced back at Yun Xiafeng and Song Yushe, the commanders of the coalition fleet of the four families, whose expressions were fraught with mixed emotions. To unite all possible forces, Lei Chenghu and Boss Bai did not execute the two distinguished figures of the four families after their fleets were defeated. Instead, they kept them alive. After the live stream revealed Wuying Qi's scheme in the capital, Yun Xiafeng and Song Yushe were stunned and intimidated. Wuying Qi's primary target was the elite fleets of the four families. Naturally, they would do anything to prevent that. What other choices did they have besides working with Lei Chenghu? The chaos in the Seven Seas space zone was quelled so swiftly precisely because these two commanders had surrendered. Of course, Lei Chenghu did not fully trust them. He did not allow them to return to their fleets but kept them on Iron Torrent as hostages. From there, they relayed Lei Chenghu's orders to their respective fleets. The true face of the extraterritorial devil impersonating His Majesty has been revealed. Staring at Yun Xiafeng and Song Yushe, Lei Chenghu said coldly, "The evidence is right before our eyes. Do you have anything to say?" Yun Xiafeng and Song Yushe exchanged glances and shook their heads, like roosters who had just lost a fight. "Very well. Issue commands to your fleet," Lei Chenghu said. "Focus 70% of the spiritual energy on the shield and ask all crew members to stay in the protective gem, preparing for the most severe radiation and interference. The capital is likely still under the solar storm scourge. We need to pay more attention to the sun than to the enemy forces." Yun Xiafeng and Song Yushe departed to give the orders, watched by a few soldiers. After they left, Boss Bai's unremarkable face appeared on the light beam. "Navigation signals from the capital are increasing. The space gate is open. It's possible for the starships to jump in half an hour." Boss Bai grimaced and said, "My troops have made anti-radiation and anti-interference preparations and are ready to jump. What about you, General Lei?" "Fantastic," Lei Chenghu responded. "My troops will be prepared for the space jump in 20 minutes. "That's good," Boss Bai said, thinking for a moment before coughing. "However, have you prepared your soldiers for brainwashing?" Lei Chenghu asked, "How did you do that?" Boss Bai replied, "By playing movies for them, of course." Lei Chenghu was puzzled. "What movies?" Boss Bai asked, "You really don't know?" Lei Chenghu was silent. Boss Bai continued, "General Lei, don't get angry. It's not my fault. I didn't know Li Yao would use such unscrupulous tactics. While I knew Li Yao was unscrupulous, I didn't expect this level of underhandedness. To be honest, I'm not very familiar with Li Yao. We're hardly friends. Many on our side also despise him, and we're only cooperating under his threat. So, we wouldn't care if you want to settle the score with him after the war is over. We might even cheer for you. However, the environment at the capital is still extremely complicated. Many areas are still plagued by Wuying Qi's brainwashing waves. For safety reasons, I suggest you play the videos that Li Yao sent us for all your soldiers before we set off. It's going to act as a vaccine. My men have watched it. It's up to you whether or not to play it for your men. However, I need to remind you that the videos have also been amplified by the sun and are wandering in the Imperial Terminus sector as information streams. If your men encounter the clips of the information streams unprepared, it might be overwhelming and lead to dire consequences. This is really for your own sake. I'm not laughing at the immortal cultivators at all. Ha 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 ha. Sorry. All in all, if you have better anti-brainwashing methods, that's fine, but if you don't have any for the time being, I think Li Yao's shameless trick might be worth trying. Boss Bai's shoulders moved up and down as he tried to hold back his laughter. He cut the communication in time before he laughed out loud. Lei Chenghu's face, which was about to burst into rage, was reflected in the light beam. He clenched and unclenched his fists, then clenched them again. After a long while, his cerebral vessels broken from deep thought, he finally roared, F***CK. In the end, he couldn't help but turn on the communication channel again. All soldiers, stammering, Lei Chenghu began the most difficult speech of his 200 years as a general. In the mental battlefield inside the gold crystal pyramid beneath the capital planet. You're finished. Wuying Qi, your fate is sealed. Li Yao roared, your next sun plan is over. Too many have awakened from your brainwashing and seen your true nature. Also, our fleet and Lei Chenghu's are en route. We will clear the chaos and change the new Imperium's fate. His confident thoughts flooded the entire mental network like surging tides, trying to penetrate the depths of every mind. The first to be affected were the Imperial soldiers and the deep-sea fleet surrounding the capital planet. Did you hear me? Why aren't you waking up? Are you really going to fight for this devil until you kill your own family and destroy your home? Li Yao roared desperately, not to attack Wuying Qi's soul, but to awaken more immortal cultivators. Think about what you've done. You're destroying the capital and slaughtering billions, including your families and yourselves. Is this your way to renew the Imperium? No, you've been deceived, hypnotized, and enchanted by this devil. This is not Wuying Qi. The real Black Star the Great died 1,000 years ago. This is a contaminated entity, a being that has absorbed some of Wuying Qi's memories and is tricking you by using his appearance. If you remember that you are immortal cultivators, soldiers of the Imperium, and reformists determined to renew the immortal cultivator, it's time to wake up and resist this devil. You may not trust me, but you must at least trust the god of war. Lei Chenghu's fleet has reached the capital. He's the real pillar of the reformists. He's the one who deserves your loyalty. Boom. 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 Deafening thunders exploded across the mental battlefield, followed by the most dazzling bolts of lightning, which struck the dizzy souls, causing them to wake up in trembling quivers. As more and more puppets were shaken and grew suspicious, the black sun, representing Wuying Qi's soul, withered and declined, like a star at the end of its life. At that moment, a brilliant streak of crystal light pierced the black sun from behind. Don't think that I don't exist just because I don't want to argue with you. Long Yangjun let out the most ear-splitting roar, no one in the Star Sea can ever bend me. Go to hell. Chapter 2643, Why Don't We Talk More? The Black Sun appeared to have contracted a bizarre crystal virus. The wound Long Yangjun inflicted spread and transformed the fire into glass-like material, which then shattered into fragments. Li Yao seized the opportunity to gather his soul power and hurled it at the Black Sun, incinerating the black crystals created by Wuying Qi's soul with his fiery blood. Ah! Faced with the combined assault of Li Yao and Long Yangjun, Wuying Qi roared in defiance, trembling even though his soul had been modified and restructured by the blood god. His tremor triggered a chain reaction, tearing the infinite darkness of the universe apart with a burst of golden light. The entire mental battlefield crumbled. You can't. Wuying Qi's howl was drowned out by the deafening roars of Li Yao and Long Yangjun. They struck Wuying Qi's soul without regard for the cost, shredding the mental network. Boom! Li Yao felt as if an entire universe had exploded before him. An overwhelming force thrust him from the mental battlefield back into reality. Wuying Qi's massive brainwashing has been disrupted. Suppressing his dizziness and nausea, Li Yao wiped the blood seeping from his facial injuries and looked around in excitement. Long Yangjun, much like him, was covered in blood but not in a daze. She was elated. It was clear she had also broken free from the brainwashing. Before him, cracks began to appear on the crystal throne where Wuying Qi sat. The cracks widened, making Wuying Qi look even more grotesque and twisted. The black strands of nerves that penetrated the back of each bald expert's head from the dome writhed and hissed like skinned snakes. Black smoke rose from them as they withered into nothingness. The hundreds of bald experts slowly opened their eyes. Though their faces were still full of confusion, their absolute devotion to Wuying Qi was gone. They now looked at Li Yao and Long Yangjun differently. Their brains had suffered severe trauma, most had serious brain hemorrhages and concussions. They were vomiting on the ground and could not fight for the time being. However, the gold crystal pyramid continued to shake. On the contrary, relentless violent spiritual energy was still being sent to the sun from the spire. The gold crystal pyramid was losing control now that Wuying Qi could no longer manage it. Nobody knew its current status or what it would bring to the sun and the imperial terminus sector. What's going on? Li Yao's anxiety returned, even though he had felt relaxed a moment ago. He contacted the mental devil that was supposedly patrolling the area. Haven't you stopped the gold crystal pyramid? I have no idea, the mental devil shrieked in Li Yao's head. I've only stopped the gold crystal pyramid from emitting Wuying Qi's brainwashing waves. But it seems Wuying Qi is now launching the craziest and messiest waves to the sun. He appears to be resetting the gold crystal pyramid to achieve its original purpose, to completely enrage the sun. What? Li Yao was so shocked that it felt like 10,000 ants were crawling on his head. Stop him now. I can't do it from here, the mental devil shrieked. What I hacked was only the brainwashing module that Wuying Qi probably constructed on his own. That's why I could crack it so quickly. However, the original system of the gold crystal pyramid was devised by the Hui clan. I can barely understand the crystal processor language of the Hui clan. How can I crack it so quickly? Additionally, resetting is a command with high priority. Unless you blow up the core units of the mainframe crystal processor, it's nearly impossible to stop the command. Damn it! Li Yao looked awful. What does Wuying Qi want exactly? Boom! 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 The crystal throne shattered after 3 explosions. Wuying Qi slowly floated in the middle of the black fog, his hands spread wide. He seemed greatly affected by the mental debate with Li Yao and the wounds inflicted by Long Yangjun and Li Yao. He appeared haggard, with hollowed eyes. Li Linghai's once beautiful form was now deformed, resembling a walking zombie. The surging black flames around him were much dimmer than they were half a day ago. However, an unpredictable bloody light was glittering in his eyes, spreading like thick veins across his face and then his entire body. He no longer seemed as formidable as an emperor but more like a creepy devil. Seriously? Sensing Wuying Qi's vibe getting increasingly strange, Li Yao nearly bit his tongue. He could hardly believe his eyes. We just traumatized this jerk's soul in the debate. For a moment, he was so weakened that he was no longer stronger than me and Long Yangjun. Where did he get this new power? Transformation? Another transformation? Why are today's villains all capable of transforming? Is this a joke? Li Yao and Long Yangjun exchanged a look, determined to kill Wuying Qi while he was still recovering. Though both had suffered heavy wounds in the previous battle, they charged at Wuying Qi while he hadn't been fully boosted by the bloody power, only to be flung back instantly. Pooh! Li Yao and Long Yangjun were hit by the blood tides Wuying Qi raised, and each of them vomited a mouthful of blood. No, not just a mouthful. Wuying Qi's attack seemed to entail the strangest technique, which somehow attracted their blood and absorbed it from their bodies. They couldn't stop it at all. Hee hee. Hee 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 hee. In the sky, Wuying Qi, enshrouded in a black fog and bloody aura, chuckled in a low voice. I did not plan to use this forbidden power or to turn the next sun plan into a cataclysm until you forced me to. 10 times more people may die or go mad, and it will all be your fault. While he laughed maniacally, a third color, devastating red, appeared at the ends of his long hair, along with the previous black and white. Li Yao was so chilled that his heart nearly froze into ice. It's the power of the Mad Armageddon. Your realization is too late. Wuying Qi grinned hideously. Stepping on the bloody lotuses that appeared out of nowhere, he walked toward Li Yao and Long Yangjun. After each step on a bloody lotus, crimson ripples spread from the flower, corrupting the bald experts. Those bald experts, who had just been half awake, were hypnotized by Wuying Qi once more. This time, they transformed from zealots into beasts that only knew how to kill. No, not beasts, but something even more terrifying. Wait. Witnessing this, Li Yao made a quick decision. He raised his hands and said, Your Majesty, to be honest, while you are empowered by the blood god, I also have a negative personality called the mental devil. So, we have a lot in common. Everything that happened just now was, well, just a misunderstanding. I was too reckless. Your Majesty, since we are both determined to fight for our civilization, why don't we sit down and talk in peace and see what we can achieve? Long Yangjun. The mental devil. Wuying Qi paused after hearing this. With a mysterious smile on his hideous face, where veins bulged, he said, Li Yao, no one in the entire universe is as shameless as you. However, for the greater good, I'm willing to give you one last chance. You have two choices. You can either stop now, step aside with your mental devil, and stay away from my next sun plan. Or I will make the gold crystal pyramid launch all its energy toward the sun, causing the solar system to be violently active for hundreds of years. As a result, the ace fleet of the four families, the Deep Sea Fleet, the Astounding Thunder Fleet, and everyone else in the Imperial Terminus sector will be destroyed. Even if some experts survive, they will be transformed into demonic cultivators when furious tenebrum energy is ignited in their heads by my maddening brainwaves. This was not my plan, but you are simply too shameless. I had to do this because of you. Your cleverness turned everything into the worst-case scenario. However, you can still remedy it. Make a choice now. Help me complete the next sun plan, or watch as the Imperial Terminus sector is consumed by the rampant star and turned into a paradise of devils. Li Yao's pupils constricted. His lips and hands quivered hard, as if he were caught in deep desperation. However, the most determined will to fight burst from his eyes in the next second. With trembling hands, he activated his Cosmos Ring using the perfect gesture. I choose the third option, to blow up your head. Li Yao hollered. You were truly stupid and arrogant to let us keep our colossi. That is the greatest mistake you made. Come on, arsonist. With a gesture and his voice print, Li Yao's Cosmos Ring triggered colorful ripples. His body was covered in glamorous shades in 0.1 seconds, but then, there was nothing. The Cosmos Ring was like a rusty gate that Li Yao could not open, no matter how much spiritual energy he injected, let alone summoning the enormous colossus. Li Yao's arms were still raised high, making him seem confident and awesome. But his smile had frozen, and beads of cold sweat began to form on his forehead. Wuying Qi looked down at him pitifully, as if he were a poor, foolish soul. Chapter 2644, Wuying Qi's Fatal Weakness. How is this possible? Activating the Cosmos Ring and retrieving the Colossus were simple tasks. Li Yao could not have made a mistake, even if his hands were cramping. However, no matter how much spiritual energy he poured into the Cosmos Ring, there was no response. No, there was a response. As he injected a tremendous amount of spiritual energy into the Cosmos Ring, trying to tear it apart, thorny electric arcs shot out, shocking him. He couldn't help but scream. He noticed that Long Yangjun was also waving her arm. Her Colossus, Heavenly Crystal, was also locked in her Cosmos Ring. Shwa. 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 Recalling what had just happened, Li Yao quickly figured out the reason. Not long ago, to win Wuying Qi's trust, they had offered their Cosmos Rings, containing their colossi, to Wuying Qi. Wuying Qi seemed to be convinced of their loyalty, but in reality, he did not return the Cosmos Rings until after he had clutched them in his hand. Damn it! They had been tricked. The grip of someone at the divinity branching stage was certainly not a joke. The retrieval rune arrays in the Cosmos Rings must have been damaged then. No wonder Wuying Qi had been so confident. From his perspective, he had destroyed Li Yao and Long Yangjuan's greatest reliance first and then lured them into a brainwashing space with hundreds of other experts. Even if they had initially pretended to surrender, they would have to surrender for real in the end. Of course, Wuying Qi had not anticipated that Li Yao would be so cunning, disrupting the massive brainwashing so skillfully. He became a victim of his own scheme. Now that the supervillain was infuriated and dropped his disguise, Li Yao and Long Yangjun found themselves in an awkward situation. How could you do that? Realizing everything, Li Yao pointed at Wuying Qi's nose and scolded, "How can you be so shameless, as an emperor? You said you gave the colossi back to us because you trusted us, but you actually played tricks with our Cosmos Rings? I despise lying, stealthy people who never dare to face a fight and can only resort to tricks and schemes the most. If you think you're so good, just unlock our Cosmos Rings, and let's have a fight. If you win, we will." Before Li Yao finished, Wuying Qi had gathered a blood-red hand and slapped Li Yao across the face, spinning him in midair. Li Yao vomited blood profusely, and half of his face swelled up, making it impossible for him to speak anymore. Li Yao. Long Yangjun leaped forward, trying to flee with Li Yao. But the place was shrouded in shadows and blood, making it impossible to find a way out. Long Yangjun was more than anxious. Seeing Li Yao's swollen face, she said angrily, "Just stop talking. Didn't you notice that the more you talk, the stronger our enemy becomes? You're only getting us killed. What are you talking about? Is it really my fault?" Li Yao retorted, "If you hadn't insisted on submitting our colossi to him, we wouldn't have ended up in this bizarre situation. We only had eye contact. What more did you expect me to do when you hinted that I should work with you?" Long Yangjun said angrily, "Besides, do you really think he's an idiot? He knew we carried colossi, and yours crushed the colossi of the 3 divinity transformation stage experts. Do you think he wouldn't do anything about it? Even if I hadn't handed over the colossi, he would still have played tricks with them or might even have asked to examine them." In short, the bottom line is, while spitting blood, Li Yao managed a grim smile through his swollen face. Staring at Wuying Qi, who was approaching, Li Yao declared, "Wuying Qi, I wasn't wrong. You lack confidence in your next sun plan. You don't even believe in your brainwashing technology or that you are an omnipotent god. That's why you tampered with our Cosmos Rings, just in case something went wrong. It's the greatest irony you've done to yourself and the biggest blow to your faith. No wonder you were defeated by us in the mental battlefield. If you don't believe in the next sun plan yourself, how can you convince us immortal cultivators and humanity that your vision will come true? In that sense, you've completely failed. You've utterly destroyed your own faith." Wuying Qi's grotesque face, twisted with thick veins, twitched as if he were wrestling with an internal struggle. But soon, he calmed down in the bloody aura. "No matter what you say, the best response to someone as talkative as you is no response," Wuying Qi said indifferently. "Anyway, you're going to die no matter how you struggle today. What are you doing?" Supporting Li Yao, Long Yangjun asked in a low voice, "Why are you talking to him instead of treating your wounds?" "I'm criticizing him from the perspective of justice and belief." Li Yao said, "Don't you feel that we have triumphed and crushed him in the realm of belief? Even if we are physically and spiritually destroyed by him, our belief will exist forever. Even if his evil plan succeeds, he will only be a poor, empty shell without any belief. So, we've already won." Long Yangjun. "Of course, I also need more time to think. Don't be intimidated by his bluff. The situation might not be as bad as it appears." Li Yao coughed up less blood now. He said calmly, first of all, he only clenched our cosmos rings once just now. How many tricks could he have played? If he had damaged the cosmos rings too much and we discovered it immediately, it would have been very awkward. So, I'm certain that our cosmos rings are only damaged on the surface, and their cores are fine. I mastered the skills of cosmos ring maintenance when I first joined the Imperium. As long as you buy me 5 minutes, I guarantee I can repair the cosmos rings. Huh? 5 minutes? Long Yangjun glanced at Wuying Qi, who was nearby, surrounded by a menacing aura of blood, and then at Li Yao. Isn't 5 minutes too short? Why don't I stall this supervillain, who was originally in the divinity branching stage and is now bolstered by the heritage of the Mad Armageddon, for 5 days, so you can take your time to repair the cosmos rings? Li Yao. Is this a subtle way of telling me you can't hold him back for 5 minutes? Long Yangjun, of course. Look at his appearance and feel his fury. I don't think I can block him for 5 seconds. He's only bluffing. Li Yao stared at Wuying Qi and said coldly, haven't you noticed he's still walking unhurriedly, even after we've talked for so long? He's also pausing now and then, as if he's waiting for us. Why? Does he think it's a movie? Do we need to play some background music for him? Also, don't you find it odd? If the heritage of the Mad Armageddon were as powerful as the treasures of the Supreme Emperor, he could have crushed us a long time ago. Why would he give us a chance to use tricks? So, here's the question, why did he not resort to the mysterious power at the beginning? Now that the situation is worse than ever, he has to try one last time. Of course, it can't be because he's benevolent or arrogant. If my guess is correct, he must still be unable to fully control the blood god's power. Or perhaps the power itself will seriously harm him or even devour his soul. While Wuying Qi is the ancestor of the immortal cultivators, the Mad Armageddon was the strongest demonic cultivator in history. Immortal cultivators and demonic cultivators follow different paths. Therefore, his power and the Mad Armageddon's must have serious compatibility issues. Yes, that's right. That's why he would rather not use the blood god's power unless it's absolutely necessary. When he does use it, he needs a long time to address the incompatibility issues between the two powers. So, he's still striking poses even after I've analyzed so much. No matter how cool he looks, he's not as strong as we imagine. It's possible that he's more weakened and divided than ever. This is the best opportunity to strike while the two powers haven't integrated with his body yet. Li Yao struggled to stand, raising the shapeless blade of fire and light toward Wuying Qi. Wuying Qi, I've seen through your weakness. You're doomed, he declared resolutely, spitting blood-stained saliva. Oh? Is that so? Wuying Qi smiled, and dozens of bald experts he controlled leaped over. They formed a thorny wall, standing between them and gazing at Li Yao and Long Yangjun with bloodshot, hollow eyes. Chapter 2645, Unstoppable Leap. Here's my cosmos ring. Surrounded by enemies, Long Yangjun quickly threw her cosmos ring to Li Yao. 3 minutes. I can buy you 3 minutes at best. Make it fast. All right. Li Yao's fingers moved deftly, and dozens of thin, oddly shaped maintenance tools rolled on his fingertips like liquid metal, enveloping the two cosmos rings in a silvery glow. Repairing a cosmos ring would be a piece of cake if Li Yao had molecular-level scanning magic equipment. But in such a shabby and dangerous environment, he could only do his best. Kill them. It seemed Li Yao was right about the power conflict within Wuying Qi. Wuying Qi did not attack or summon his colossus. Instead, he instructed the experts possessed by him to attack. The dozens of bald experts lunged at Li Yao like hungry wolves, bloodlust in their eyes, trying to snatch the cosmos rings or at least disrupt the emergency repairs. Their eyes had turned into springs of blood. While screaming, they unleashed frantic brainwaves, a mental virus that would normally assimilate and degenerate ordinary people into uncontrollable devils. Unfortunately, neither Li Yao nor Long Yangjun were ordinary people. Li Yao, with a mental devil and Mo Xian's heritage, was highly adapted and immune to Tenebrum energy. Long Yangjun, as a successor of the Nuwa clan, was a master of Tenebrum energy herself. Tenebrum energy? Long Yangjun smiled and covered herself in a dazzling glass suit. She wielded a crystal whip in each hand, but the soft whips transformed into sharp blades under the boost of her spiritual energy. She was not affected by the Tenebrum energy of the bald experts at all. Instead, she dashed among them agilely, going on a killing spree, cutting off their limbs and heads. Brutal as the experts might have been, they could no longer fight after losing their heads or limbs. Such power! Wuying Qi's face changed as he sensed the energy around Long Yangjun, which was more evil and chaotic than spiritual energy. He said gloomily, "If you also cultivate Tenebrum energy, why are you stopping my plan?" "Because you do not understand the true meaning of Tenebrum energy." Long Yangjun crossed her arms, and her whips minced the last few bald experts into pieces. "It's exactly because of people like you, whose desires and ambitions expand infinitely due to the corruption of Tenebrum energy, that Pangu and mankind regarded it as a forbidden power and kept a distance from it. To introduce Tenebrum energy into our civilization, I must first eradicate people like you. Is there a problem?" Long Yangjun squatted, then stomped the ground with her powerful legs before launching herself at Wuying Qi in a streak of light. Blood and light collided 1,000 times in mere seconds, making it impossible to see them clearly. The only sign of their clashes was the shocking cracks on the ground. Ah! Nearby, Li Yao, kneeling on one knee, moved his hands so fast that their temperature nearly reached 1,000 degrees. He devoted his lifelong knowledge to the restoration of the rune arrays destroyed by Wuying Qi. However, Wuying Qi's method was quite devious. He left 2 dormant powers on the 2 cosmos rings, which were like sensitive crystal bombs, ready to destroy the retrieval mechanism if anything went wrong. No matter how anxious Li Yao was, he had to control his trembling nerves and dismantle the bombs first. Time seemed to stretch. When Long Yangjun and Wuying Qi were separated, it felt as if a year had passed, though in reality, it was only 1 minute. Li Yao had just grasped the essentials of Wuying Qi's remaining power when Long Yangjun was hurled into him, nearly breaking both their bones. "Watch out!" Li Yao shielded the 2 cosmos rings instead of himself. They would have to surrender if they lost their last trump cards. "Didn't you say you could buy me 3 minutes? Didn't you say your plan would be smooth and flawless?" Long Yangjun's suit was tattered. It was not a magical device but part of her body, a natural exoskeleton with sharp senses and high spiritual energy conductivity. Now that it was damaged, she was in extreme pain, nearly vomiting her internal organs. Things didn't go as planned. "What can I do? Why don't we swap roles? You can handle the deranged Wuying Qi, and I can repair the cosmos rings. There's no need to argue. It's the same either way." A twisted and wicked shadow, resembling burning blood, emerged from the black fog again. Wuying Qi's voice was deeper and hoarser, like a whisper from the deepest level of hell. "You're both going to die anyway, and so will everyone in the Imperial Terminus sector." As he spoke, the redness in his hair spread, turning his head red. The black nerves, which had been withered and broken, bulged again in devastating red. Wuying Qi's mental network was being repaired, emitting the most uncontrollable and insane power. Dozens of bald experts were slain by Long Yangjun, but more were coming, baring their fangs at Li Yao and Long Yangjun. *Z. Z. 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 Using their brainwaves as fuel, Wuying Qi launched his brainwaves, combined with the delirious Tenebrum energy, using the gold crystal pyramid once more. The bloody bolt of lightning struck the sky, piercing the sun. In the space battlefield, the black spots on the sun had been dimming and freezing, but when they were energized by the bloody light, a destructive chain reaction reignited. The intensity of radiation and high-energy particles surged again. The sun had been like a cold, black eye staring at the universe. Now, it was a broken black eye, with blood splashing everywhere like a geyser. Many starships in the ace fleet of the four families had already depleted their spiritual shields from the first assault. They could not withstand the intense solar storms and turned into fiery incinerators. Flames licked through the corridors, burning up the immortal cultivators, whether they were sane, insane, or on the brink of madness, into ashes. The starships with minimally functional spiritual shields fared no better. Solar radiation pierced the crew members' brains like invisible blades, shredding their rationality and collapsing their mental defenses. Laughing madly, they degenerated into low-level demonic cultivators, driven by nothing but destruction and slaughter. After the consecutive strikes, it was impossible for the ace fleet of the four families to regain its combat ability. However, the situation was not in Li Yao's favor, as Xiaoming, Wenwen, and the Fist King, along with their spiritual puppets, were also being corrupted by the solar storm. Information life forms were highly dependent on crystal processors and the spiritual nexus from the beginning. They were also susceptible to indiscriminate interference. At first, Wuying Qi primarily targeted human brains, using solar interference to amplify his attacks. Thanks to the optimization of their physical systems, Xiaoming, Wenwen, and the Fist King managed to withstand the initial solar storm. However, with Wuying Qi now driven to madness, he was recklessly enraging the sun, unleashing a storm that would destroy everything. Naturally, Xiaoming, Wenwen, and the Fist King could barely remain safe from it. Z. 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 The communication channel was filled only with static. Xiaoming and Wenwen, on the ground, lost contact with the Fist King in space. They also felt as if they were being suffocated, as if they were in a room filled with lethal gas. "I'm feeling very uncomfortable," Xiaoming struggled to say. "Our virtual nervous network is under a massive, indiscriminate attack. Interaction is barely possible now. We're being taken offline. If it's this bad for us, protected by the atmosphere, it must be even worse for Uncle Fist King," Wenwen said worriedly. "I wonder if he can keep the space gate under control." "Even if he can, it won't matter," Xiaoming replied. "The solar storm is escalating. The environment in the Imperial Terminus sector is too complex now. Jumping here is a dead end. Even the most glorious fleet will be capsized by the solar storm." The space gate was like a lighthouse. It could provide navigation, but if the waves were too strong, a fleet would still struggle to reach the port. "We need to inform Boss Bai and General Lei and ask them to stop the jump," Wenwen said. "The starships and crew will be in their weakest state after the jump. Unless the solar storm's intensity decreases by 30%, they won't be able to withstand it." "That's impossible. The jump has already begun. I've detected unusual space ripples near the space gate," Xiaoming replied. "The interferences are too strong for us to send a message to Boss Bai and General Lei. They're already here." Chapter 2646, A Competition of Willpower. In the underground gold crystal pyramid on the capital planet. Hee hee. Hee 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 hee. Intimidating laughter erupted from the depths of Wuying Qi's throat. Brilliant red streaks burst forth on his bulging, almost swollen body. He seemed to be drenched in fire and blood. His long, red hair, like strings controlling puppets, stabbed into the bald experts, making them 3 times faster and more agile. 100 bald experts fought Long Yangjun in turns, and more appeared in the black fog with rigid limbs after being possessed. Though Long Yangjun was not affected by Tenebrum energy, her wound significantly weakened her, making it barely possible for her to defend herself. "Are you done yet?" While spitting blood and brandishing her whips, which might break at any moment, Long Yangjun roared at Liao, "How much longer do you need?" "Right away. Right away." Liao's finger bones were almost fracturing as he finally bypassed the traps Wuying Qi had set. He took a deep breath and cried, "Half a minute. Just another." Hardly had he finished speaking when Wuying Qi waved his head, and 1,000 hairs darted at Liao's eyes like crimson snakes. Liao felt as if dozens of lightning bolts had struck his eyes. He subconsciously tilted his head and blinked. At that moment, Wuying Qi's bloody hair stabbed his hands, and he dropped the cosmos rings. Secretly cursing, Liao hurried to grab the cosmos rings. He finally caught the 2 rings, though Wuying Qi left dozens of deep wounds on his arms. However, all the maintenance tools had been shattered and scattered by Wuying Qi's long hair. That is. Liao was dumbfounded. Greatly disturbed, he could no longer resist Wuying Qi's blood tides and was struck in the chest more than 30 times in a row. He flew back like a kite whose string had been severed, smashing into the wall. The remaining power of Wuying Qi's attack slithered into Liao's body like venomous scorpions, nibbling at his flesh and even his soul. Liao felt each of his pores had turned into a wide-open mouth, vomiting blood. More than half of the blood in his body was drained in half a second. More dreadfully, Wuying Qi, like a shooting star chasing the moon, dashed to Liao's front right after the blood tides. With a chilling smile on his face, Wuying Qi raised his right arm high. The red streaks on his arm left the skin and entangled with each other to form a complex and extravagant blade. Zhi! 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 The bloody blade seemed alive, as if mocking or perhaps singing, as it dug out the last drop of blood from Liao's heart. "I'm screwed." Liao's mind went blank. He could think of no solution. The gold crystal pyramid could not be halted, the solar storm was growing worse, and Boss Bai and Lei Chenghu's fleets were ignorantly jumping over. They were as doomed as the residents in the capital. The only way out was to kill Wuying Qi and stop the gold crystal pyramid. However, Liao glanced at Long Yangjun, who was still surrounded by dozens of bald experts. The enemies were fearlessly exhausting her with their lives. It was impossible for her to finish them off instantly and come to his aid. On Liao's side, he only had one last step to repair the cosmos rings, but his tools had been blown away by Wuying Qi. Liao had been hit as well. It was impossible for him to finish the procedure with Wuying Qi's gaze fixed on him. This time, there was really nothing Liao could do when the bizarre, bloody saber cut him. "Die now." Watching Liao's eyes that were still darting around quickly, like a cornered rat looking for an escape, Wuying Qi did not waste any time talking to him, despite the possibility of more secrets or tempting offers. Wuying Qi focused all his power on the blade, and then the most unbelievable thing happened. The rigidity that Liao had experienced just now occurred to Wuying Qi again. He had summoned all his Tenebrum energy to cut Liao's neck with the saber, but the saber was frozen in midair. The cracks in his shoulders and bones indicated they were broken, but he still could not move, as if he were a statue. What's going on now? Liao gazed at Wuying Qi, too stunned to wipe the cold sweat from his nose. Wuying Qi did not feel the pain from his broken arm at all. His face was full of hesitation and struggle, as if an iced lake were thawing, and the water beneath was surging vigorously. His sturdy legs trembled, indicating that Wuying Qi had lost some control over his body. His eyes darted in different directions simultaneously, a rather terrifying sight. It felt like there were two forces within him. One wanted to kill Liao as quickly as possible, while the other was desperately trying to save him at any cost. The tips of his wild hair became clear again, like a frozen waterfall. The astonishing white was spreading to his head as well. No, Another angry and regretful howl burst from Wuying Qi's throat. No! The second howl, however, turned into a familiar yet strange voice, piercing his chest, heart, and throat like a white sword. This is... Li Yao's eyes narrowed sharply. He immediately realized and said, "It's the queen. It's Li Linghai, the queen of the Imperium." Walla! A thunderclap rumbled in Li Yao's head, shattering his confusion. He understood why Wuying Qi dared not use the magnificent power of the Mad Armageddon. His speculation was correct. Wuying Qi, as an immortal cultivator, and the blood god, as a demonic cultivator, had irreconcilable conflicts despite their shared traits. When Li Yao first spoke with Wuying Qi, he asked if he had killed his teacher, the Mad Armageddon. Wuying Qi did not deny it then. However, if Wuying Qi had indeed killed the Mad Armageddon, he must have paid a price. Perhaps something from the Mad Armageddon lingered in his soul, always threatening him. At that time, Li Yao had overlooked one factor, Li Linghai. Wuying Qi was not controlling his own body, he was inhabiting Li Linghai's, an incomplete possession. Under normal circumstances, he could hypnotize and even suppress Li Linghai's soul, making her his puppet. However, Li Linghai was a super expert near the peak of the divinity transformation stage. When Wuying Qi had to tame the threat left by the blood god with most of his power, would this give Li Linghai a chance to regain her free will? That was the greatest obstacle for Wuying Qi to make use of the blood god's heritage. It was also why Wuying Qi, or Li Linghai, looked so unusual right now. No. 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 Wuying Qi, or Li Linghai, appeared like conjoined twins. Each controlled half of their face, making it half angry and half regretful. The left hand was clutching the uncontrollable right hand so tightly that it was almost tearing it off. The left leg was blocking the right leg, preventing the body from moving closer to Li Yao. As a result, Wuying Qi, or Li Linghai, hopped awkwardly, with half red and half white hair. "Your Highness, is that really you?" Li Yao was moved by Li Linghai's courage and determination. He clenched his fists, but he did not know how to help Li Linghai. All he could do was shout, "I know this is not your intention. You were tricked and threatened by Wuying Qi. I don't believe you're crazy enough to destroy the capital. I believe you truly intended to renew the Imperium, and I speculate that you're only working with Wuying Qi because he is threatening your children. But look around and see what Wuying Qi has done. He is not a real reformist. He is only trying to turn the Imperium from a country of immortal cultivators into his own, which will be worse than it is now. If he is threatening you with your children, you don't need to fear him. Li Jialing is confined in the tank behind us, and your other children must be in the royal palace. If the solar storm escalates, all your children will die. To save your children, there is only one thing you can do: kick him out of your head with all your might. Wake up, Your Highness, wake up. The fate of all your children and the Imperium truly rests on your shoulders now. I still recall how confident you were when you described the new Imperium to me when we first met. Even though I was a cultivator, I was captivated by your ideology. It is your belief, isn't it? You didn't lie to me, did you? You are still the Li Linghai of a year ago, as well as the Li Linghai of 100 years ago, aren't you? If so, it's time to wake up now. As Li Yao roared, Wuying Qi's, or Li Linghai's, face twisted more and more, until it was impossible to tell who it belonged to anymore. The veins bulging on the face that once displayed the Emperor's dominance and cruelty now showed demonic madness, followed by the tenderness and resolve of a mother. The left hand grabbed the right and reached for Li Yao's neck, as if to strangle him. However, the right arm cracked and hung limply, refusing to attack Li Yao. Even the wildly flailing long hair split into two factions, one red and the other white, like snakes from opposing sides, biting each other fiercely. Are you betraying me too? Wuying Qi's voice of disbelief thundered. You ungrateful wretch! I rescued you, taught you your skills, enabled your revenge, and allowed you to rule the royal palace. This is how you repay me. You promised to let go of Li Jialing's soul. Li Linghai's voice, equally fierce, cut through the air. You promised me. That was if everything went as planned. Wuying Qi's devastating voice echoed. But Li Yao has ruined our plan. It's all his fault. If you want to save your son's soul, don't stand in my way as I kill him. You can kiss my ass. While Wuying Qi and Li Linghai struggled, Li Yao mustered the last of his strength and crashed into their chests. Spiritual energy surged into their bodies like sharp daggers. Ah! Wuying Qi and Li Linghai's chests caved in, and both souls screamed in agony. Well, Li Yao blinked his eyes quickly, anxiety written all over his face. Your Highness, tell me what I can do to help you kill this jerk. He, that's impossible. The cruelest expression emerged on the hideous face once more. Wuying Qi laughed. My soul and this bitch's are so deeply entangled that killing me means killing her. What will you do, cultivator Li Yao? Then, Li Linghai regained control of the face. She stammered, Kill. Kill. Kill me. Kill me. Li Yao's face changed repeatedly. He had just grabbed 3 sabers from the ground through remote manipulation, but he couldn't bring himself to cut down. He was an orphan with no family except his foster father. Now, he truly regarded Li Jialing as his little brother. Although Li Linghai and he weren't very close, she was the only woman his pop ever loved, and she was Li Jialing's mother. Li Jialing risked everything to sneak into the capital just to save his mother, hadn't he? If Li Linghai hadn't been awakened, it would have been easier. Now that she had free will again, Li Yao hesitated whether he should kill Wuying Qi and Li Linghai right away. While he hesitated, his chest was pummeled again, as Wuying Qi had regained control of the body and flung him away. Ha 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 ha. This is exactly the cultivator's biggest problem. You're too soft-hearted and indecisive. The blood-red hair on the back of Wuying Qi and Li Linghai's head was winning the battle of willpower, swallowing the newly grown white hair. Wuying Qi laughed aloud. You are too weak to lead mankind. You're right. He's exactly a soft-hearted idiot, someone called from Wuying Qi's back. But I'm not. It was Long Yangjun, who had gathered hundreds of sabers, swords, and magic items, hurling them at Wuying Qi. The struggle between Wuying Qi and Li Linghai had significantly weakened Wuying Qi's control over the bald experts who were not yet saturated with tenebrum energy. Without Wuying Qi's control, they were crying in pain and could not resist Long Yangjun at all. Long Yangjun easily finished off the bald experts and attacked Wuying Qi's vital points with a barrage of weapons, like a furious storm. Long Yangjun was not technically a cultivator, nor was there any bond between her and Li Linghai. Naturally, she launched the deadliest moves as a sword master without any hesitation. Wuying Qi, too busy resisting Li Linghai and Li Yao, failed to guard against Long Yangjun from behind. By the time he sensed the array of blades, it was already too late. He could only wave his left arm and unleash a geyser of blood from his body, which formed a shield and stopped the incoming weapons. Z. 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 Dazzling electric arcs roamed in the fog. The flying blades were frozen, their tips trembling wildly as if they were about to pierce through the barrier and reach Wuying Qi at any moment. Qi. 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 The fog of blood, as if scorched by high temperature, dimmed and constricted, mirroring Wuying Qi's soul. Long Yangjun and Wuying Qi immediately paled. Wounds exploded near their eyes and spread out, making them look like 2 statues that were falling apart. It was a pure competition of soul, energy, and vitality, devoid of any trick. They were tearing at each other as they rolled toward the abyss of doom. Li Yao could sense that their vitality was not fading, but cascading from not far away. After 3 seconds that felt as long as 3 years, the bloody fog and the flying swords between them finally exploded after a rapid constriction. The blast, mixed with broken blade fragments, filled the area. Even Li Yao was blown back. Long Yangjun. It was an aftershock, after all, and did not truly harm Li Yao. He searched and soon found Long Yangjun, pale and with her suit cracked, barely breathing. Li Yao hurriedly took out a dose of medicine from his cosmos ring and injected it into Long Yangjun, then helped her digest the medical power with his spiritual energy. Looking back at Wuying Qi, he witnessed the most unforgettable scene. The bloody fog was dispersing, and Wuying Qi, or Li Linghai, seemed to be standing on a cliff, her face etched with indescribable regret and resolve. Her long hair had turned flawlessly white again, devoid of any impurities, containing neither black nor red. Her eyes were as pure as before, capable of seeing beauty and kindness in the dirtiest and darkest world. These were not the eyes of the Li Linghai from a year ago, but those of a young girl from 100 years ago, who had yet to know her destiny for the next 100 years. She smiled, like a flower falling from a cliff. A certain power struggled at her throat and chest, trying to regain control over her body, but she managed to use her left hand to grasp a broken blade that was still sharp. She looked at Li Yao thoughtfully, with indescribable regret and apology in her eyes. "No," Li Yao shouted, his blood running cold, but Li Linghai paid him no mind. Her fingers were cut by the blade, and hot blood flowed out, yet she clenched its edge and plunged it into her chest with a sharp sound. Chi! She left no hope for herself. The blade entered her chest and protruded from her back. She twisted the blade to ensure her heart was completely destroyed. Her vitality had already been greatly consumed to power the gold crystal pyramid. Now that her heart was destroyed, her body was no longer usable for Wuying Qi, even if the other organs remained intact. Ah! The serenity on her face was suddenly replaced by agony. Wuying Qi's scream erupted from her throat. The bulging veins seemed to break free from the muscles, splintering apart and spurting blood. Even the blade that had pierced her heart was yanked out, and a torrent of blood gushed from her chest. The blood slowly gathered into a mist in the air, forming the shape of Wuying Qi's enraged face. "This is Wuying Qi's remaining soul." Long Yangjun shouted with effort, "Kill him. Don't let him escape." Before she could finish, the bloody face glared at Li Yao and shattered into hundreds of streaks of light, dashing into the depths of the gold crystal pyramid. Li Yao reacted swiftly, launching thousands of blades at the bloody streaks but only managed to block about 50. Just as he was about to chase after Wuying Qi, the final group of bald experts arrived. They had lost Wuying Qi's control, but they could still hold Li Yao back for a moment. Li Yao was quick enough to kick them away and retrieve Li Linghai's broken body. "Your Highness, you can't die like this." Holding Li Linghai's body, Li Yao frantically inputted spiritual energy into her. "Li Jialing needs you. The future of the Imperium needs you. There's also the secret of the Supreme Emperor's mausoleum. Come on, hang in there. It's just a minor heart explosion. It's not a big deal." Chapter 2648, Cut the Darkness of the Universe. Li Yao frantically retrieved medicines and medical tools from his cosmos ring. First, he injected a large amount of fragrant green gel into the hole on Li Linghai's chest with a gleaming syringe to stop the blood from squirting out. Then, he injected a nutritional drug around Li Linghai's neck, which would provide oxygen and nutrients for her brain's microcirculation. In this way, even if her body was destroyed, her brain would remain undamaged. After finishing, he gently pressed Li Linghai's temples and stimulated her brain cells with a weak electric current to prevent her soul from falling into eternal sleep. Li Linghai's eyebrows finally twitched, and she opened her eyes. Seeing Li Yao, shame, regret, worry, and relief flashed in her eyes in quick succession. Don't speak. Rest. Li Yao read Li Linghai's eyes and stated firmly, I will definitely save Li Jialing and the Imperial Terminus sector. The ripples in Li Linghai's eyes coalesced into 2 tears that trickled down her cheeks. With her last bit of strength, she whispered weakly, I was wrong. I was, really wrong. You did make an unforgivable mistake, Li Yao said, taking out a freezing spray from his Cosmos ring to temporarily put the injured person's brain into hibernation until help arrived. But you have the rest of your life to make amends. Li Yao gently laid Li Linghai on the ground and covered her wounds with a torn robe. Then he rose and looked in the direction where Wuying Qi's soul had vanished. At that moment, Long Yangjun had also finished off the last of the bald experts. They scanned every inch of the gold crystal pyramid with their telepathic thoughts. They did not find Wuying Qi's remaining soul or any sign of it. But they found a terrible thing, the cocoon where Li Jialing was imprisoned had exploded. Like a blooming flower, its tough iron shell was curled and dangled down, but Li Jialing was no longer inside. Li Jialing's body had been taken away by Wuying Qi's remaining soul. Li Yao and Long Yangjun looked at each other. They both saw the fear and burning fighting spirit in each other's eyes. In any case, we must repair the Cosmos rings first. Long Yangjun said. Even if he has truly possessed Li Jialing, he can't stabilize himself so quickly. Li Yao nodded quickly. He searched for the maintenance tools that had been scattered just now. Every maintenance tool had been baptized with his blood and marked with his soul. Thanks to the mysterious connection between them, he was able to retrieve the tools very soon. While Long Yangjun stayed on alert, Li Yao sat cross-legged, with the 2 Cosmos rings floating before him and glowing more and more dazzlingly. A low laughter came from the depths of the gold crystal pyramid again. It sounded both like Li Jialing and more like Wuying Qi. The infinite bloody and black fog returned once more. However, Li Yao ignored it. He focused his full attention on the tiny Cosmos rings, dredging the retrieval rune arrays and constructing new spatial circuits with telepathic thoughts. Boom! 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 The whole gold crystal pyramid was trembling, as if a gargantuan beast had crawled out of the tower and was about to swallow the whole universe. This power can't be just possession. It's... Sensing the ripples from the depths of the gold crystal pyramid, Long Yangjun looked more awful than ever. It's a colossus. A bizarre scene unfolded in Li Yao and Long Yangjun's visions. The depths of the gold crystal pyramid were warped, and an indescribable darkness began to appear. The edge of the darkness was blurry and continued to expand. Wherever it reached, it contaminated everything into darkness, a darkness that absorbed even light and from which no matter could escape. It was as if the world had been bitten by an invisible beast, and the missing part had turned into a black hole. When Li Yao and Long Yangjun scanned the dark area, their eyes, senses, and telepathic thoughts could not detect anything in the darkness at all. Perhaps there was nothing there at all. It was simply absolute darkness. Shwa. 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 Long Yangjun stomped on the ground, and hundreds of shattered blade fragments shot into the darkness. But they were instantly absorbed upon contact, as if sinking into a sticky gel. The phenomenon reminded Li Yao and Long Yangjun of a super colossus, one that was definitely among the top 5 in the history of warfare. It was Black Hole's heart, Blackstar, the great special weapon. Black Hole's heart was not a real black hole, but it boasted the best designs in distortion, stealth, and energy absorption, allowing it to block 99.99% of hostile scans and swallow most of the damage. It truly was a deadly black hole that would absorb all life on the battlefield. 1,000 years ago, when Wuying Qi was active, the arrival of Black Hole's heart marked the end of a battle and the beginning of a slaughter. 1,000 years later, the storm of blood had started again. He 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 he. Wuying Qi's mad laughter echoed through the darkness once more. Nailed it. Li Yao sensed nothing from the black hole. He dripped his blood on the 2 cosmos rings and gave one back to Long Yongjun. Meanwhile, he activated his own cosmos ring. Space ripples surged out. 2 more colossi, Arsonist, and Heavenly Crystal, both ranking among the top, emerged from the void and arrived in the human world. Schwa. 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 Schwa, asterisk. Inside Arsonist's spirit palace, Li Yao allowed Little Black to envelop him as liquid metal. Streams of infinite information flooded his brain and body. He felt so comfortable that he nearly roared. With Arsonist at his command, he would blast through even a real black hole if it stood in his way. You are more shameless than stupid. Do you really think I would bind my soul completely to Li Linghai's body? A mixed voice, belonging to Wuying Qi and Li Jialing, echoed from Black Hole's heart. Powering the gold crystal pyramid will severely damage the body, especially the brain cells. Even a divinity transformation stage expert can't withstand the backlash. I was already planning to find a new body before the massive inculcation, and you brought me Li Jialing's body, perfectly intact. Just now, I was only talking to you to assimilate Li Jialing's body faster. It was already perfectly modified to house my soul, and thanks to the transformation cocoon's cleansing, it's even more powerful and perfect. Hee hee, hee 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 hee. Now that I can use Black Hole's heart, your colossi are nothing but garbage to me. Save your strength. We know each other too well. Let's not insult each other's wisdom with such lowly lies, Li Yao said casually. Soul possession is too dangerous. Besides, your soul was not complete in the first place, and it had been brutalized by us before your possession. I don't believe you can 100% occupy Li Jialing's body in half a minute with your incomplete soul. If it were so convenient, you would have done it a long time ago. And I don't believe Li Jialing, my brother, will be suppressed by you so easily. He came to the capital to save his mother, even though he might die. He is more determined than anyone. He's our final weapon. Jialing, I believe you can hear us. We won't give up on you. You must not give up on your mother either. You're going to live and reunite. Now, fight with me. Let's blow up this scumbag together. As Li Yao roared, Arsonist fell to one knee and spread its arms, activating all the offensive magic equipment it could. Hundreds of streams of light converged into a torrent of destruction, pressing at Black Hole's heart. However, the attacks did not cause any damage before they were swallowed by the darkness. Naive. Wuying Qi's scornful laughter echoed in the darkness. Do you not know the features of Black Hole's heart? Your attack won't work on Black Hole's heart even if it's 10 times more powerful. This is the strongest colossus in history. Oh? Is that so? Long Yangjuan's heavenly crystal also joined the battle. The crystal facets on the colossus glinted in the darkness like a transparent turret. I don't believe it. Wuying Qi's voice was clearly more anxious than before. The all-consuming darkness was also shivering, revealing different shades. Wuying Qi, you can't brag anymore. Sensing the tremor of the darkness keenly, Li Yao burst into laughter, almost transmitting his blood into Arsonist as fuel. It's obvious that you are not a god, but only a mortal. What you're equipped with is not a real black hole, but a colossus. A powerful colossus requires a powerful man to use it, but you are not a powerful man. You are just a scoundrel. Even if you're using a real black hole today, it will still be blown up by us. Even if you control all the darkness in the universe, I will cut through it and let light in. Die now. Roaring crazily, a fire that could burn through the firmament rose on Arsonist. He raised his arms, and the 2 weapons in his hands combined into a gigantic, 50-meter-long sword that almost split the gold crystal pyramid in half. With the gigantic sword in hand, Liao charged at the black hole. Chapter 2649, Drunk Deity. The black hole opened its bloody maw and swallowed Arsonist like a beast that considered the universe its prey. The blazing Arsonist vanished from this world all at once after being consumed by the darkness. Neither the waves from the Colossus nor the attacks that Liao launched could be detected anymore. Even Long Yangjun, despite her proximity, could no longer sense Liao or Wuying Qi as if they had been teleported to another battlefield through the black hole. Everything about them had been erased from this world. In the darkness, Liao felt he had truly fallen into a black hole. The furious tidal forces tore at him, while his spiritual energy and ammunition were consumed at a furious pace. More distressingly, his sword strikes and crystal cannon bombardments received no feedback. It was as if he were punching the air 100 times, hitting nothing but void. Liao felt he was fighting against nothingness. Have you sensed it? This is the power of Black Hole's heart. This is my domain. Wuying Qi's voice echoed from all directions in the darkness, making it impossible for Liao to pinpoint or lock onto him. Nothing can escape me in my domain. Your struggles are futile. You think you can scare me? Liao swung his sword wildly. His blade should have shredded every inch of space within 1,000 meters, yet it could not touch any armor of Black Hole's heart. More critically, he could not escape the darkness, even though he ran back the same way. The absolute darkness that absorbed all light, radiation, and information replaced reality and caged Liao. No matter how Arsonist struggled, it could not see any light. Perceiving the chaotic data in his head, Liao realized the dire situation Arsonist was in. The powerful interference abilities of Black Hole's heart had destroyed the navigation and surveillance systems of Arsonist. Even Liao's optical and auditory nerves were distorted. Divinity Branching Stage was indeed Divinity Branching Stage, and Blackstar the Great was still Blackstar the Great. No matter how unscrupulous he was definitely the most powerful villain Liao had ever faced. Even his residual soul could already suppress Liao. Liao, where are you? Long Yangjun broke into Wuying Qi's domain in heavenly crystal, illuminating the absolute darkness. But the brilliant light was quickly swallowed by the darkness. Their communication was disrupted before Liao could reach out to Long Yangjun. All he could hear was Wuying Qi's laughter. I don't believe it. Gritting his teeth, Liao launched all the bombs and bullets on the Colossus. It will take a tremendous amount of energy to maintain such a terrifying domain. Now, it's 2 against 1. Let's see how long you can last. He swung the giant sword again, creating ripples that were slightly less dark, but the ripples were quickly restored to the same darkness as before. Meanwhile, Arsonist was struck from behind. Liao almost lost his balance under the attack, which he barely saw coming. Beep! Beep! Beeping alarms sounded in Arsonist, not just because of the strike, but also due to a strange power around it, which was continuously absorbing Arsonist's spiritual shield. Black Hole's heart could both create absolute darkness as a cover and absorb the spiritual energy from the enemy's Colossus. It deserved to be called one of the most powerful colossi in history and the national treasure of the Imperium of true human beings. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Arsonist charged into the darkness again and again, only to hit nothing. Gradually, the ammunition and fuel ran out. The spiritual shield weakened under the enemy's assault. Even the gigantic sword was cracked beyond use. Huchi! 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 Liao breathed heavily, barely managing to grip the sword. The Colossus had been fully maintained and renewed by Xiaoming and Wenwen before the battle, but it appeared as though it had been struck by meteor showers, looking as battered as Liao himself. Bang! A strange power attacked from behind. Liao blocked it instinctively. Although he deflected Black Hole's heart's critical strike, his sword was knocked away, disappearing into the darkness. Li Yao had launched everything he could on Arsonist. Fuel was running low, and a red warning flashed. He had truly used up everything. Now, what else do you have? Wuying Qi's voice faintly chuckled from the darkness. I still have this, Li Yao roared, turned around, and stepped forward, before punching Unstoppable into the darkness, my fist, representing justice and hot blood. Boom! Wuying Qi seemed amused by Li Yao's words. However, his laughter abruptly stopped 0.1 seconds later, replaced by a metallic noise and the sound of a fist hitting a face. Under the interference of Black Hole's heart and Wuying Qi, all of Arsonist's attacks had missed. Logically, this unattractive right hook should not have hit its target at all. But it somehow hit the target, unbelievably. Li Yao punched Black Hole's heart's head and grasped the components in its skull before pulling them back brutally. Arsonist leaped and kicked Black Hole's heart's chest like a barrage from the main gun of a super warship. Die now! All of Li Yao's fury and gloom were condensed in the roar, transforming into a destructive power that was blown into Black Hole's heart's chest. Z. 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 Black Hole's heart's head and chest were severely damaged. Dazzling electric arcs squirted from the broken chest, outlining the Colossus in the darkness. The absolute darkness that swallowed everything became clearer, like a fog dispersing under the sun. Without the protection of the absolute darkness, Black Hole's heart was not as dominant and majestic as Li Yao had imagined. It was just a 30-meter-tall colossus whose body sparkled like mirrors. Li Yao had accurately locked onto it, destroyed the interference and stealth units on the colossus, and thereby significantly impaired its battle performance. Black Hole's heart was now as frightened as a skinned shrimp. 30 meters to Arsonist's left, Heavenly Crystal also emerged from the darkness. Though greatly damaged, it still had its fists. That's impossible. How did you lock onto Black Hole's heart? Nobody has ever locked onto Black Hole's heart or hurt me. Wuying Qi paused for a moment, then roared hysterically, My body. You played tricks on my body. You shameless cockroach, what have you done to me? Nothing, except that I drugged you with something called drunk deity, Li Yao said casually, warming up Arsonist's iron fists. There's no need to search your memories. It's a drug that the 100 Smelting Clan invented 40,000 years ago. It was lost after the 100 Smelting Clan was destroyed. There's no reason why you should know that. Rest assured, it's not a poison. If it were, you would have realized something was wrong the moment you possessed Li Jialing's body. Actually, this is a potent medication to help you calm down and meditate. Only the leaders and elders of the 100 Smelting Clan had the privilege to use it. I didn't find enough heavenly materials and earthly treasures to refine it until I turned all the warehouses of the business alliance of 10,000 sectors upside down. The drug is nothing special, except that it will suppress your spiritual energy, soothe your brain cells, and relax your muscles and nerves, making you drowsy and inclined to sleep. Of course, I may have administered a higher dose than necessary. But rest assured, there won't be any side effects except for a deep sleep. You will even feel particularly refreshed when you wake up. Wuying Qi was both shocked and angry. You drugged Li Jialing in addition to installing a barrier on the back of his head. Isn't it only logical? Li Yao said, everyone knows that you're going to seize Li Jialing's body as your vessel. It didn't look right at all that we brought Li Jialing to you, did it? You're not stupid, so you must have thoroughly examined him before you possessed him, right? Installing a barrier on his body to die with you was a plan that Li Jialing proposed, but I didn't think you would be fooled so easily. Also, dying with someone like you is not worth it. So, I slightly revised the plan. The barrier on the back of his head was merely a distraction, designed to be noticed, while this imperceptible, drunk deity, is my true fatal move. The most remarkable aspect is that the drug would remain inactive when Li Jialing was at peace, as it was designed for tranquilization, and I specifically adjusted the formula. Therefore, it would seem like a standard strengthening drug. People as strong as us consume dozens of types of strengthening drugs daily, so you wouldn't notice anything unusual. However, once you unleash the power of the divinity transformation stage and even the divinity branching stage, things change. Li Jialing's body isn't meant to handle such power, and his strength would expand abnormally, activating the drug. The more enraged you become and the more power you release, the faster the drug circulates through your body. That's why we volunteered to jump into your domain and made those embarrassing speeches. We weren't trying to get ourselves killed, we were trying to lure you into unleashing your maximum power so the drug could reach every cell in your body, you fool. Chapter 2650, Touching Song. A** Shoal. A** Shoal. A** Shoal. In the spiritual abode of Black Hole's heart, the golden lion's fur first turned a deep abyssal black, then shifted to a devastating red. Regardless of the color, his hair quivered furiously. Wuying Qi's anger, regret, and despair were etched on Li Jialing's young face. He should have thought of it. He had already thought of it. If the situation had been less urgent and Li Yao had not created trouble, he would have performed a thorough examination on Li Jialing's body and observed him for half a month before possessing him. In that case, he wouldn't have been deceived like this at all. However, he didn't have the time. The detestable cockroach, Li Yao, first sabotaged his next sun plan, which threw his heart into chaos and severely diminished his computational abilities. Then, Li Yao awakened Li Linghai's suppressed soul, further injuring his remaining soul and hindering his senses. In the end, he fell into this trap with no other options. Wuying Qi felt an overwhelming drowsiness. The boiling blood in his body began to calm, and he seemed to be sinking into a warm swamp. Every cell in his body whispered, "Sleep, sleep, sleep." Li Yao was not wrong. It was indeed not any poison but a powerful sedative. With Wuying Qi's incredible control over his body in the divinity branching stage, he should not have been affected by any hypnotic substance. However, due to the collapse of the next sun plan and Li Linghai's counterattack, his remaining soul was severely damaged. Additionally, he had hastily possessed Li Jialing's body and had not yet fully mastered it. So, it was rather difficult for him to activate his brain cells and secrete hormones to resist the hypnotic effect. He wouldn't really fall asleep, but there was indeed a moment of trance. The battle between top experts was too fast. One moment of trance was enough for Li Yao to send him back to hell. "You're screwed, Wuying Qi!" Li Yao roared. His roar echoed with the noises from Arsonist's joints, and Arsonist attacked even faster than sound. Before Wuying Qi could recover from his drowsiness, Arsonist had stomped on the ground and punched Black Hole's heart's chest heavily for a second time. Boom! It was like the main gun of a super warship was stuck to Black Hole's heart's breastplate. Even Arsonist's right arm could not withstand Li Yao's ferocious power. It was broken, with components splashing out. Black Hole's heart's breastplate deeply collapsed, almost punched through. Although Wuying Qi was protected by the buffer liquid behind the breastplate, he still vomited blood wildly from Li Yao's punch. The enormous colossus stepped back, only to be tied up by the iron tentacles of the Hydra system on Arsonist and pulled back again. "You're bold enough to," Wuying Qi's face darkened, then shifted to fury. Although Li Yao's punch did not really hurt him, vomiting blood due to an enemy's attack was a humiliation he had never experienced. "To disrespect me like this? Yeah, so what?" Li Yao bound Arsonist to Black Hole's heart with the Hydra system. The two super colossi could only engage in the most intense melee battle in an awkward position. Li Yao was clearly more prepared. His left arm punched out again as he shouted, "I'm not just disrespecting you, I'm insulting you. Come on, create more black holes." This punch is for all the people living beneath the capital planet's surface. What do you wretched immortal cultivators consider mankind to be? Bugs? This punch is for the Star Ocean Republic you destroyed 1,000 years ago. On behalf of all the adherents of Firefly, I'll make you taste their suffering. This punch is for all the innocent people killed by the immortal cultivators. You were the cause of everything. This is just the down payment. They'll come for you after you die. This punch is for Li Linghai and for the love between her and my foster father. I'm giving this to you on behalf of my foster father. This punch is for Li Jialing, my beloved brother. No one can steal his body, and certainly not a scumbag like you. Get out now. This punch, and the next 100 punches are for nothing but my personal interest. I've been wanting to blow up your head since I heard about you in Kunlun. If I don't deform you today, I'll be sorry for my starving fists. Boom. 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 Li Yao controlled Arsonist to punch with both arms, turning from storms into tsunamis and then into overwhelming meteorites. At first, Black Hole's Heart's glittering armor could still be seen, and Wuying Qi was gritting his teeth, trying to restore his domain of absolute darkness. However, every time darkness arose on the silver armor, it was interrupted by Li Yao's burning meteorites, until Black Hole's Heart was finally drowned by Arsonist's fists. After the endless punches, the flawless, natural silver armor of Black Hole's Heart became dented, revealing the mottled, complex materials beneath. No matter how many layers of material the armor was made of, it could not resist Li Yao's burning fury. Too many parts were exploding and falling apart. Fury came at a price. Arsonist's arms were breaking and melting at a visible speed, as if they were meteorites rubbing against the atmosphere. However, Li Yao had grabbed massive fragments of magical equipment and attached them to his empty arms, allowing him to punch again and again with his dazzling new limbs. Ah! Ever since Wuying Qi accepted the Blood God's heritage and became Blackstar the Great 1,000 years ago, he had never felt more humiliated and desperate. Black Hole's Heart's spiritual residence still maintained the last line of defense, shielding his body from direct exposure to Li Yao's iron fists. Yet, Li Yao's fury still battered his face, brain, mind, and soul through all the layers of plate armor and buffer liquids. Wuying Qi's soul was more severely wounded than ever, almost as swollen and devastated as his body. If Li Yao's attack could last one more minute, no, even half a minute, it might have been possible for him to shatter Black Hole's Heart's breastplate and drag Wuying Qi out of the spiritual residence. But, alas! Shwa! The dull sounds of bombardment came to an abrupt halt. Arsonist suddenly stumbled, its arms, completely shattered by the relentless onslaught of meteorites, could no longer bear Li Yao's fury. In his madness, Li Yao had destroyed the Colossus's fists. Huchi! 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 Li Yao panted heavily. His every muscle was quivering, and every cell was almost drained. For someone in the divinity transformation stage, suppressing someone in the divinity branching stage, even if the latter was just a remaining soul, came at a dreadful price. Now, Li Yao had used up his strength, and it was time to pay the debt. Apart from his seriously damaged arms, the fuel of the arsonist was almost depleted. He could not activate the ultragalactic cannon. Wuying Qi, however, still had some strength left. As the defender, he had consumed less spiritual energy than the attacker. The effects of drunk deity had also worn off. He could feel every drop of blood in his body boiling again. He. It seems that. Wuying Qi smiled, and the iron claws of Black Hole's Heart clutched Arsonist's broken arms. There's nothing you can do now. Who said that? I've got one last move. Li Yao gritted his teeth, summoning a round magical device with infinite holes like a beehive. It spun rapidly around Arsonist and Black Hole's heart. Wuying Qi was stunned. This is a super awesome stereo. Li Yao spat a mouthful of blood and laughed. You didn't see this coming, did you? This is my ultimate move, singing. Singing? Wuying Qi looked more perplexed than ever. Right. No one has ever defeated me in a song, and no one has ever been untouched by my passionate singing. I've inspired countless people to fight with me through my songs, and this time, I will awaken my dear brother, Li Jialing, with a soul-stirring song. We brothers will work together to blow up your head. Glamorous light emanated from Li Yao, making him look like a superstar performing before the entire universe. A deafening prelude burst from the stereo and spread into the ears of Wuying Qi, or Li Jialing, amplified by Li Yao's spiritual energy. Jialing, do you hear me? Don't sleep anymore. Come and sing with me. Brother Yao has written this song for you. Didn't you come here to rescue your mother? You're almost there. Li Linghai has broken free from Wuying Qi's control. She's waiting to reunite with you. Taking a deep breath, Li Yao opened his mouth. His chest bulged as if 10,000 crystal bombs had exploded inside. As if a volcano was unleashing its most passionate fire, a powerful and soul-stirring song spread out. Mom is the best in the world. Nothing can compare to the happiness in Mom's arms.